Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Rumble. Although Han Fei's sacrificing punch, which was launched at such a high speed, failed to break the seal, it did dim it. The seal was full of cracks. But even in this state, Han Fei didn't combine his two bodies. After all, once he did it, if both his bodies were killed by the other party, who could he cry to? Han Fei shouted, "Explode!" The infinity water suddenly exploded. The terrifying power swept the entire seal. The ground outside the seal was shaking, which stretched for thousands of kilometers, and the seabed had sunken dozens of meters. Crack! With a sound like glass shattering, the dark green seal was directly blown through by Han Fei. Huh? The Black Evil Conch King exclaimed in surprise, as if he didn't expect that his seal would be broken so easily. Although the seal wasn't set by him, it was made with his own power. How could it be broken so easily? Besides, to the Black Evil Conch King's surprise, Han Fei didn't break his seal with some magical technique, but with pure strength. What kind of physique could have such terrifying power? The Black Evil Conch King thought that in terms of pure strength, the person in front of him was at least an advanced venerable. This was completely unreasonable. On the path of cultivation, although there was still a gap in the same realm, how could there be anyone who could cross such a large realm? The Black Evil Conch King was shocked and roared, "Do you walk the path of becoming a king with physique?" At this moment, Han Fei had no time to answer the Black Evil Conch King. No matter what, this was a king. Even if it was just a projection, it had the strength of an intermediate venerable. Furthermore, this intermediate venerable was different from other intermediate venerables. His true body was a king. This was like Han Fei lowering his realm to the sea spirit realm. Although he was in the sea spirit realm, he had seen the scenery of the explorer realm and knew the abilities of the explorer realm. This kind of knowledge was the biggest chasm between the enemy and him. Even if Han Fei could try beating him, there was really no need to fight this battle. What was the point of fighting him to the death? He was risking his life, while the other party was using his projection. It wouldn't be worthwhile for him to fight him. Just now, the Black Evil Conch King had said that this was a secret realm he created. It could be said that the million conches here were all his energy. Everything here could be used by the Black Evil Conch King. When the old turtle said that the surrounding conchs had died in batches, and when Han Fei saw the blood of corrosion swarming over, he knew that it was all true. Not only was his enemy strong, but he also had inexhaustible energy and demonic chi. If it were someone else, even if that person was an advanced venerable, who was stronger than the projection of the Black Evil Conch King, it was impossible for him to escape from this world. Huff! Han Fei ran and tried to absorb the energy around him with the swallowing technique. However, he certainly couldn't absorb it. The projection of the Black Evil Conch King descended, and Han Fei's perception range dropped from 8,000 kilometers to a range that could only be controlled by vision. Fortunately, Han Fei still knew where he came from and where he should run. However, at this moment, the speed of the Black Evil Conch King was not slow at all. He was an intermediate venerable, a king's projection. It would be outrageous if he was slower than him. Of course, as he chased Han Fei, the Black Evil Conch King was dumbfounded himself. What the hell is this? Is the speed of a peak-level explorer so fast? This person is so fast that he has entered the realm of real and fake. This is a speed domain that only a king can grasp. How did this mere explorer do it? The black evil conch king said, in my world, your Chow family's absorbing technique is useless. Everything here was created by me. Offer your body to me, and I can spare your life. Swish. The twin bodies immediately split up and fled in two directions. The white mist body cursed, who do you think you are? You're just a king who can't come out. How can you subdue me with a projection? In an instant, the twins had already separated. They ran blindly, not walking, towards the exit. Avatar? The black evil conch king sneered. So it's just a combat skill. In my sage realm, so what if you have thousands of clones? Do you think I can't use this technique? Buzz. When Han Fei passed by some big conchs, these big conchs inexplicably died. Obviously, he felt that vitality, soul bodies, and corrosive blood, as well as some special power were fusing quickly, and a new black evil conch king was born. Han Fei bared his teeth. This is 2F** king outrageous. At this speed, wouldn't he be able to have as many clones as he wanted? The old turtle said, I think you can fight him. You have a lot of resources. If you fight a war of attrition, the space he created will collapse. Han Fei still didn't stop. I know. From the power he showed, I know. But those are all the resources I worked so hard to get. Why should I waste them here? What Han Fei really feared was not the strength of the black evil conch king, but the ability of a king. Besides, in his opinion, this battle was not worth it. Therefore, if it was possible, Han Fei was not willing to fight. But soon after the old turtle proposed, Han Fei saw another two dark green barriers blocking his way. Not just that, in front of the two barriers, there were also two projections of the black evil conch king. F***ck, seriously? 4 projections? The old turtle explained, they're not projections. He's extracting the power of those demonic conchs and creating clones with their power and the blood essence he hid in the conchs. Each clone needs a large amount of vitality, energy, demonic energy, and ownerless souls to support. Well, how should I put it? At least, you won't be able to escape for the time being. Han Fei's face was black. For black evil conch kings had appeared. They were determined to kill him. However, how could Han Fei surrender? He had experienced thousands of hardships but ended up killed by a mere projection? How could he accept it? I hate projection. You kings always think that you're high and mighty and treat others like ants. You think a projection can decide the outcome of a battle? Today, I'm going to fight you, the so-called king. Roar. Han Fei attacked, and the white mist body suddenly pulled out Snowhorn. For a moment, wherever it passed, it froze. The white mist body was extremely cold. With the help of Snowhorn, the ice power went further. As soon as the white mist body brandished the Snowhorn, dazzling silver light shone. However, the black evil conch king rammed at Han Fei with its carapace. At the same time, the sword light poured out with 10,000 times the gravity. Han Fei dove directly into an undersea stone pit. And the other clone of the black evil conch king had already arrived. Its 6-layered conch shell spun at a high speed with a shadow of 1,000 feet long, cutting off the seawater and pouncing at Han Fei. All laws forbidden in this space. After Han Fei activated his Dao Seed, the 1,000-meter-long rotating knife shadow of the black evil conch king suddenly became more than 300 feet, shrinking dozens of times. But even so, the terrifying knife light swept in front of Han Fei. Han Fei had already thought it through. If he was defeated and his body was shattered, he would turn into mist. Then, his twin bodies would fuse and run away first. However, clang, crack, clank, clank, clank. Two different sounds rang at the same time. On one side, the shell of the black evil conch king that Han Fei hit was cracked by Snowhorn. Immediately afterward, the power of ice directly froze him into a large ice block. The king's clone was smashed to the bottom of the sea by Han Fei's sword. With a bang, ripples spread out, and an explosive force swept out for thousands of kilometers. Within 500 kilometers, all lives were crushed. On the other side, Han Fei was cut by the black evil conch king. The 6 rounds of extremely sharp knife wheels felt like they could cut seawater into pieces, but when they cut Han Fei, they stuck. It seemed that Han Fei was cut into pieces. His flesh and blood were cut apart, but in the end, his body was not severed. Bang! Like a nuclear bomb, Han Fei was sent hundreds of kilometers away, his body tumbling at the bottom of the sea. Han Fei thought to himself, it's too uncomfortable to roll like this. So, his white mist body turned into a big rolling white ball and rammed at the frozen clone of the black evil conch king at a terrifying speed. The black evil conch king was stunned. Even if his Tao had been broken, how could his pure rotation power be blocked by a peak-level explorer? The black evil conch king was quite confused. You've mastered an indestructible golden body? Han Fei chuckled. Well, I almost forgot about that. Fine, since you've found out, come and fight me another 3,000 rounds. Han Fei knocked the frozen black evil conch king away, and the latter rammed at him with the conch shell. With a bang, both of them were sent flying. However, when the ice was broken, Han Fei saw that the shell of the black conch king was being repaired. In all directions, a large amount of dark green, corrosive blood was gathering. The black evil conch king said in a dull and disdainful voice, "Human, I've never seen anyone as talented as you. But even so, what can you do in my world? Damn you." The white mist body shook, and 2 more heads grew on Han Fei's neck, followed by 4 more arms. Bang! 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 Anyway, his mist body could transform at will. He grew 3 heads and 6 arms out, and the invincible fist was punched at the 2 king clones. Terrifying energy burst out. Countless creatures were killed in the so-called Sea Demon Sage realm in such a battle. Han Fei shouted, "Come on, I'd like to see how many conchs you are going to sacrifice to maintain the consumption of your 4 clones." Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei was furious. You won't let me go? Fine, then kill me. If he guessed right, the law of gravity was the law of the black evil conch king. Therefore, in a few seconds, Han Fei was at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the fact that his Tao seed could bewilder and break through this great Tao, he probably would have been beaten to a pulp by this king. This time, Han Fei didn't let his twin bodies run in 2 opposite directions. His black mist body had been exposed. Faced with a king-level expert, even if the king's strength was weakened, it was impossible for him not to discover it. In that case, he should be able to fight another battle by fusing the twin bodies. After fusing them, his strength doubled. In addition to his understanding of spiritual energy disassembling, he could use all the secret techniques. None of the 4 projections could stop him. The black evil conch king was speechless. Was the yin-yang world really so powerful now? Were the strong masters of human beings already so strong? Although the black evil conch king didn't know the twin god technique, he knew that it was definitely an ultimate technique. Just from the fact that the 2 bodies were almost identical and both had the combat power of a venerable, he knew that the 2 bodies were both the original body. Also, the black shadow body couldn't be seen with the naked eye and could only be detected through perception. If he wasn't careful, he would miss it. He didn't know how Han Fei could have such a strange ability. Besides, he had just neglected one thing: this person didn't use spiritual energy at all, but demonic energy. The other party didn't only use demonic energy, but his demonic energy was also King endless. This sage realm was built by him, and this space followed his will. Therefore, the black evil conch king said that it was impossible for Han Fei to escape this world. Of course, all the big conches here were trained by the black evil conch king. As long as he was willing, Han Fei couldn't absorb any energy or spiritual energy from here. Once an explorer or a venerable lost their source of energy or spiritual energy, once their storage was exhausted, all that was left was physical strength. Han Fei, on the other hand, was full of spiritual energy, as if he had just taken a bomb. He even activated his secret technique and almost killed one of his clones. Logically speaking, Han Fei couldn't support such violent outbursts at all. However, Han Fei's fist shot out like a shadow, the golden light was endless, dazzling, and swept across dozens of kilometers. Each punch contained more than 2,000 waves of power. Who the *CK could resist him? With the Great Tao Band, even if he was a king, he wouldn't be able to defeat Han Fei as an intermediate venerable. As for the power of the Great Tao that Han Fei controlled, it was to seal the space. The black evil conch king didn't suspect much. Needless to say, this Great Tao was very powerful. To be able to grasp the power of this Great Tao at the explorer level, this was why the black conch king had to kill Han Fei. If Han Fei was allowed to grow, there would be a disaster in the future. At this moment, the black evil conch king seemed to understand that in the face of a body refiner like Han Fei, he couldn't be killed by sheer numbers. Han Fei ran and bombarded the enemy with ultra-nuclear bombs one after another. He didn't care if he could really hurt the black evil conch king. Anyway, this energy needed to be consumed. So, wouldn't it be perfect to kill 2 birds with 1 stone by attacking the enemy while destroying the secret realm? Almost every punch Han Fei made consumed a large amount of energy and corrosive blood of the black conch king. The black conch king was even weakening, and it was obvious. After all, the supply of corrosive blood wasn't very fast. But as they bombarded each other, Han Fei's heart suddenly trembled, because he found that the figures of the black conch king were overlapping. *CK. Are you finally fusing your projections? Han Fei looked solemn. If he guessed right, the 2 clones had begun to fuse. Sure enough, after only 1 second, although the black evil conch king consumed a lot of energy and corrosive blood, the 2 bodies combined into one. On the other side, the other projections of black evil conch king did the same. Han Fei's face turned dark again. At this time, the old turtle said, "This evil king is crazy." He locked down the area within 5,000 kilometers and detonated all the big conchs and sea demons in this area. In order to kill you, he wants to improve his realm. Seriously? I'm just an explorer. Is it necessary? The old turtle said leisurely, do you think you're just an ordinary explorer? Han Fei gritted his teeth. But he doesn't have to consume so much power to hunt me, did he? When Han Fei came, he had a general understanding of this so-called sage realm creature. 5,000 kilometers was a huge area, and there were more than 10,000 conchs and sea demons. However, the black evil conch king had sacrificed them all at once and transformed them into his own power. The old turtle said, now it's all about reserve. You have no choice but to fight. His strength is increasing frantically. I'm afraid he's already at the peak of the intermediate level. If this goes on, he'll break through to the advanced venerable realm in a moment. Then, you won't be a match for him at all. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Old Yuan. Do kings only have so many means? The old turtle said leisurely, that's not a lot. With my judgment, this person has probably just become a king not long ago. Anyway, it's definitely not long. His strength is not as strong as any of the 3 kings on the Waterwood world side. The reason why you find it difficult to fight is that this is his territory, a world specially created by him. After a minute, the strength of the Black Conch King had clearly increased a lot. Although he hadn't reached the advanced venerable realm yet, it would be soon. The Black Evil Conch King sneered. Human, die. Fuse. Han Fei was waiting for this moment. Seeing the magnificent black tide sweeping over, Han Fei thought of something and fused his twin bodies. They were only 10,000 kilometers away, but in a flash, the two became one, and Han Fei's strength suddenly soared. The Black Evil Conch King. The Black Evil Conch King was speechless. F***ck, what kind of divine technique is this? His two bodies fused from thousands of miles away? This person actually revealed his true self? Han Fei thought to himself, since I pretended to be from the Chao family, I'll just pretend to be Chao Qiao. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei's 200,000 ultra-quality demonic stones that contained billions of points of demonic energy were dissipating. Shwa. Just 1 second after Han Fei fused his twin bodies, the Black Evil Conch King chased over again. The Black Evil Conch King was not in a hurry either. In front of Han Fei, two projections combined again. This time, even without the old turtle saying anything, Han Fei knew that the Black Conch King could definitely be upgraded to an advanced venerable. The Black Evil Conch King, you've given me a lot of surprises. Let me see how far you can run. After only a few seconds, Han Fei saw that the road was blocked again. Han Fei stopped running, looked back, and shrugged. Do you think that you can beat me? Because you are a king? With a swish, the Black Evil Conch King had already chased over and reached out to grab Han Fei. The terrifying power crushed the void wherever it passed. In Han Fei's eyes, demonic energy surged, and two strange arrays appeared in his eyes. Han Fei grabbed with his hand, and a ball of demonic energy, dozens of times larger than his body, appeared out of nowhere. Hey! Blow you up! Han Fei stepped back 100 kilometers. Rumble. As soon as Han Fei took a step, the violent seawater was squeezed over by a terrifying explosion. Even with such a terrifying explosion, Han Fei only used 5 billion points of demonic energy, which only consumed 10,000 ultra-quality demonic stones. The explosion this time was exactly the same as when Han Fei blew up the sea demon trading valley outside the Ice God Strait. At that time, the power of the explosion directly crushed half of the city. Within 1,000 miles, there was no life. Within 3,000 miles, there was nothing but wasteland. The shock wave produced by the explosion spread out for tens of thousands of miles. The same explosion happened again. The Black Evil Conch King didn't know what to say. F***ck, how much demonic energy did you detonate? I can tolerate the fact that human beings can use demonic energy, but why the F***ck did you take out billions of demonic energy so easily? After all, the Black Evil Conch King was just a projection. Under such a terrifying explosion, he could protect himself, but he couldn't resist it. If he could, he would be crippled. But even if he didn't block it, the shocking impact still knocked him hundreds of kilometers away. Han Fei was stunned by the blast at such a close distance, but the seal behind him had been broken. Agility of wind. At this moment, Han Fei activated the agility of wind with the power of the explosion and accelerated his speed to the extreme, covering thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. In Han Fei's left eye, an array popped up in an instant. The moment this array burst out, another array appeared in Han Fei's left eye. Behind him, the Black Evil Conch King roared, "Did I let you go?" However, Han Fei had already entered the teleportation array. Han Fei had already calculated everything in his heart. Han Fei could feel that during the teleportation, there was a misty glow. However, this didn't affect his running. After all, he had already grabbed the opportunity to escape. Shua. Han Fei suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Sea Demon Sage realm. Ahead, huge cracks were still surfacing in midair. The old turtle said, "At least, this crack wasn't created by this king. He doesn't have this ability. This must be because the seal on the wall of death was damaged and the big conch took advantage of it." Han Fei charged at the crack. However, Shua. A dark green seal suddenly appeared without any warning. Buzz. An array that had been engraved in Han Fei's right eye bloomed. To his surprise, the teleportation array appeared again the moment this seal appeared. Shua. As soon as Han Fei entered the teleportation array, the void behind him broke open, and the Black Evil Conch King had already caught up. "I told you this is my world. How can you escape?" Han Fei felt that a figure followed him into the array. It seemed that the Black Evil Conch King was right behind him. Dong. Pooh. Han Fei felt that his back was hit by a heavy hammer, and his flesh and blood exploded. In the misty light of the teleportation array, Han Fei grabbed another mass of demonic energy, which was probably billions of points of demonic energy again. "Are you crazy?" The Black Evil Conch King was speechless. "Does this person want to drag me into the turbulent void with him?" Han Fei grinned. "I bet your bones are not as hard as mine." Everyone said that his physique was extremely strong, but Han Fei also felt that his physique was extremely strong, so he was very confident in his indestructible golden body. How many times had he suffered to obtain the indestructible golden body? It shouldn't be too much for him to pass through the void turbulence, right? After the Black Evil Conch King chased him into the teleportation array, Han Fei knew that he couldn't get out this time if he didn't try his best. When he took out a tremendous amount of demonic energy from the teleportation array, even the old turtle exclaimed, "Han Fei, are you crazy?" Han Fei shouted, "I can come in, so I can go out too." "Conch King, if you can't keep me here this time, let's wait and see. Let's see if you can come out First, or I'll wipe out your 10,000 demon valley first. Bang! The demonic energy exploded, and the entire void was shattered. Han Fei took a step forward and spun in light. Pooh! 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 Chi la! Clang! 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 Countless space cracks fell on Han Fei's body in an instant. Even though he was wrapped in the invincible golden light, Han Fei's body was cut into pieces. In an instant, his body was covered in thousands of wounds. As for the tearing from the void and the swallowing from the crack, even if Han Fei could only use the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance and flash, he couldn't completely block them. When the turbulent currents were trying to strangle him, Han Fei felt that the demon purification pot hummed in his head and trembled slightly. However, the demon purification pot didn't help him escape the sea of misery. Instead, it extended its small vines and grabbed some strange energy from the misty teleportation channel. Han Fei had no time to think about what the demon purification pot was doing. Because the teleportation array was messed up, he had to protect himself. First, Han Fei cast the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique on himself. He looked back only to see that most of the shell of the black evil Conch King was broken in the middle of the glowing mist. After all, it wasn't his true body, but just a powerful projection. The attacking power of this turbulent space was much stronger than Han Fei's million knife art. It could be said that every void crack could easily kill an explorer. Han Fei's golden body was instantly covered in wounds, not to mention temporary projections of the black evil Conch King. Without the energy supply, the black evil Conch King could only wait to die. Ka ka ka. Bang! When the black evil Conch King completely exploded, Han Fei activated the star teleportation technique and flashed out of the turbulent space. Originally, Han Fei just wanted to flash into a normal teleportation path. However, this void twisted, and Han Fei happened to enter a space crack that had just been opened. F***ck. The old turtle was lost for words. Boy, the void cracks here are so dense. What the hell are you doing? Shwa. Han Fei felt that the surrounding spatial turbulence instantly disappeared. Without a trace. His heart skipped a beat. He wasn't afraid of being swept by the void rift. After all, as long as his golden body was still there, he had plenty of ways to recover. Just the spatial turbulence alone couldn't kill him. However, Han Fei didn't expect that he would leave the teleportation channel. God knew where he had been teleported to. There was nothing around him, which was a bit different from the kind of normal void. Han Fei waved his saber and tried to directly slash open the void. However, this slash didn't cut open the passage. In this dark place, Han Fei felt a little dizzy. Where the hell am I? In his dizziness, Han Fei seemed to see a weird chain appearing in the distant darkness. The old turtle roared, "Bastard, take out your venerable token now." Han Fei felt that his head was swelling. Hearing what the old turtle said, he immediately took out the venerable token. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Han Fei felt that the world was spinning, and as it spun, he seemed to see a small silver ball of light flying past. Almost subconsciously, Han Fei reached out and grabbed the small ball of light, only to find that it was a semi-divine harpoon. Shwa. All of a sudden, space was torn apart, and a huge hand extended from the void. Buzz. Han Fei saw a flash in front of his eyes, and then he saw the puzzled face of Jinger. She asked in surprise, why did you go to the chaotic sea? Ah. Where? Han Fei quickly came back to his senses and looked at Jinger in confusion. The chaotic sea? The old turtle once told him about the chaotic sea, saying that everyone actually had a sea. After they died, everyone would return to the chaotic sea. For example, the divine weapons and treasures they refined wouldn't fall out of their bodies after they died, but would stay in places like the chaotic sea forever. The old turtle roared, "Boy, don't mess around before you grasp the space Tao. Fortunately, you got lost halfway through the teleportation and were very close to Jinger. Otherwise, Jinger wouldn't have been able to find you." Jinger asked solemnly, "Han Fei, what happened to you inside? Why did you enter the chaotic sea? That's the king's domain. No one dares enter it before becoming a king. Even I dare not enter the chaotic sea completely. How did you enter it?" Han Fei shrugged. "Well, I accidentally got sucked into the turbulent space." Then, Han Fei raised his hand and looked at the semi-divine harpoon in his hand. He had only picked up this ragged harpoon after a trip to the chaotic sea. Before Han Fei asked, the old turtle had said, "If you're close to someone in the real world, so are you in the chaotic sea. So, picking up someone's things just means that someone happened to die at this moment. His soul returned to the chaos, and the things inside were scattered, which you accidentally picked up." Han Fei's heart did a flip. This was the same logic as the soul sea. If two people were close, their spiritual beasts were close in the soul sea too. Unfortunately, Han Fei had no chance to enter the soul sea now. He had only seen spiritual beasts, but never a companion spirit. The only explanation was that the companion spirit might live in another mysterious sea. Huff. Han Fei took a long breath of relief. He was too careless this time. If it weren't for Jinger, he might have entered a wrong void. However, he was saved in the end. Han Fei was thinking, should this be counted as one of Jinger's 3 help opportunities? Without thinking further, Han Fei's face changed. "By the way, Jinger, did anything unusual happen when I came out?" Jinger hurriedly said, "Of course there is. If it weren't for this commotion, I wouldn't have discovered that you actually ran into the chaotic sea." "Huh?" Han Fei asked in surprise, "What's that?" Jinger explained, "There was a terrifying explosion in the crack channel. The explosion caused a lot of cracks in space within 1,000 kilometers. 2 venerables made a move at the same time to stabilize the space, but half of the half-mermen in the sea demon realm were killed." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Oh?" Jinger looked at Han Fei. "Was it you again?" Han Fei said indifferently, "What do you mean by it was me again? The sea demon king and I fought for 3,000 rounds in the secret realm. If there was no sound at all, how could it be?" Jinger was speechless. The old turtle was even more disgusted. Fight a king for 3,000 rounds? If you hadn't run fast enough, you would have been killed. Han Fei said, "Did the venerables discover us?" Jinger said helplessly, "You went to the origin sea, so they naturally couldn't find you. If it weren't for the sudden explosion at the entrance, which caused void cracks all over the sky, if you hadn't taken out my venerable token, and if I hadn't happened to be here, you would have probably lost yourself in the origin sea." Han Fei was stunned for a long time. Are the consequences of being lost in the origin sea serious? Jinger said, "I don't know, but I know it's not easy for you to come out. The Queen once said that it's a sea of silence, a place of death, a world after a cultivator dies. Han Fei asked, Old Yuan, what do you think? The old turtle said lazily, it's not that exaggerated. The origin sea is not a space of death, but it's not a world that anyone can enter easily. In fact, if you're strong enough, you can go there to cultivate. But there must be an entrance and an exit. There is a legend that the origin sea contains the secret of longevity. Above the king realm, people often explore it, but few gain anything. At least, I have never seen the so-called longevity. When Han Fei heard that, Jinger and the old turtle both said that it was a place where only the king realm could know about. He didn't ask too much, because he still had something more important to do. He had to return to the Scattered Stars Island as quickly as possible. Although the black evil conch king wouldn't be able to come anytime soon, other people could. For example, that Lord Qing Lu, a half-king who would come in a month. Besides, the Sage Realm was the territory of the black evil conch king. He could easily send a message to the 10,000 Demon Valley. In any case, the king of the other party had already appeared. Even if the Sage Realm was created to take the lives of billions of sea demons, no one among the sea demons knew. They thought that the sea demon royal city was about to return, and the king was selfless. At this moment, the millions of sea demons had become the loyal followers of the black evil conch king. It was useless even if he tried to sow discord. In this case, if the Scattered Stars Island wanted to win, they had to make the move first. Han Fei narrowed his eyes with a murderous look. Let's go back to the island. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. When he came, Han Fei used the directional teleportation array. Therefore, when he returned, he couldn't just fly back stupidly. After all, no matter how fast he flew, it couldn't compare to the teleportation array. He had practiced arrays for many years and had been honing himself in the age of doom for many years. Han Fei could be considered a master of arrays. However, before that, he couldn't do this kind of directional teleportation array that spanned millions of kilometers at once. After all, his previous realm was too low. With Han Fei's original methods, the teleportation distance of the teleportation array could be between 300,000 to 500,000 kilometers at most. This distance was already extremely far. This was the effect of Han Fei's 2 lives of experience. Ordinary people, even venerables, couldn't teleport so far away at once. In fact, for venerables who hadn't studied arrays, teleportation arrays were useless. It wouldn't take them long to travel this distance. The resources needed to engrave teleportation arrays were far more than what they needed to fly. However, teleportation arrays were more convenient than running. While engraving teleportation arrays again and again, Han Fei was gradually growing. Han Fei discovered that there seemed to be an additional line he wasn't familiar with in any long-distance teleportation array. These lines were not difficult. However, if you wanted to learn them well, you had to understand their significance. Han Fei closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. The contents of the ocean book and the spirit-gathering scripture quickly flashed through his mind. Soon, Han Fei discovered that there were similar array patterns in the space array in the spirit-gathering scripture. And in the ocean book, there were even chapters specifically about teleportation arrays. Among them, there was a chapter that talked about the array patterns of complicated spaces. Oh, I can have a try. Teleportation arrays were originally space teleportation arrays. By connecting one place to another, producing a special vibration frequency, they could create a short connection channel. Making this kind of long-distance teleportation array was actually just looking for the vibration frequency of a place he was familiar with. When Han Fei came, he had left a mark on the spot. He had even left a mark in the Marshal's mansion. Han Fei used his finger as a pen and drew more than 50 arrays in a row. Among them, there were 10 spirit-gathering arrays to replenish spiritual energy. But Han Fei found it not enough. He threw out a bunch of ultra-quality demonic stones and then drew a complicated remote teleportation array. Jing'er said in surprise, "It's different from when we came." "Did you create it yourself? Will we be directly teleported to the Origin Sea?" Han Fei smiled. "Don't worry. I'm quite accomplished in arrays. I just wanted to confirm what I thought, so I created a new array." Buzz. When Han Fei and Jing'er walked through the teleportation array, they saw a lot of things. The strong wind had become calm. Han Fei immediately looked at Jing'er. "Is it the 10,000 Demon Valley here?" Jing'er looked at the void as if she had seen through layers of puzzles. Then she looked at Han Fei with a weird look. "The deviation may be a bit large. This place is more than 200,000 kilometers away from the 10,000 Demon Valley." Han Fei's face turned black, and he explained, "Sometimes, the deviation is a bit big. This is normal. After all, our teleportation distance is as long as 4 million kilometers." Jing'er chuckled. "Got it. The arrays in our Waterwood world were all drawn by Venerable Bat. In terms of arrays, Venerable Bat can be said to be the strongest in Waterwood world, but the distance he can reach is only more than 2 million kilometers. It seems that you are not bad. However, you array masters are actually not very useful. The Queen once said that once you become a king, the distance of 1 million kilometers can be covered in a flash. In terms of speed, it is much faster than arrays." Han Fei's lips curled. "That's because you haven't seen a king-level array master's array at all." As he talked, Han Fei drew another teleportation array with his finger. This time, Han Fei was accurately teleported to his mark, but was about 230,000 kilometers away from just now, which made Jing'er laugh at him. Han Fei said with a dark look, "Wait for me for a day." After that, Han Fei quietly crept into the 10,000 Demon Valley again. The old turtle said in surprise, "The Conch King has already known of your existence. Although you haven't revealed your identity, he's not stupid. You've already scouted the Sage Realm. I'm afraid he will immediately make preparations." Han Fei's eyes flickered. If he has the ability, he can come over by himself. If he can't come over, then he can only transmit information through the Sage Realm or that crack. Hey, no matter where he passes the information, the 10,000 Demon Valley is now lacking in combat power. The old turtle hummed. "Are you stupid? Do you think 50,000 sea demons are too few? You've just asked so many people to return to their hometown, and now all the hidden fissures on the Scattered Stars Island can add up to 20,000? Han Fei sneered. "No, you can't judge the result of a battle solely by the number of people. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and an idiot?" On the 5th day after Han Fei left the Scattered Stars Island, Shueishenqi came to Han Fei every day and stayed for a whole day, doing this every day. The new and old commanders met every day, which made people wonder if their Was something fishy going on? Even the guards of the mansion felt that the two commanders must be plotting something big. Shueishenqi was sitting in front of the extremely familiar table as usual, holding a pen and checking the various plans on the island. At this moment, the information in his hand said that the 36 towns were already in a great uproar. A massive number of people who learned the news all wanted to come to the Scattered Stars Island to take a look. Among them, most of the visitors were teachers and students from the major academies in the 36 towns. 2 days ago, it was said that in just one day, more than 500,000 people had applied to come to take a look. Shueishenqi scolded Meng Liang hard. 500,000 ordinary people coming to the Scattered Stars Island? Were they out of their minds? Later, Shueishenqi allowed a batch of them to come over, and the first batch would be 50,000 people. They would be organized into an independent army, called the Backup Army. Besides, Shueishenqi also ordered that there were only 2 types of people who could come to the Scattered Stars Island. The first was teachers, village leaders, presidents of academies, and leaders of major groups. The other was those who were capable of fighting. Although theoretically, the backup army couldn't be assigned to a regular army, these people couldn't be without discipline. Otherwise, if anything happened, they would simply die. Today was the day when the first batch of backup army came to watch. Shueishenqi felt that he could take a look. Suddenly, Shueishenqi's eyes narrowed, and he reached out to grab at the void. However, at the critical moment, Shueishenqi stopped because he knew who had come. When the figure appeared, Shueishenqi frowned. Why the rush? Does anything big happen? The person who came was naturally Han Fei. Han Fei shouted in a low voice. Mr. Shui, today, right now, at this moment, let the star turtle become a venerable. Shueishenqi paused for a full 10 seconds. He just looked at Han Fei quietly. Seeing that Han Fei's eyes were unusually firm, he frowned even harder. Why? Han Fei. Blood Demon Valley, 3 million inferior manfish, 3 venerables, with intermediate venerables as the strongest, 38 Dao Seekers, 280 sea spirits. 10,000 Demon Valley, 100,000 half-mermen, 6 venerables, 1 peak. Level, 2 advanced, 2 intermediate, 1 junior. 623 sea spirits, 50,000 sea demon realms. Han Fei added, in addition, there are also an advanced venerable and a junior venerable who may return at any time. There are a total of 11 venerables. Shueishenqi's pupils were suddenly constricted. 100,000 half-mermen and 50,000 sea demon realms? Shueishenqi was not stupid. He certainly wouldn't think that Han Fei was joking. He just looked at Han Fei quietly and waited for him to continue. Han Fei said, the sea demons have a sage realm that can exchange the sea demon's life and potential for strength growth. Millions of sea demons flock to it. Every day, sea demon realms increase by hundreds. Shueishenqi asked, are you sure? Han Fei said, the sea demon royal city is trying to return, but they won't be able to return for a while. The other party's king has just entered the sea establishment realm and doesn't have the ability to return yet. However, at most a month from now, the other party will have a half-king descend. Therefore, we don't have 3 months left. Shueishenqi's cold face finally showed surprise. Then, he immediately looked at Han Fei solemnly. Han Fei, you are now the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. You have to be responsible for what you say. Is this news true? Han Fei knew what this meant. It meant that they had to start a war in advance, and there was no time for them to waste. Han Fei nodded heavily. He had been in office for too short a time and needed Shuaishenqi's support. This time, he would initiate a war. Shuaishenqi's mind was racing. There are only 50,000 sea demon realms left in the 10,000 Demon Valley? Are they ready for a war? Han Fei said, they're still waiting. I guess they probably won't start a war until the Half-King arrives, or they want to wait for 100,000 sea demon realms to be made. But now, I'm afraid the 10,000 Demon Valley is about to take action soon. Shuaishenqi frowned. Have you been exposed? Han Fei said, in the sea demon's sage realm, the king's projection descended, and the traces of my investigation were exposed. Although I killed him in the end, I'm afraid the news that they were investigated has already been sent back. Shuaishenqi was shocked to hear the projection of a king. He thought to himself, does the other party really have a king? But when he heard that the king's projection had been killed by Han Fei, Shuaishenqi couldn't have felt more shocked. Now, he suspected that Han Fei was bragging. However, he also knew that as the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei would not lie. The king's projection was just a projection. No matter how powerful Han Fei was, it was impossible for him to kill a king. And there had never been a king in the Yin-Yang world. If there really was, the Scattered Stars Island would have long been gone. As long as the king wasn't dead, Han Fei's traces would be exposed. How could the other party not be prepared? Hiss. Shuaishenqi couldn't help taking a breath. How much time did you use to come back? 1 day. Shuaishenqi asked, how are we going to fight? Han Fei smiled. It's time for the Star Turtle to make a breakthrough. He's on our side, isn't he? Shuaishenqi nodded. He is, as long as we can protect him. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Wang Jia, He Mingtang, the old village leader, and Li Gang had the opportunity to come to a place like the Scattered Stars Island because of their relationship with Han Fei. When they heard that the Scattered Stars Island was actually a battlefield of humans and sea demons, they were really frightened. The old village leader had long known that the unknown place was not a good place to come, and even strong masters might die at any time here. However, he didn't expect that the unknown place was a man-eating place, a battlefield of humans and sea demons. Wang Jia and He Mingtang only knew about the unknown place from the old village leader. They never dreamed that they would have a chance to come to the unknown place today. When they arrived here from the teleportation array of the Wind Thunder Town, they gasped because they saw a super big fish more than 300 meters long flying in the sky. Hiss. A ferocious beast. Son of AB *TCH, what a big fish. While everybody exclaimed, Wang Jia and He Mingtang supported the old village leader on both sides, their hearts pounding hard. Gulp. Wang Jia remarked, is this the unknown place? He Mingtang also sighed. So, Xiaoyu and the others came to this place? The old village leader took a few breaths. Don't panic, don't panic. Don't look like you haven't seen the world. Remember, the commander is your student. Don't lose face. Wang Jia said, yes, yes. The village leader is right. The village leader said, now that we're here, we have to take a good look at this place and see what it's like. When we go back, we can tell the villagers about this place. Li Gang was already dumbfounded. So, leader has been fighting here all this time? The first batch of people who came to visit were all people who had some influence in the 36 towns, but weren't very strong. Han Fei counted on these people to go back to tell people about the scattered Stars Island. Therefore, there were no special people among them. A hidden fisher spread his wings in the sky, stroked the cloud whale, and was about to feed it a big crab. Xiaoyun, there are a lot of people this time. Be bigger so that you can carry more people. The cloud whale's body was growing at a visible speed. However, when the cloud whale reached 600 meters in length, it stopped growing. Maintaining its size required spiritual energy and energy. Even so, it still caused cries of shock. Someone exclaimed, "Whose spiritual beast is this? It's so big. I'm afraid it can swallow countless people in one bite, right?" Someone scolded him jokingly, "Anyway, you and I are too small to fill its teeth slit." A hidden fisher stood proudly in the air and shouted at the countless people. "Everyone, line up in order and wait for the cloud whale to pick you up. In order to avoid congestion, we'll send 10,000 people over at once." The village leader and the others were the first batch of people to arrive. At this moment, they were sitting in the front. The village leader said, "Remember to be careful about what you say when you get there. Don't mention Han Fei's name randomly. He is now the supreme commander. His identity and status are already different." The old village leader spoke in a low voice, but how could the powerhouses not hear him? At this moment, they looked at each other in bewilderment. This old man, a great fishing master, knew Marshal Han? Wang Jia was intrigued to see that the old village leader didn't speak telepathically. He nodded quickly. "Yes, of course. I didn't expect that brat to have such great potential. Has he forgotten me?" Li Gang knew that the village leader said that on purpose. Everyone said that the unknown place was too dangerous, and so many people had come this time. Han Fei couldn't take care of them personally. He might not even know that they had come. Therefore, the old village leader purposely said that so that those people would pay more attention to them and ensure their safety. Sure enough, as the saying went, old Ginger was hotter than new. Li Gang immediately mimicked him. "Leader, do you think our leader is still our leader now that he has become the supreme commander?" The village leader tilted his head, frowned, glanced at Li Gang, and shouted in a low voice, "Shut up. I told you not to mention his name. Didn't you hear me?" Li Gang quickly said, "Yes, the village leader is right." On the other side, He Mingtang looked solemn. "I wonder, how is Xiaoyu?" The village leader said, "Don't worry. There is danger, but there must be opportunities too. Xiaoyu's growth experience is extraordinary. Didn't she ask someone to bring you a message a few days ago?" 2 hours later, most of the visitors from the 36 towns had arrived. In the sky, the flying fishing boats were not new. However, many people deliberately walked in the air, attracting their attention. Someone was stunned. "Why do I feel that everyone can fly here?" Someone swallowed. "This is the unknown place, the front-line battlefield of human beings. 50,000 people was too many, so it was impossible for the scattered stars island to arrange a large number of people to be tour guides for them. Since Meng Liang was assigned the task, he naturally took it over. The inspection team of the island had sent 100 elites, which meant that they were all hidden fishers, which could not only show the strength of the Unknown place, but also make it convenient for them to lead the teams. Swish. 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 100 hidden fishers spread their wings and rose to the sky. This scene stunned all the tourists. Wang Jia asked, "Leader, we've never seen so many angels in our life, have we?" Li Gang was a little excited. Ever since he knew Han Fei's current status, he couldn't sleep. The Black River Chamber of Commerce was wiped out in the first place, and the remaining 100-odd members of the fish dragons were all in high spirits. After the return of the strong masters from the unknown place, countless former members of the fish dragons asked to return. However, Li Gang didn't agree and shouted, "Those who quit will never be allowed to return." Later, when a strong master from the unknown place asked to join the fish dragons, Li Gang was overjoyed. No matter what their purpose was, the fish dragons had already reached a higher level. Fortunately, he insisted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a chance to regret it. On this big river, more than 50,000 people were gathered. It was quite a scene. On both sides of the river, many people stopped to watch. 100 hidden fishers stood in a formation in the sky. Meng Liang stood at the forefront, his face cold. A lot of strong masters from the unknown place returned a few days ago, which shocked everybody in the 36 towns. Meng Liang shouted, "Everyone, you are all famous figures from the 36 towns. This is the unknown place that has been passed on in your stories. This is the battlefield of human beings and sea demons. Here, people die every day. And they are protecting the billions of human beings in the 36 towns." Someone suddenly said, "Senior, what is the unknown place like?" Meng Liang frowned. "I didn't ask you to speak, so shut up. What's the unknown place like? I'll arrange for someone to lead you around and explain it to you. Listen more and see more. If you have any questions, ask your guide. You can travel the island for 3 days. In 3 days, leave the island." As an explorer, Meng Liang was as arrogant as he should be. On the scattered Stars Island and in the army, being nice was not a merit. The person who asked the question just now blushed and didn't dare to speak again. Swish swish swish. One hidden fisher after another flew close and shouted, 500 people in a team, split up. Hurry up. Wang Jia and the others walked together and followed the crowd. Who knew which group they were assigned to? Each of the tour guides was a powerhouse. However, Meng Liang was still dividing the crowd into teams and arranging guides when suddenly, a huge curtain appeared in the sky. Han Fei craned his head out. "Attention, attention. It's leader. It's Han Fei." Li Gang and Wang Jia shouted, only to be stopped by the village leader. "Shut up, he is doing something serious." Meng Liang glanced at them and immediately looked at the sky again. Han Fei said solemnly, "Attention, everyone, the scattered stars island will immediately enter the highest state of combat. Everyone, return to your position." Buzz. Swish. 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 Swish swish swish. For a moment, fishing boats filled the sky, and countless people in the city flew in the sky. Those who were watching the fun immediately disappeared. Someone flashed his wings and stepped on the void, turning into a stream of light in the sky and disappearing. In front of the 50,000-strong tourists of the 36 towns, almost in the blink of an eye, people were shuttling in the sky, and no one could be seen at all. Except for all kinds of flashing lights. Meng Liang's face changed drastically. F***ck, why did something have to happen at such a critical moment? The Trans-Island inspectors were busy. Meng Liang shouted, everyone, return to your position. Leave this to me. Swish. 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 As soon as Meng Liang gave the order, the 100 hidden fishers disappeared. With swishes, and the remaining 50,000 people were in a panic. Meng Liang roared, be quiet. In the sky, Han Fei said solemnly, attention, everyone. I have to tell you one thing today. There is a corpse of a king, suppressed on the scattered stars island. Now, the creature who suppresses the seal is about to enter the venerable realm, and the corpse of the king is about to appear. When the time comes, sea demons will definitely attack the island. In this battle, you should just guard the shores of the scattered stars island well as usual. The strong masters will be stopped by me and the other venerables. Han Fei continued, the king's corpse can produce countless amounts of spirit awakening fluid, so humans have been able to live for thousands of years. This king's corpse has made great contributions. Once it's obtained by sea monsters, the consequences will be disastrous. It's very likely that we humans will be in danger. At this moment, except for those who were hurriedly returning to the team, everyone looked up at the sky and listened to what Han Fei said in shock. Han Fei didn't dare to slack off and said firmly as before, to be honest, I don't want to tell you. However, in a corner that you can't see, war smoke is rising. Now, I need you to bravely face the enemy together. If we win, we humans will enjoy peace for hundreds of years. If we lose, we must fight to the last man. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. War was a common thing on the scattered stars island. Even on a full-scale battlefield, things like all sea demons attacking the island had happened more than once in recent years. Therefore, the million soldiers on the scattered stars island were already used to fighting. If they had to fight, they would fight. If they died in battle, they would just accept their fate. If they didn't die, they would get a large number of resources to cultivate in seclusion. For most people, as long as they had enough resources, they were completely capable of making progress. However, today Han Fei told a fact that they had never heard of. There was a king's corpse on the scattered stars island? A king's corpse could give birth to spirit awakening fluid? In other words, the king's corpse was a treasure that had raised humans for countless years. With this in mind, many people immediately understood why the sea demons came to attack the island and snatch the spirit awakening fluid. It was all for the corpse of the king. When Han Fei issued this order to the entire island, the venerables of the big clans and the 7 major sects were all shocked. Han Fei had said it so blatantly? But on second thought, even if Han Fei didn't say it, the star turtle couldn't hold on much longer. It would only be a few months before the million soldiers on the scattered stars island learned of it. This didn't surprise them. What shocked them was that Han Fei said that the star turtle was about to become a venerable. This was completely beyond their expectations. It was too sudden and no one was prepared. The venerables of the big clans still thought that there should be a few months left. After all, there was still no news from the Empyrean waterfall. Mu Tianfeng and the others from the 7 major sects all gasped. Once the star turtle made a breakthrough, it meant that the competition would begin. Jian Sanqing said, everyone, let's face the enemy first. It's not yet certain. Who can get the king's corpse? The big clans dare not take it lightly. Otherwise, not only Han Fei wants to kill them, but we also won't let them off. Therefore, let's face the enemy first. The Fire Moon Fairy agreed. I second that. The most likely result is that we can split some. But if we can exclude the big clans, we can naturally split more. Patriarch Six Swords said, I'm not worried about the king's corpse. I think that although Han Fei has a good relationship with the 7 major sects, it's only relative. Han Fei has never asked for our opinion on many matters on the Scattered Stars Island. Elder Bingyun said indifferently, we know that he is the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Once he takes this position, what he sees is not the gains and losses of one person or two people, but the entire human race. I think we should win this battle first. If the big clans really take action, the consequences are definitely not something that one or two big clans can bear. While the powerhouses of the 7 major sects were gathered and discussing, the people of the big clans were also gathered. Whether it was the big clans or the 7 major sects, they were considered outsiders on the Scattered Stars Island. If the Supreme Commander didn't ask, they wouldn't take any action. At this moment, Chu Qing and the others looked awful. Something must have happened that we don't know about. According to our patriarch, there are at least 3 months before the star turtle shows up. But now, this is so far in advance. It's impossible that nothing happened. Ye Kai asked, have you noticed that everything has been messed up since Han Fei took over the Scattered Stars Island? He has only been back for a few days, but 2 big battles have already broken out, and then he mobilized the 36 towns. What is his purpose? Yang Kuan said, Humph, I don't think he has any purpose except to show off in front of the million people. The Venerables really wanted to roll their eyes at Yang Kuan. The Yang family. People just didn't use their brains. Was there something wrong with Han Fei's head? How was it possible that he was just trying to show off in front of everyone? Zhang Jihua looked solemn. It's too sudden. The strong masters in our clans are probably not prepared, because all this is not in their plan. Whether Han Guanshu will appear, whether Patriarch Thug and Ren Tianfei will appear, whether the faceless people of the Thug Academy will appear, and whether they will take the opportunity to attack Thousand Star City again, we don't know. When Zhang Jihua said this, everyone's expression turned ugly. But if their clans didn't send real strong masters over, they might not be able to handle this. Even including Chao Shuang, there were only 6 venerables from big clans. The 7 major sects had 4 venerables. Shueishenqi was already on Han Fei's side, so there were 6 venerables on Han Fei's side, including Han Fei himself. It was already 6 on 6. Even if they were to fight each other, it would be difficult to decide who would win and who would lose. The main reason was that Han Fei was too strong. Chu Qing said, we'd better wait a little longer. Our clans won't give up this opportunity. If we can't beat them and get the remains of the king, there must still be someone scheming in the unknown corner behind us. While the million soldiers and powerhouses were shocked and worried, Han Fei and Shueishenqi had just come to the Empyrean waterfall. Suddenly, a voice appeared on Han Fei's waist tag. Marshal Han, the entire island is preparing for war. What about the sightseeing group from the 36 towns? Huh? Han Fei scanned with his perception and immediately saw the more than 50,000 tourists. At this moment, they were looking up at the sky in shock. Han Fei immediately noticed the four of the village leader. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Who let them in? Among these people, the strongest one was the village leader, who was only a peak-level great fishing master. What are you doing here? But then he remembered that the village leader and Wang Jia were quite intimidating. Even He Mingtang was the deputy president of the Central Primary School of the Heavenly Water Village, and Li Gang was the deputy leader of the Fish Dragons. Only these people could really spread the information of the scattered stars island to the public, which was trustworthy enough for many people. Buzz. Just when the 50,000 tourists were shivering, 100 meters away, next to Meng Liang, a phantom head suddenly appeared. It was Han Fei. Hiss. Everybody gasped hard. What was going on? Why didn't this head appear out of nowhere? Li Gang exclaimed, Leader, leader. I'm a gang. Han Fei was speechless. Why does this guy so stupid? Does he not know who I am? How will others see me if they hear you call me that? Han Fei shouted in a low voice, Shut up. Hearing his order, Li Gang immediately shut his mouth, and Han Fei said leisurely, the sightseeing group, take a rest on the spot. When this battle ends, the sightseeing group can continue the sightseeing. Meng Liang quickly asked, Marshal Han, what about me? Han Fei said, return to your position. The Trans-Island inspectors are on a heavy mission. They can't go without you. Meng Liang was secretly relieved. What about them? Pfft. The void was torn apart, and a pendulum passed through the void. The strength of an explorer made Meng Liang's heart skip a beat. He had been on the Scattered Stars Island for so long, but he had never seen such a creature, nor had he ever seen anyone's spiritual beast so powerful. Therefore, this must be Han Fei's work. Han Fei said, I'll take care of the safety of these people. Earth 9, guard these people and don't leave without my order. Earth 9, yes, master. From beginning to end, Han Fei ignored them except for a yell. At this moment, many people were shocked by Earth 9 drilling through the void, wondering why this strange fish was so much stronger than them. The village leader tugged at Li Gang's arm and said, Don't act like you haven't seen the world. Can't you see a big war is coming? Behave yourself. Wang Jia also looked at Li Gang. The village leader is right. Why are you yelling? Don't disturb Han Fei at such a critical moment. The Empyrean waterfall. Many people were still watching from a distance. Jiuyin was only a kilometer away from Han Fei and was standing at the gate of his courtyard. Han Fei turned his head and said, Everybody from the Empyrean waterfall, go to the central city and gather in front of the marshal's mansion. Many people were puzzled. Logically speaking, they should go to the periphery battlefield to help with the battle, but Han Fei asked them to go to the central city. Would they have a secret mission? Jiuyin said, live on. Han Fei's lips curled. Who can kill me? When the fishing boats took off one after another, the star turtle finally said, I'm ready. I can hold on for another 3 months. But if I become a venerable now, the earth will shake and all the sea demons will notice me. Han Fei looked at Xue Shenqi. Mr. Xue, leave the Scattered Stars Island to me. I'll leave the rest to you. Xue Shenqi said expressionlessly, okay. When Xue Shenqi tore through the void and left, Han Fei took a deep breath and immediately shouted, "Big clans, 7 sects, venerables, and explorers. Listen to my command. This is war. If anyone doesn't take my order, I'll punish him with military law and he'll become an enemy of 1,000,000 people, so don't make mistakes." While Han Fei was speaking to these people, under a certain street on the Scattered Stars Island, a pure black shadow drilled out of the ground, flew across the sky, and followed the distant and lonely crying sound in the sky. Away in the blink of an eye. After half an hour, Han Fei perceived that there was almost no one in the 4 outer cities. Only when everyone was on their post did Han Fei heave a sigh of relief. Huff. Senior Star Turtle, you can make a breakthrough now. Hum. Crack. 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 At that moment, the earth was shaking on the Scattered Stars Island, the Empyrean waterfall was flowing in reverse, and the 1,000-meter-tall mountains were cracking. In the middle of the sky, Dowrunes appeared, and rays of light floated thousands of kilometers away. Seeing this, the millions of people on the Scattered Stars Island who were nervously preparing for battle were excited. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. The Star Turtle finally made a breakthrough. Above the Empyrean waterfall, Dowrunes descended and rays of light enshrouded the sky. However, there was only one person standing under the Empyrean waterfall, and that was Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei said casually, "Take your time. There's no rush." The Star Turtle, on the other hand, couldn't be more nervous. It said to Han Fei telepathically, "Guard me. Once I become a venerable, I'll be extremely strong." Han Fei nodded. "In my territory, no one can touch you." The Star Turtle believed in Shueishenqi and Han Fei. It could be said that the Star Turtle believed in every supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Over the years, the Star Turtle had long discovered that those who could be supreme commanders were very sophisticated and knew the consequences of their actions. At this moment, spiritual energy soared into the sky, and rays of light shot out. It was the first time Han Fei had seen someone becoming a venerable. Except for a few people on the Scattered Stars Island, no one knew what it was like when someone became a venerable. Han Fei announced to the entire Scattered Stars Island, "My fellow soldiers. The Scattered Stars Island has fought for countless years, and countless heroes have been buried here, far away from their homeland. This battle may last 1 day, 2 days, or even 3 days. However, please believe me, this battle will be one of the most exciting battles in the history of the Scattered Stars Island. It has never happened even in the last 10,000 years. Everyone. We are creating this era and bringing mankind to glory. Roar. 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 Son of AB *TCH, let's fight it out. I'm a little nervous. Is Marshal Han going to fight an epic battle? Can we do it?" Some people were shocked, hoping that fewer people would die this time. Marshal Han. We are willing to create a golden age for mankind. Although they hadn't seen the enemy, everyone knew that a storm was coming. It seemed that the enemy would arrive in an instant. They were all people who were used to seeing death. When they heard Han Fei's ambition, for some reason, they felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that Han Fei was just doing something that they had never dared or could do before. He was going to fight a final battle against the 10,000. Demon Valley. Who cared? Today, they would be on a killing spree. The village leader, Wang Jia, and the others were horrified to see Han Fei. How many years had it been? The poor boy who suddenly rose to fame had reached such a point? This was already beyond their understanding. The other members of the sightseeing group breathed heavily and were in an uproar. Someone was excited. A great battle. We've caught up to a great opportunity. And encountered a great battle. Someone was worried. Will we be in danger? Someone said, how are we in danger? Don't you see that the people who should be fighting have all left? Besides, with our strength, what combat power can we have? The enemy won't pay any attention to us. The moment the star turtle made the breakthrough, a great venerable of the 10,000 Demon Valley stood up and said, the king is right. The scattered Stars Island has made a move. I didn't expect them to be so quick. Immediately, the Sea Demon Venerable's voice resounded throughout the void. All soldiers, attack the scattered Stars Island. This battle will put an end to this protracted war. Stargate Array, open. The 10,000 Demon Valley seemed to have already received the news that the secret of the Sage Realm had been cracked. The Black Evil Conch King personally ordered that within 3 days, if the scattered Stars Island moved abnormally, all soldiers would attack. 3 days later, if the humans had no movement, all soldiers would still attack. At this time, it had only been a day since the Black Evil Conch King issued the decree, but the scattered Stars Island had already made a big move. The 10,000 Demon Valley couldn't wait any longer. Now, they had to take action. If they didn't, the king's corpse would be gone. Therefore, they had to take action quickly. Above the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Blood Demon Valley, 2 purple spirals suddenly rose, illuminating the void. Woo-woo. In the spirals, a strange horn sounded. Immediately afterward, several stars fell. However, before the starlight fell to the ground, huge portals that were enveloped by aurora appeared at the bottom of the sea one after another. Yes, this time it was no longer just teleportation arrays, but gate-shaped passages. In the Blood Demon Valley, a venerable shouted, array in order. Strong. Masters, lead your teams to charge and board the island. If anyone escapes or flinches, kill him. Another venerable smiled. Shall we leave no one? The Herald Venerable chuckled. No. This is a full-force battle. Our king is furious that someone destroyed the Sage Realm. He will definitely send Grand Venerable Qing Lu here at all costs. However, we can't wait any longer. The Scattered Stars Island has already begun to take action. We have to go now. A venerable asked, Grand Venerable Chao Xian, what about the Sage Realm? Lord Mo Lin has returned. Yinggu alone can't set up such a long teleportation array. Chao Xian didn't care at all. It doesn't matter. Under the perception of our king, who can cause trouble? The 50,000 sea demon realms of the 10,000 Demon Valley are enough to crush those humans on the Scattered Stars Island. Woo! Woo! The howls were deafening. The sea demon army that was as dense as water locusts charged at the gates. That spiraled down. On the Scattered Stars Island, the glow was getting more and more intense. Perhaps because the old turtle had been suppressing the Empyrean waterfall for too long, his accumulation was unbelievably rich. After only a moment, in a radius of 3,000 kilometers, light flashed in the sky, and the aura of Dao runes descended. The weather changed and Dao runes covered the entire island. Like a drizzle. They fell on people, feeling extremely gentle. On the coastal area, someone sighed. Is this house like to be a venerable? Venerable. What kind of powerhouse is that? Someone sighed. In fact, it's just that we don't have time. Most of the time, we're stuck on the Scattered Stars Island. If there weren't the 10,000 Demon Valley and the sea demons, we might have been able to travel the seas freely and grow up quickly. Someone laughed. Don't think so much. Let's win this battle first. Someone said, it's almost been half an hour, but we haven't even seen any sea demons. Will the sea demons really come? I think even if they come, so what? Maybe the powerhouse has already made a breakthrough. Someone sneered. What do you know? Marshal Han said that there were already wars in places we couldn't see. Don't you understand? Stay vigilant. While countless people were discussing the breakthrough of the star turtle on the Scattered Stars Island, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky. The leaders of the explorers of the major organizations roared, "Everybody! Prepare to fight the enemy." Someone experienced took a deep breath. It's a Stargate. The 10,000 Demon Valley opened a Stargate teleportation array. This unprecedented war only appeared 1800 years ago. The experienced explorers were all shocked and tense. Who would have thought that this shocking battle would break out just because the Star Turtle made a breakthrough? Ordinary people had never seen a Stargate teleportation array before. They all exclaimed in shock. All the commanders, captains, and team leaders shouted, "Have you prepared the resources? You didn't use all the resources that Marshal Han gave you, did you? Remember, if the battle starts, use all the resources. Don't save any. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will die." Someone shouted, "Brothers, this battle has never happened before. We have to win. Think about your family in the 1,000-star city or the 36 towns. This battle is for the sake of the billions of human beings and your family and friends." In fact, the frequency of battles on the Scattered Stars Island these past few years had told them that there might be abnormally big battles. Maybe this unprecedented war was one of them. Almost everyone on the defensive lines of the Scattered Stars Island breathed heavily. As they roared, they saw a massive number of sea demons surging out of the Stargate teleportation array. The inferior manfish and red demons came at them like a tide. A sea demon half-merman came out and walked around the battlefield. After a moment, hundreds of thousands of sea demons appeared. At this moment, Han Fei was also watching this scene. He frowned. This teleportation array seems to be very high level. He had never seen such a teleportation array. The sea demons actually made a space into a gate and connected the two sides? The teleportation array is so stable. Han Fei waved his hand, and the sky-hanging mirror in his hand shone around the island like playing a movie. The tour groups of the 36 towns were all stunned and exclaimed, "What is that? What are those things?" "It's sea demons. They must be sea demons. How many sea demons are there? And they are of different colors. How can there be some who look so similar to humans?" Almost spontaneously, on the coastal battlefield of the Scattered Stars Island, almost everyone trembled. Was it anger, excitement, or struggle? At this moment, everyone held their weapons, craned their necks, and roared, "Kill!" The captains all yelled, "Don't panic. Listen to my command." After only 100 seconds, a large number of sea demons had occupied the place 10 kilometers away. At that moment, waves surged Within thousands of kilometers, a large number of sea demons were summoned and began to attack the coast. This time, it was different from any other battle. In the past, most sea demons drove sea creatures to attack the coast, trying to consume humans. When the sea demons were 10 kilometers away from the coastline, the human beings' morale had reached its peak. Seeing the excited crowd, the commanders and captains roared and unleashed their spiritual energy. Kill. Brothers, this is the last time. Let's fight it out. Follow me. For the sake of the billions of human beings. Don't blow yourself up unless you have to. Someone shouted as he sprinted, don't disperse. Where the F***ck are you running to? Team up, team up. Someone shouted, fuse, fuse. Kill. Amidst the cheers, 2 torrents of iron water collided and spread out on the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. This was the first moment of impact. All kinds of explosions sounded. This unprecedented battle began. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. On the periphery of the battlefield, the craziest battle in history had already begun. Only then did Han Fei realize that as the supreme commander, to achieve his purposes, some people had to be sacrificed. It could be said that he had sacrificed them easily. However, Han Fei didn't regret it. At this time, Han Fei also realized that Xue Shenqi had been in charge of the Scattered Stars Island like this for so many years. It was probably because of this that his face was always stiff. Han Fei turned off the sky screen. It was not the time to play a movie. He did that just now, to boost the soldiers' morale. He wanted the entire island to see that this war was different from any previous one. The Empyrean Waterfall. The mountain collapsed, the waterfall flowed back, and in all directions. There seemed to be a mysterious law of the Great Tao. From the outside, it could be seen that the Empyrean Waterfall was rising. It was already more than 10 kilometers higher than before, and it was still rising rapidly. Han Fei knew that the bottom of the lake was 60 kilometers away from the ground. Every time the star turtle rose, thousands of steel cables seemed to be broken. He had been suppressing the place for too long, so long that he seemed to be sealed here. This kind of breakthrough required a huge amount of energy and spiritual energy. Fortunately, after thousands of years of accumulation, the star turtle had no shortage of things like spiritual spring and energy. Suddenly, Han Fei subconsciously pinched his fingers, knowing that something was wrong. The old turtle said, "The sea demon venerables are here." Han Fei reached out and touched the star token on his waist without moving his body at all. The show is about to start. On the Scattered Stars Island, from the Empyrean Waterfall to the Transverse Mountain, soldiers on the major defensive lines would be replaced every 4 years. And the replacement time for the Empyrean Waterfall was usually more than 10 years. Therefore, the probability of the strong masters of the Empyrean Waterfall breaking through to the Explorer realm was extremely high. With generations of replacement, would the powerhouses created by the Scattered Stars Island disappear? Of course not. Some of these people went to the Thousand Star City, and some went to the sea behind the Scattered Stars Island, which was the unknown sea area that in theory could lead to the Level 3 fishery and the 36 towns. There were also people on the Scattered Stars Island. Some were in the Transverse Mountain, some were in the central city, and some were hiding in the bustling markets of the major cities. In the years when Han Fei was in the Waterwood world, these people had been returning. Up to this day, there were a lot of these people, mostly gathered in the central city and the great array of the marshal's mansion. Shueishenqi stood in the air. At this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted to Han Fei. The people around Shueishenqi were all from the Transverse Mountain and the Empyrean Waterfall, who had just been transferred here temporarily. Although this might attract some attention, it didn't matter. No one dared to ask Shueishenqi about it, even if he had already resigned. Jiuyin Ling, He Xiaoyu, and her entire team were among them. Why? Because those who lived in the Empyrean Waterfall could no longer be regarded as ordinary people. He Xiaoyu had planned to return to the team. However, they were stopped before they left the Empyrean Waterfall. Now that they were here, they could no longer return to the team. He Xiaoyu and the others were stunned for a long time. At this moment, He Xiaoyu and the others looked at the more than 3,000 people in the array of the marshal's mansion. He Xiaoyu suddenly discovered that she and her team were the weakest. Almost everyone here was at least a peak-level hidden fisher. He Xiaoyu had reached this level, but her team hadn't arrived yet. Even so, in order to prevent any information from being leaked, they had never taken a step away from the Empyrean Waterfall. Shueishenqi's eyes were cold. There were 2,681 peak-level hidden fishers, 381 Sea Spirit Realm powerhouses, and 6 explorers here, such as Yu Shire, Ning Jingyao. Han Fei knew these people. They didn't go to the 1,000-star city back then. Then where did they go? Shueishenqi shouted in a low voice, 3 years ago, I intended to recall you. However, most people have disappeared. I tried my best, but I could only summon 3,068 of you. Today, the battle on the Scattered Stars Island is a battle that could have been foreseen many years ago. Whether I or Han Fei is the Supreme Commander, this battle must be fought. Shueishenqi's body was full of murderous aura. Since it's Han Fei who is fighting this battle, I'll leave the Scattered Stars Island to him. Now I need you to fight an undecided battle. Are you willing to follow me? We are willing. Shueishenqi said lightly, today, follow me to destroy the 10,000 demon valley. All of a sudden, a directional teleportation array was activated in the grand array of the marshal's mansion. Han Fei had been planning to launch a sneak attack on the 10,000 demon valley for more than once. However, the 10,000 demon valley was the sea demon's base, so how could he launch a sneak attack? And recently, the star turtle had become a venerable and most of the sea demons came to attack the island. This was the best time to sneak attack the 10,000 demon valley. The Empyrean Waterfall. Shua. Han Fei suddenly waved his sword and stepped in. Han Fei's voice was still echoing, everyone, now that you're already here, there's no need to hide. Then the figures of strong masters appeared in the void one after another. In the void, 9 venerables appeared uniformly. One of them said, well, I didn't expect that there was not even a single advanced venerable on the Scattered Stars Island. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, the other party has 2 advanced venerables, but no peak-level ones. Han Fei didn't panic at all. From the looks of it, the strong certainly wouldn't attack so easily. This was war. What they were fighting was not an upright battle, but peak-level combat power. Han Fei tilted his head. I am the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei. The Empyrean Waterfall is right under my feet. Come and grab it if you have the ability. How can a kid who hasn't even reached the level of a half-venerable be the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island? How dare you challenge me? I'm Mo Lin. Let's see how strong you are. Mo Lin's body flashed, and 8 reddish-brown tentacles appeared in the air, stabbing at Han Fei like arrows. Han Fei put his hands behind his back, his face full of disdain. Then an iron rod suddenly broke through the air, struck the sky, and extended out. The 8 tentacles trembled. The tentacles fused and struck out with a bang, blasting out rolling ripples. An old voice said, "Well, I haven't been out for years, and my bones are a little loose. I wonder if anyone still remembers me, Chen-sanbai." Mo Lin's expression changed slightly. "Humph. Just an advanced venerable. And unfortunately, you're already old." However, the venerables of the big clans and the 7 major sects were all shocked. Chu Qing asked, "Huh? It's him? He's still alive?" 800 years ago, as the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island, he broke into that place. I heard that he never came out. Among the 7 major sects, Jian Sanqing said in surprise, "Chen San, the one who led 300 righteous warriors into the infinite ocean." Someone even joked that he was Chen Sanbai, taunting that he led 300 people to die. On the Yinyang world side, they didn't know the wall of death and only thought that it was the infinite ocean. It was said that so far, no one had ever come out of the infinite ocean alive. But now, someone had survived, and his strength. Immediately, everyone was horrified. Had he already reached the advanced venerable realm? He didn't expect that there was such a powerhouse outside of the 1,000-star city. Han Fei smiled. He didn't expect an old man in the archive room to be so strong. Originally, he had thought that the high-level combat power on his side was no match for the other party, so he might as well let Jinger fight. As it happened, he had gathered a large number of people this time. Once Jinger attacked and swept these people away, his reputation on the Scattered Stars Island would reach an unprecedented peak. However, Shueishenqi mentioned Old Chen to Han Fei, which made Han Fei change his mind. Han Fei immediately shouted, "Where are Chu Qing, Yi Kai, Chao Shuang, and Jian Sanqing?" When these people appeared, in an instant, 4 people in the Sea Demon camp walked out. These people were all intermediate venerables, but they were still venerables. Indeed, although there was a gap in strength between venerables, it wasn't too big. Chu Qing took a deep look at Han Fei and thought to himself, "I'd like to see how Han Fei will fight this war." On the Sea Demon's side, there were a total of 4 intermediate venerables, with 1 from the Blood Demon Valley, 1 from the Crack, and 2 from the 10,000 Demon Valley. At this moment, all of them were pulled away. Immediately, there were fewer venerables around. Then, Han Fei said, "Yang Kuan, Sun Baixing, Zhang Jihua, Patriarch 6. Swords." Another 4 sea demons came out and tore the void, leaving only 1 sea demon venerable. The only sea demon venerable said, "To be honest, there are many strong masters on the Scattered Stars Island. However, I am Ziyuchuan, an advanced venerable. May I ask how the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island is going to stop me?" Han Fei looked at Ziyuchuan and shrugged slightly. "No rush. I heard that you brought a lot of great demons in the Tao-seeking realm?" Ziyuchuan grinned. "So what?" Han Fei grinned and said, "How about I give you the Empyrean waterfall and you give me the 100 Tao Seekers?" Ziyuchuan's pupils were constricted, thinking, what does Han Fei mean? Han Fei said, "This deal is very worth it." There are still 2 junior venerables on my side, and myself. You, an advanced venerable, are certainly not strong enough for me. However, if you make a move, I'm afraid it won't be too difficult for me to kill the 100 Tao Seekers. What do you think? Ziyuchuan sneered. Do you think I'll believe you? Before he finished speaking, Ziyuchuan shouted again, everybody, kill the strong masters of the Scattered Stars Island. In the void, figures appeared one after another, dispersing in all directions of the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei said, Elder Bing Yun, Fire Moon Fairy, I'll leave these explorers to you. The Fire Moon Fairy asked, what about you? Can you stop this person alone? Han Fei smiled. I have to try. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Ziyuchuan was a little stunned, watching Elder Bing Yun and the Fire Moon Fairy fly away. How could he bear it? No matter how strong a great demon in the Tao-seeking realm was, it was impossible for him to be a match for a venerable. He launched an attack and pressed the void with an ancient seal, trying to block the 2 of them. However, with a roar, the phantom of 100 beasts swept across, and Han Fei's body expanded and appeared in the way of Ziyuchuan's bombardment. Bang! Han Fei was blown 100 kilometers away, but as he stomped on the ground, he immediately came in front of Ziyuchuan. You should still have a peak level venerable, right? Why don't you leave the rest to him? Ziyuchuan's expression changed drastically. Are you playing the trick of bullying us with numbers? Han Fei shrugged. Did I? I didn't. But, are you playing the trick of bullying me with seniority? Although Han Fei was clamoring, he was extremely anxious in his heart. It was impossible for Elder Bing Yun and the Fire Moon Fairy to succeed. The 2 of them just wanted to sound them out. Han Fei knew very well that if he were the Black Evil Conch King, he would definitely change his plan. He wouldn't give him a month, no matter what. Especially when he had even been to the so-called Sage Realm. As he expected, as soon as Elder Bing Yun and the Fire Moon Fairy broke through the air, they saw the void tremble as 2 spear beams struck out, blowing the 2 of them back. Sure enough, a few more junior venerables had appeared on the 10,000 Demon Valley's side. Han Fei guessed that the 10,000 Demon Valley was also waiting. They knew that they were not strong enough to accomplish the task in one fell swoop, so they didn't take the lead to attack. Otherwise, they would have long destroyed the Scattered Stars Island. When he entered the Sage Realm, the Black Evil Conch King knew that he couldn't wait anymore. He would fight first. Winning or losing didn't matter. Anyway, they couldn't give him time. If he guessed right, these 2 junior venerables should have been sent over this day. However, Han Fei was almost certain that at this moment, the Sea Demon Royal City must still be sending people over. 10,000 Demon Valley. Shueishenqi led more than 3,000 people out of the teleportation array and quickly swept through the various routes given by Han Fei. The reason why Han Fei delayed his return for one more day was to set up arrays. However, since the 10,000 Demon Valley launched a full-scale attack on the island, it should be empty. Even if they swept across the 10,000 Demon Valley, so what? They couldn't kill many sea demons. But Han Fei would rather sacrifice Shueishenqi and more than 3,000 core combat power to have them sweep the 10,000 Demon Valley, betting on the 10,000 Demon Valley's trump card. At this moment, everyone looked at the Stargate teleportation array above the 10,000 Demon Valley and was horrified. When did these strange teleportation arrays be built? Shuaishenqi shouted, everyone, this has always been the gathering place of sea demons, the 10,000 demon valley. Now, destroy the 10,000 demon valley as much as possible. First unit, destroy these teleportation arrays. There were always traces of arrays, but Shuaishenqi led the troops to attack. Along the way, and the Stargate teleportation arrays began to collapse one after another on the Scattered Stars Island. When Ziyuchuan saw that the Stargate teleportation arrays were rapidly collapsing, he knew that the 10,000 Demon Valley had been attacked. Not only Ziyuchuan, in the void, Chao Xian was locked onto by an aura. He didn't take action because of the aura. His idea was that if he didn't move, the human powerhouses wouldn't either. As for the other venerables on the Scattered Stars Island, in terms of overall strength, they were no match for the 10,000 Demon Valley. Furthermore, on the frontline battlefield, there were 50,000 sea demon realms and nearly 2,000 sea spirit realms. This force was equally ferocious. If they broke through the human defense lines and the high-level human powerhouses were restrained, they could still win. But Chao Xian couldn't figure it out. Under such circumstances, how could Han Fei divert his attention to send people to sweep the 10,000 demon valley? Chao Xian narrowed his eyes. Could it be that he wants to snipe the teams returning from the Sage Realm? Chao Xian roared in a low voice, "My king." After Chao Xian said that, with a buzz, a terrifying super powerhouse appeared in the air. Who else could it be other than the Black Evil Conch King? Han Fei was overjoyed at the appearance of the Black Evil Conch King. He let out a long breath of relief. He knew it. If the Sage Realm belonged to the Black Evil Conch King, there were millions, or even tens of millions of conches there. As long as the Black Evil Conch King was willing, he could copy himself one after another. As long as he was willing to consume enough resources, he could send one or countless projections over. It seemed that the projection of the Black Evil Conch King was obtained by consuming a lot of corrosive blood. At this moment, a gigantic conch as high as 10,000 feet suddenly blotted out the sky. Someone exclaimed, "What kind of creature is that?" Someone was horrified. What a huge conch! Not just humans, even sea demons exclaimed. Someone took the lead to shout, "That's our king! Our king has arrived!" Roar! Our king has come! The Scattered Stars Island will be destroyed today. Human, die! For a moment, the whole front-line battlefield was in an uproar, especially the sea demons. Almost at the moment the big conch appeared, the sea demons combat power sword. The big conch said leisurely, "Oh. So you are the new supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. You escaped from death last time. Today, I'd like to see what abilities you have to escape from my palm." On the Scattered Stars Island, there were millions of creatures. Hearing that the Black Evil Conch King was calling Han Fei, many people's hearts sank. It turned out that Han Fei and this Sea Demon King had already met. And Han Fei had a narrow escape from his hands? Many people looked mournful. If Han Fei, an extremely powerful powerhouse, could only narrowly escape death, how could they fight this battle? For ordinary people, they didn't know the difference between the so-called King Realm and the Venerable Realm at all. They only knew that Han Fei failed to win and escaped. However, his words raised a storm in the ears of others. Was there really no one listening in the 9 heavens? No, this battle was so important that it was impossible for the big clans and the 7 sects not to Pay attention to it. However, these people didn't believe that a king could descend at all. Even if it was a king, at most it would be a projection or a clone. As long as he wasn't a real king, they could fight him. However, when they heard that Han Fei survived a battle with the Conch King, they were shocked. How could Han Fei grow to such a level after only a few decades? At this moment, Han Fei raised his head and looked at the sky, his voice resounding. Let me ask you, is anyone in the Thousand-Star City willing to take action to deal with this monster? The 7 major sects? The big clans? The black evil Conch King laughed ferociously. Who in the Thousand-Star City can withstand a blow from me? Human beings will be extinct in the end. Then I will take over this Inyang world. As the black evil Conch King laughed, the sound waves shook and the pressure descended. Han Fei frowned slightly. Suddenly, with a swish, a sword tide descended from the sky. In the high sky, Sword Chi suddenly soared. Han Fei looked at the small red glowing sword leisurely. Sword Master? Seeing that the star turtle in the middle of a breakthrough was shivering, Han Fei patted him casually. Don't panic. Nobody can touch you as long as I'm here. Han Fei chuckled. Thank you, Sword Master. It seems that the Thousand-Star City should indeed be rebuilt. There are so many venerables, but only one has come. How pitiful. The red sword torrents crossed the sky. All of a sudden, the sky curtain descended again, and the 10,000 feet large huge conch and the sword tide collided. Han Fei shouted, Everyone, listen to me. Today, if I am not defeated, you won't be defeated. A mere projection of a king dares to mess around on the Scattered Stars Island? I told you that unless your true body comes, I will kill you. 10,000 kilometers away, in the sky. On the cloud whale's back, a black shadow was sitting cross-legged. Who else? Could it be other than Han Fei's black mist body? Han Fei said leisurely, Cloud whale, you have been on the Scattered Stars Island for more than 800 years. Oh, no, to be precise, more than 1,800 years. Is it because you know what is under the Empyrean waterfall is also a cloud whale? I've read the history of the Scattered Stars Island. Before that battle, there were no cloud whales in the world. Woo. Hearing the cloud whale's cry, Han Fei chuckled. Don't pretend. When I went to the bottom of the Empyrean waterfall and saw the remnant body of the cloud whale, I had a doubt. This king's power of the great Tao was too weak. At that time, I didn't take it seriously. I only thought that that was because of the difference in the power of the great Tao. However, after wandering for more than 800 years on the Scattered Stars Island, your strength has never increased. How strange is that? The previous supreme commanders didn't see the corpse suppressed under the Empyrean waterfall. If they had seen it, they would definitely doubt you. The Scattered Stars Island seemed to be in great danger, but Han Fei and the cloud whale didn't seem to be nervous at all. Han Fei continued, however, I think many people will guess that the current you is very likely to be the reincarnation of that cloud whale. However, it's not that I haven't seen the reincarnation of a king. The reason why a king reincarnates is not to walk the same path, but to make a better path than before. Therefore, you can't be the reincarnation of the cloud whale. You are Tang Yen, right? After Han Fei said this, the cloud whale turned around and changed its direction. Han Fei heard a leisure voice, interesting. When did you find me? Han Fei smiled and said, when I passed through the cloud whale's demonic origin but reached the Sea of Pearls, I thought, if you are the reincarnation of the cloud whale, then there are too many things in the world of demonic origin that can help you grow, so there's no reason for you not to use them. As for why the demonic origin is directly connected to the Sea of Pearls, I'm afraid that the remnant of the cloud whale below is not a king at all. Right? Or maybe, he failed to cross the king tribulation. Tang Yen chuckled. Interesting. Why did you call me? Don't you have a trump card? If that girl really attacks, she can kill this king's projection. Right? Han Fei chuckled. With you as the guardian of the Scattered Stars Island, why? Should I use an outsider? Smack. On the Scattered Stars Island, a red longsword was shattered, and the 6 wheels rotated, cutting across the sky and the earth. The black evil conch king didn't want to wait anymore. In order to prevent the Thousand-Star City from really having a strong master attack, he directly blasted the heavenly sword master away. After a round, the figure of an old man was sent flying thousands of kilometers away, blood spurting out as he was seriously injured. At this moment, with a buzz, black and white brilliance suddenly erupted in Han Fei's eyes. Han Fei shouted, the Yingyang world has had no king for tens of thousands of years. Even if there is, it won't be a smelly conch like you. Who else would be king but me, Han Fei? Buzz. All of a sudden, Han Fei extended a huge hand and crushed the void. Ziyuchuan wanted to sit idle and watch how the black evil conch king killed the humans. But he never expected that Han Fei, who had been watched as a joke, could use the power of a half-king. Bang! In the sky, Han Fei crushed the void and killed a sea demon venerable. Seeing this, the million soldiers were all excited. Han Fei stepped out in a few steps and stood next to the black evil conch king. Everyone, watch me slaughter the king. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. A huge crack stretched across the sky. In the sky, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and a rain of blood poured down. The death of a venerable made many people tremble. At that moment, Jinger was dumbfounded. She had been ready to attack at any time. As long as Ziyuchuan took action, she was prepared to pinch him to death. Because in Jinger's judgment, even if Han Fei's strength was raised to the extreme, he was no match for Ziyuchuan. However, when Han Fei's black mist body returned just now, she knew that Han Fei had gone out. She also knew that the power Han Fei was using now was not Han Fei's own power at all. How could Ningjing not know Han Fei's capabilities? If Han Fei had the ability, he would have used the power of a half-king back in the Waterwood world. When he went to the 10,000 Demon Valley to investigate, he might have already massacred the 10,000 Demon Valley. How could he wait until now? However, where did Han Fei get this power? Not only Jinger, everyone on the Scattered Stars Island side was stunned. Han Fei opened his hand, and a large piece of the sky shattered, the void collapsed, revealing a dark void. A guy who looked very strong was squeezed to death by Han Fei, just like that? Ziyuchuan was really dead, the kind of death that even blood rebirth wouldn't work. He probably didn't understand why he died. Even Jinger didn't understand it, let alone the others. Thousand-Star City. Among the 7 major sects, there were several people who faintly sighed. Just now, Han Fei asked if anyone in the Thousand-Star City was willing to take action. However, except for the master of the heavenly sword and a few venerables who had already made up their minds to fight. The others' hearts sank. Did Han Fei just ask that question on purpose? The big clans didn't get along with Han Fei in the first place. In fact, it was not that they didn't want to fight, but they wanted to wait and force Han Fei to use his trump card. After all, none of the people from the Thug Academy had come out yet. The best case was that Han Fei could be seriously injured in this battle. That would be in their interests. In their opinion, it didn't matter how many people died in this battle. What mattered was that when the king's corpse came out, they had a chance to get it. At this moment, a voice came from the Chu sect. Don't panic. He borrowed power. However, someone else said, even if it's borrowed power, his body should be able to withstand it. Can Han Fei withstand the power of a half-king? This shows that his body and meridians have reached an extremely terrifying level. Han Fei smiled. As he said, this was a decisive battle. How could he not have any means? The reason why he went to borrow strength from Tang Yen was that Han Fei was gambling that Tang Yen knew him. Why could Tang Yen understand him? Because Tang Yen was the commander of the Scattered Stars Island 1800 years ago. According to the detailed records, during Tang Yan's term of office, the Scattered Stars Island had fought 63 battles in only 5 years. Tang Yen rose to prominence and swept across the world. Han Fei certainly knew why. The Supreme Commander wanted to get the power of will from millions of soldiers. This was why none of the subsequent Supreme Commanders of the Scattered Stars Island made a breakthrough as quickly as him. In fact, they didn't want to be as crazy as Tang Yen, crazily get the power of will at the cost of human lives. At first, Han Fei thought so. However, then Han Fei discovered another fact. In the 500 years after Tang Yen, the war between the Scattered Stars Island and Sea Demons had suddenly decreased by 80%. What did it mean? When Han Fei came to the Scattered Stars Island, there were only one large-scale battle every half year to a year, and 5 large-scale battles every 5 years. However, such a low-frequency battle couldn't cause much damage to the Sea Demons. During the period of the truce, they had plenty of time to recover. As time went by, both sides would accumulate strength. When strength was accumulated to a certain level, there would definitely be a super collision. This kind of collision was even crueler than the monthly battles during Tang Yan's term of office. For example, today, both parties had mobilized more than 20 venerables. This number was extremely rare even in the Waterwood world. How could Tang Yen, a war maniac, not know that? Besides, Tang Yen cared about human beings. Otherwise, why would he hide in the Cloud Whale's body and linger here? Also, when Han Fei deduced the void fishing technique, thunder rumbled. How could Tang Yen not know that? He was the one who asked the Cloud Whale to take him to the place of deduction he chose. In other words, while Tang Yen was secretly cultivating, he had been paying attention to the Scattered Stars Island. It was certain that Tang Yen knew more about the island than many people did. Tang Yen was both bellicose and cared about human beings. How could he leave the Scattered Stars Island alone? However, the way Tang Yen showed his care to the human race was not to participate in the battle personally, but to inject a force into the demonic origin in Han Fei's body. Han Fei felt that his body was about to explode, so he immediately chose to return. With a single blow, he killed Zi Yuchuan. Han Fei's heart trembled when he launched the attack. Did Tang Yen give him the power of demonic origin? Then was Tang Yen a human or a demon now? However, at this moment, Han Fei was not in the mood to think about it. At this moment, he was at the peak of his strength, so he should use his strongest weapon, the embroidery needle. Han Fei shouted, "Hey! Demonic conch, die!" Buzz. In the sky curtain, Han Fei and the demonic conch disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the sky curtain, Han Fei's voice was still echoing above the scattered stars island. "All of you, fight hard. If you survive this battle, I'll take you to attack into the 10,000 Demon Valley and wipe out the sea demon's lair. Kill. Kill." At that moment, the battle on the periphery of the scattered stars island had already gone crazy. Countless people kept howling and their chi and blood were soaring to the extreme. Some even made a breakthrough in battle. On the southern battlefield, Lin Wu was very shocked. As it turned out, she was a fool. She thought that senior brother had secretly taught others masters combat skills to win people's hearts, but in fact, senior brother had already reached a height that she didn't understand at all. As for the sea demons, their morale immediately dropped. Although the appearance of the black evil conch king was shocking, Han Fei's appearance was even more shocking. He killed a venerable with a slap and claimed to kill a king? More importantly, the black evil conch king didn't refute him, which made them a little scared. In the void, Han Fei and the black evil conch king had fought 10,000 kilometers away. Sizzle. The law of gravity descended, and Han Fei was struck hundreds of times in an instant. All laws forbidden in this space. Clang. 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 In the blink of an eye, Han Fei struck more than 300 times, making the black evil conch king's scalp tingle and his carapace crack. A large amount of corrosive blood flew out, and the damaged carapace was recovering at a visible speed. Heaven enlightenment divine technique. The holy light descended, and Han Fei, dripping with blood, became unscathed. In the blink of an eye. Swish swish swish. The black evil conch king gritted his teeth. Impossible. This is not your power. Han Fei cursed, "It's none of your business. You want to compete in efficiency with me? What? Do you think you can be faster than me? The black evil conch king, your power, like my projection, will be exhausted in the end. Let's see how long the scattered stars island can hold on." The black evil conch king's body was twisted, and 24 sharp spikes burst out of its body. Those spikes immediately turned into a new big conch. Han Fei was stunned. What the hell is going on? The black evil conch king said with a ferocious smile, "I'd like to see if you can split into millions of clones too." In Han Fei's body, the old turtle said, "It's just a clone technique, but their strength can't be underestimated. Each of them is equivalent to a half venerable roar." The 100-beast soul-subduing roar was used. However, as soon as the sky-shaking roar sounded, with a woo, a conch sound shook the sky, and the 100-beast shadows cracked inch by inch. The black evil conch king sneered. "Let's see how long you can hold on." Han Fei stomped, and the space was shortened. The black evil conch king, who tried to run away, couldn't even run 100 meters away. Han Fei casually threw out a mass of demonic energy, and billions of points of demonic energy instantly exploded, directly exploding the void across tens of thousands of kilometers. The pillars of light in the sky and on the ground shone for a long time. Even on the scattered stars island thousands of kilometers away, in the chaotic battlefield, everyone felt that their eyes were dazzled as if they had been blinded. Rumble. The clone of the black evil conch king didn't even have time to run before it was blown to pieces. Han Fei said disdainfully, "You think you're the only half-king here? I'm also a half-king now. How much stronger do you think you are than me?" The black evil conch king was furious. This time, he sacrificed half the sage realm in order to leave the sage realm. However, Han Fei's attack had reduced his strength by 20%. Before the terrifying power dissipated, Han Fei smiled and said, "Explode." Again. The black evil conch king's heart did a flip. F***ck, is there more? But he immediately realized that something was wrong. A drop of water had appeared on his shell at some point. Boom! The infinity water exploded. However, the power disappointed Han Fei. Although he could temporarily use the power of the half-king realm, the infinity water hadn't reached this level yet. However, Han Fei didn't care. He raised the embroidery needle again and shouted, "Come on, aren't you a king? Show me one more clone of yours." The black evil conch king snorted. "Your name is Han Fei, isn't it? You have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. But is that all you've got?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. When it came to the strong, they never lacked fighting methods. Han Fei's strength was only temporary. In terms of strength as a half-king, what he was good at seemed to be lacking. The infinity water didn't leave any traces on the black evil conch king. There wasn't even a wound. As for how much energy the black evil conch king had consumed, it was unknown. Spikes flew everywhere, and the spikes that had just turned into clones turned into dark green beams of light. Not good. Han Fei had forgotten that the black evil conch king also had the power to seal space. If he was trapped here, as long as the black evil conch king was given a little time, the consequences would be dire. Near at hand, Han Fei stepped back 100 kilometers. Immediately afterward, he activated the star teleportation technique and only then did he escape in a pillar of light. If he had been 1 second slower, the consequences would have been disastrous. Han Fei broke into a cold sweat. In his heart, the old turtle said, "Don't panic. This conch must have consumed a lot of energy. Fight him from a distance. We just need to hold him back." The entire mountain in the Empyrean waterfall had been raised by 40 kilometers. From a distance, it looked like a huge pillar that connected the sky and the sea. With the Empyrean waterfall as the center, the space within hundreds of meters was full of cracks. Here, the residences of the families had long collapsed, leaving only debris on the rising mountain. The star turtle thought to itself, "Did they all go to fight? I'm really a little panicked. He would just become a venerable. Why was a king here? When did a king exist? In the Inyang world?" At this moment, in the void, dozens of people were fighting each other. Patriarch Heavenly Sword was sent flying by the black evil conch king and was seriously injured. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the sky, looking at Chao Xian. After all, this was an old man who dared to attack a king. Although the power of that blow couldn't cut off the king's projection, it still caused some damage to the black evil conch king. At this moment, Chao Xian was restrained by a force, but it seemed that he couldn't hold it back anymore. No matter what, he wanted to fight the peak level venerable in the dark. Humph. Come out and fight me. Chao Xian couldn't wait any longer. Even the king's projection had joined the battle, but he had been restrained by an aura? What kind of power was this? His performance didn't seem right. What would the Black Conch King say? Would he blame him? However, when Chao Xian came to the aura, he heard Patriarch Heavenly Sword say, "Hey! Let me see how it feels to be at the peak level." Patriarch Heavenly Sword had already reached the peak of the advanced venerable realm and was only one step away from the peak level. This was why he dared to challenge the old monsters of the Chu family back then. Now that he had come and fought, how could he give up after being injured by a single blow from a king? Although Patriarch Heavenly Sword estimated that there would still be strong masters on the Scattered Stars Island. For example, Han Guanqiu. His son launched a great war. How could he not participate? However, Patriarch Heavenly Sword was also a smart person. Different from others, the reason why he was bold enough to fight just now was that he hadn't seen Shuoshunqi since the beginning. Where did Shuoshunqi go in such a big battle? Did the Supreme Commander who had presided over the Scattered Stars Island for 50 years just disappear into thin air? In fact, although the sea demons realized that Shuoshunqi went to the 10,000 Demon Valley, the human race was still kept in the dark by Han Fei. They didn't know where Shuoshunqi went. Patriarch Heavenly Sword was still calculating in his heart, the Thug Academy. Ren Tianfei, Han Guanqiu, none of these powers have come out. What are they doing? Watching the show? Just like just now, he was watching the show, so were the big clans. Han Guanqiu and the others were probably watching the show too. As for when they would fight, it would probably depend on the timing of the battle and the changes of situation. Since there were people watching the show, there must be people acting. At this moment, the Master of the Heavenly Sword knew that he had to fight. As for why Han Fei suddenly became stronger at this moment, no one knew for sure. However, everyone knew that Han Fei had already fought the projection of the king. What power did Han Fei borrow or use? No one knew. Seeing that a big sword appeared in the air and blocked his way, he shouted, "Get lost!" The Master of the Heavenly Sword snorted, and thousands of sword streams on his back soared into the sky like wings. The terrifying sword beams sealed the thousands of kilometers of void. A barrier of sword chi appeared. He slashed down, and the sword chi was like a huge wave in the sea, cutting down the 100-mile wave, looking terrifying. Unfortunately, the battle of the strong was too shocking. It was all in the void and ordinary people couldn't watch it. At this moment, someone sighed. It was said that there were no strong masters in the 1,000-star city. However, when there was a real battle, strong masters appeared one after another. These ordinary people didn't expect the 10,000 Demon Valley to have so many venerables, nor did they expect their side to have so many venerables. In the void, Jinger, who had been observing, had thought that this time she would definitely have to take action. However, what made her depressed was that none of the venerables participated in the battle. She couldn't help but take out garlic prawns in boredom. While eating skewers, she looked at the battlefield. Han Fei and the Black Evil Conch King were fighting fiercely. As half-kings, they fought so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see them clearly. While Jinger was paying attention, she glanced at the frontline battlefield of human beings. In her opinion, on the frontline battlefield, human beings were completely no match for the sea demons. Although the battle had only been going on for less than half an hour, the comprehensive combat power of humans was weak. Their hidden fissures were fewer, enforcers were fewer, so were explorers. But even so, in a short period of time, the two sides fought to a draw. On the human side, many people were fighting crazily, their weapons exploded, their spiritual springs exploded, and in the end, they detonated themselves. The battle was fierce. Fortunately, semi-divine weapons were popular on the island. Now, otherwise, the human side wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. On the 10,000 Demon Valley's side, most of the 50,000 sea demon realms had newly entered this realm. That was why humans could fight on par with them. While Jinger was scanning the battlefield, she suddenly saw several different figures. Huh? Are they from the Waterwood world? Jinger saw Yu Wendao. This half-venerable looked like a human but was actually from the human race on the seabed. She had seen this person once in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. At this moment, Yu Wendao was fighting 3 peak-level great demons alone and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. In fact, this wasn't a big deal. This was what a half-venerable was capable of. But she felt a little confused about the other person. It was a hunched old man. Jinger felt that this person was somewhat familiar. This person seemed to be only in the half-venerable realm, but he killed one with every step he took, and the aura around him was creepy. Pfft. A great demon in the Tao-seeking realm stumbled, and the old man extended his hand and instantly squeezed the heart of the sea demon. Then, Jinger saw that the vitality of the dead sea demon was disappearing at a visible speed. In addition, Jinger also discovered that although the peak-level combat power on the human side was not much, it was very durable. For example, she saw many law enforcers and hidden fishers, who were very ferocious in the fierce battle. The star turtle could feel it too. He was happiest to see that nobody cared about him. It was great that nobody paid attention to him. I'm so close to becoming a venerable. The Empyrean waterfall completely exploded, and rays of light radiated for thousands of kilometers as a massive amount of spiritual energy gathered. The aura on the star turtle began to rise. Becoming a venerable didn't need to transcend a tribulation, so there was no thunder and lightning. As long as the old turtle left the Empyrean waterfall, he would definitely become a venerable. At this moment, there were only 10 kilometers left. All of a sudden, just when the star turtle was about to enter the venerable level, a silver light pierced the void, and someone was holding a silver spear that illuminated the void. In the distant sky, in the cloud whale's body, there was a murmuring voice. Oh, Ingu has been released? The spear tip dazzled, accompanied by surging sound waves, which swept across the scattered stars island. I am Ingu, the head of the 10,000 Demon Valley 1800 years ago. I couldn't kill the scattered stars island before, but today I will surely destroy this place. Not good. In the void, many people looked vigilant, and the people of the 7 major sects all changed their expressions. Why is there another venerable? On the scattered stars island, on the battlefields, many people were dumbfounded. Why did this person from 1800 years ago come out? He was the leader of the 10,000 Demon Valley? He must be very strong. For a moment, many people felt their hearts skip a beat. They prayed that nothing would happen. In the air, the black evil Conch King chuckled. Do you really think that the Scattered Stars Island doesn't need to be guarded? Since this is war, I'll certainly mobilize all my forces. However, Han Fei looked at him as if looking at a fool. Well, are you an idiot? Do you really think that I don't have anyone guarding it? Also, who gave you the confidence to think that the power of the Scattered Stars Island is used up? Ingji's spear was brandished like a dragon, and its momentum had reached its peak. All the power was concentrated in one blow. The oppression of more than 1,800 years was completely unleashed at this moment, making him seem crazy. He shouted, "Die!" The star turtle was horrified. Han Fei, Shueshenqi, help! At that moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the Empyrean waterfall. At the moment when the star turtle cried for help, chuckling sounds were heard. Turtle shell seal the sky, heavenly origin barrier. Buzz. A black shadow suddenly descended and blocked the Empyrean waterfall. Then, with a puff, Inga struck with all his strength. Although his spear penetrated the black barrier, he suddenly felt that part of his strength had been eaten. In the next moment, a black shadow enveloped Inga. At that moment, silver light flashed and thousands of holes were left in the black mist. After only 3 seconds, when the black fog was completely pierced through, Inga finally appeared. However, at this moment, Inga didn't seem to be able to fight at all. He was dying of old age, and his flesh and blood essence were devoured in a flash. A humanoid old man was standing in front of Inga, absorbing his vitality, and looking extremely creepy. Jinger was stunned. Gue Sanqing? Jinger was very surprised. Gue Sanqing was the follower of the fish dragon king. Because she needed to cooperate with Han Fei, she knew this person quite well. When she taught Han Fei the near-at-hand technique, this guy was right beside him. However, Jinger never expected that this person had the ability to kill an intermediate venerable. Rumble. Another red crack appeared in the sky. Another venerables had died. Han Fei's voice echoed in the sky above the Scattered Stars Island, "Fool. I don't care about who you are. If I want you to die, you'll have to die." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Many people were stunned to see the sudden appearance of Gue Sanqing. In the Thousand-Star City, many people were horrified. It seemed that there were still many unknown strong masters around Han Fei who hadn't revealed themselves. This Gue Sanqing had been pretending to be a half-venerable and blended into the crowd. Even Jinger didn't recognize him. However, at the last moment, this B***starred crushed 3 peak Dao Seekers and directly appeared at the Empyrean waterfall. In fact, even Jinger didn't know that during the year Han Fei was wandering in the Waterwood world, he had thought of several ways to get Gue Sanqing out. For this, Han Fei and the old turtle discussed dozens of methods and tried them one by one. Finally, they had Gue Sanqing temporarily acknowledge someone as his master. Then, he used the big secret of why the fish dragon king became strong as bait to make the other party leave the White Shell Royal City. After he left the White Shell Royal City, he would be free to do whatever he wanted. After that, Gue Sanqing had been cultivating in the sea-quelling painting. Even Bai Suzhen and the others didn't know that there was an additional person in the painting. At this moment, the star turtle was the most touched. In the end, it was his clansmen who saved him. It seemed that his fellow friends from the turtle clan were the most reliable. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said solemnly, "Han Fei, I've overdrawn myself too much. It has taken me at least 100 years of vitality only The heaven enlightenment divine technique can make up for my consumption. While fighting fiercely, Han Fei said helplessly, Old Yuan, this is not the time to blackmail me. Didn't you just suck up Ingu? The old turtle said, it's different. Just like when you absorb the vitality and soul of others, I can't completely take their vitality and energy as my own unless my soul returns. Han Fei said, okay, let's talk after this battle. Han Fei's invincible fist mark blasted out, and his voice resounded throughout the world. Everyone, today, the second venerable has died. This person was the vanguard of the Sea Demon Royal City 1800 years ago, a big demon from the 10,000 Demon Valley, and has the combat power of an intermediate venerable. Today, I've killed him. Roar. Good job. As expected of Marshal Han, you're my idol. Marshal Han is the most powerful man on earth. He killed 4 venerables in a month. Damn it, Marshal Han is awesome. We should have been this fierce long ago. Let's *CK up these sea demon B** stars from the 10,000 Demon Valley. Someone laughed. Smelly fish, did you see that? Another venerable of yours died. Are you happy? In an instant, millions of soldiers' morale soared. Someone even mocked himself, I was worried just now that something big was going to happen. Haha, I underestimated you, Marshal Han. We're lucky to have you as our leader. The 36 town tour groups were full of gulping sounds. The old village leader clutched Wang Jia and He Mingtong's clothes and counted. With a shivering voice, was the one who died the legendary venerable? Wang Jia looked at the sky dumbfounded. I think so. Li Gang was so scared that he fell to the ground and murmured, Leader, you're my god. I'll see who dares to bully the fish dragons after tonight. Crack. Just when everyone was shocked that another venerables had died today, the sound of the mountain exploding resounded throughout thousands of kilometers. Roar. An old voice shook the world. Above the Empyrean waterfall, the mountain had completely collapsed, and rubble flew everywhere. A turtle shell more than 300 meters long appeared on the surface of the water. At that moment, the star turtle became a venerable and his strength soared. At this moment, if Ingve came again, the star turtle felt that he could block him. But the breakthrough wasn't over yet. The star turtle had been dormant under the Empyrean waterfall for too long and accumulated too much energy. Even if it had digested it quickly, it had only consumed less than 30% of its accumulation. The star turtle looked at Gue Sanqing. May I trouble you to guard me for a moment? Gue Sanqing simply ignored the star turtle. In fact, what he wanted to do more was to kill the star turtle and occupy the star turtle's body, which was much stronger than Gue Sanqing's. Han Fei was not in a hurry now. Regardless of whether the old turtle had combat power or not, there was one more venerable on the scattered stars island's side, and a creature like the turtle was born with strong defense power. More importantly, the star turtle was still making breakthroughs. Han Fei would feel sorry for him if he didn't become an intermediate venerable this time. The black evil conch king's face was solemn. This couldn't go on. He had thought that the scattered stars island could be easily destroyed, but he didn't expect the other party to have so many trump cards. He had used all the combat power of the 10,000 Demon Valley but failed to take them down. At that moment, the black evil conch king made up his mind. If he didn't win this time, the consequences would be disastrous. With this human's temper, he Definitely wouldn't give him another chance. The wall of death, inside the sage realm. The massive amount of conches suddenly collapsed, and a large cocoon that seemed to have existed for a long time suddenly broke apart. This was the last resort of the Black Evil Conch King. In fact, the Black Evil Conch King was well prepared, and the 10,000 Demon Valley's real strength was well hidden. The first venerable that the Black Evil Conch King sent over was Chao Xian, a peak-level venerable. It was because of this that the multiple groups of scouts Shueishenqi sent over failed to find anything. Although Shueishenqi knew that the 10,000 Demon Valley had taken action, he didn't know how big it was, so it was not easy to judge or make preparations. But when he found Han Fei's black mist body, he knew that Han Fei had known the existence of the Sage Realm, and the 10,000 Demon Valley was in danger. As early as the battle began, the Black Evil Conch King had already gathered everyone. However, he didn't think this group of people would be needed. In the eyes of the Black Evil Conch King, most people couldn't even reach the sea Demon Realm in combat power, so it was useless to send them out. However, the battle on the Scattered Stars Island was far beyond his expectations, so he had to make such an arrangement. Buzz. The Black Evil Conch King emerged from the big cocoon and stepped in front of the teleportation array. Looking at the more than 800,000 half-mermaids, he secretly enchanted them with corrosive blood. In the end, the Black Evil Conch King turned into a void shadow and shouted, "I am the Black Evil Conch King, and will lead the royal city to return. All of you are my people." The 10,000 Demon Valley has already started a war with the Scattered Stars Island. All of you, follow me to war. There was no telling if it was because these sea demons had taken corrosive blood. As soon as they heard his words, their brains heated up. Logically speaking, even if the Black Evil Conch King was a king, they wouldn't give him their lives so easily. But it wasn't the case in the Sage Realm. These half-mermaids seemed to have accepted the Black Evil Conch King and were even howling like crazy, "My king!" In the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Blood Demon Valley, there were only less than 30,000 sea demons. These sea demons added up wouldn't be able to resist many rounds of attack led by Shueishenqi. In just a moment, most of the Stargate teleportation arrays had been destroyed by Shueishenqi. The 10,000 Demon Valley was emptied, and the Blood Sea Valley was swept by Shueishenqi alone. At this moment, the others were all bombarding the territory of the 10,000 Demon Valley. Han Fei had given them a perilous task. However, up to now, except for the 30,000 useless sea demons, the 10,000 Demon Valley was empty. Even the so-called crack seal under Shueishenqi's feet was motionless, as if it had been abandoned. Suddenly, Shueishenqi's eyes narrowed as he felt the void fluctuations appear above the 10,000 Demon Valley. Shueishenqi rushed out and shouted, "Everyone, return to your position and prepare to face the enemy." Jiao Yinling, Luo Xiaobai, and the others were gathered together in boredom. Only Big Yellow was leading his sons and daughters and rampaging from one hole to another. Many people in the Empyrean waterfall knew each other. At this moment, Ning Jingyao was asking, "Xiaojiao, when can you transcend the tribulation?" Jiao Yinling said, "Soon. Han Fei asked me to refine my body before transcending the tribulation." Yui said with a smile, "Alas, I really don't know how Han Fei cultivated. When I first saw him, he was so weak. But now he has become the supreme commander." Du Jianglu said, "Be careful. We are very strong. If we were on the Scattered Stars Island, we would be among the strongest. But since we are assigned here, there must be something very dangerous that requires our presence, because ordinary people can't handle it. Granny E nodded and immediately shouted, "Big Yellow, come back." Buzz. Suddenly, space trembled, and a huge hole appeared in the sea. Then Shui Shinchi's voice suddenly sounded, "Everyone, return to your position and prepare to face the enemy." Swish swish swish. More than 3,000 people immediately rushed back. At that moment, in the sky, the hole was getting bigger and bigger, and tens of thousands of half-mermaids were rushing down. Instantly, the more than 3,000 people shouted, "Prepare to kill the enemy." Someone laughed and scolded, "Not bad, not very strong. There are very few sea spirits." Someone smiled. "There aren't many sea demon realms. Isn't it a little overkill for us to deal with these sea demons?" However, as soon as he said so, a big conch flew over from the teleportation array. "Oh. I was wondering what kind of strong masters I would face. It turns out that there are only a junior venerable and 3,000 weaklings. Han Fei, how are you going to stop me?" "Everyone?" someone exclaimed, "Son of AB *TCH, seriously?" Someone was lost for words. "A king? Han Fei asked us to stop a king? Is he out of his mind?" Shui Shinchi shouted, "It's just a projection of a king. Leave it to me." Shui Shinchi held a large pearl in his hand and jumped up, his aura soaring. He hadn't given this pearl to Han Fei because Han Fei had more trump cards than him. However, just when Shui Shinchi's strength reached the intermediate venerable realm, with a bang, a terrifying force wrapped him, and a terrifying gravity descended, directly crushing Shui Shinchi into pieces. The black evil conch king sneered. "You're just a junior venerable. How dare you challenge a half-king? Stupid." At that moment, Jiuyin Ling, He Xiaoyu, Granny Yin and the others were all dumbfounded. He Xiaoyu tugged at Jiuyin Ling's arm and said, Is this the power of a king?" The scene just now was unbelievable and shocked many people. Shui Shinchi, a venerable and the former supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, was crushed without even blocking a single blow. The black evil conch king extended his hand and pressed down. In his opinion, these people were bound to die under his suppressing pressure. He didn't need to do it a second time. However, the pressure was suddenly shattered by an invisible force, and a golden book appeared in the sky. A voice sounded leisurely, "Oh. It seems that you have a lot of projections. Why, does this one also have the power of a half-king?" The black evil conch king's pupils were constricted. This guy was so strong. Didn't they say that the Scattered Stars Island didn't have such high-level combat power? A half-king? Although this person didn't seem to be a half-king, yet, he shouldn't be much weaker. The black evil conch king's voice rumbled. "Who are you?" "Heh. My name is Han Guanqiu." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Who was Han Guanqiu? The black evil conch king didn't know. Even on the Scattered Stars Island, no one talked about Han Guanqiu. Every new sovereign brought his own courtiers. And the Scattered Stars Island soldiers were replaced even more frequently. So they usually only recognized the current supreme commander. Han Guanqiu extended his hand and a page flew out. The page turned into a big shadow and flew into the sky. Roar. Woo. The dragon roared, the conch shell shook, and a 6-layer spiral shield blocked the sky. Clang! With a loud bang, terrifying ripples swept across the entire 10,000 Demon Valley. Wherever they passed, waves, sand, reefs, and algae were shattered. Seeing that his attack was blocked by the big shield, Han Guangqiu smiled and blocked all the shock waves with invisible power. At this moment, Shuaishenqi was reborn from a mass of essence blood in the void. A massive amount of energy and spiritual energy swirled around him. In a moment, Shuaishenqi appeared in front of everyone again. Marshal! Below, everyone exclaimed. Shuaishenqi waved his hand. I'm fine. Han Guangqiu smiled. I didn't expect that a king would be born in the Black Blood Royal City. By logic, it's impossible for a king to be born in the Wall of Death. I'm afraid you didn't use the right method to become a king. The Black Evil Conch King's pupils constricted. It's been a long time since anyone mentioned the name of the Black Blood Royal City. Human, your strength is really not weak. You have reached the peak of the venerable realm. However, a half-king is a half-king. You are no match for me. Shuaishenqi asked solemnly, so what? The Black Conch King transformed into a human and two huge gongs appeared in his hands. He had a bugle horn on his head and his body looked like a battle suit. Han Guangqiu smiled. It's a little tricky, but I can handle it. Shuaishenqi didn't stand on ceremony with Han Guangqiu. Your son is about to start an unparalleled war. As his father, you have to do something. This is a war that involves countless lives. You can't flinch. Shuaishenqi shouted, everyone, follow me to snipe the enemy. The Black Evil Conch King waved its hand, and a mass of corrosive blood formed. A blood cocoon, which was rapidly taking shape. Seeing that Han Guangqiu didn't stop him, Shuaishenqi said solemnly, he is making a venerables? This is a king's means. Below, no one dared to speak. They had no say in a battle between gods. Jiu Yinling took a deep breath. She knew who Han Guangqiu was. Although they hadn't met, she had seen him in the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei's father, an existence that was powerful enough to sweep the Chu sect. Han Guangqiu, with one hand behind his back and his right hand on the golden page in front of him, said indifferently, a king against a king, a general against a general. You have an army of 800,000 soldiers. How can you bully the 3,000 soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island? At this moment, the Black Evil Conch King didn't give a damn to fair play. What he cared about was that he had been stopped. The person in front of him looked casual, but he was definitely not weak. Although he claimed that Han Guangqiu was not as strong as a half-king, it was only relative. He couldn't guarantee absolute victory. After all, he wasn't his true body at this moment. For the Black Evil Conch King, he didn't expect human beings to have so many advanced combatants. At this moment, he was a little worried. Now, the situation on the Scattered Stars Island was very dangerous. The sea demons lacked high-level combat power and failed to make a breakthrough in low-level combat power, which made him very worried. The Black Evil Conch King made a bugle sound, and the demonic sound in his mouth resounded, you want fairness? When I return with the Black Blood Royal City, I'll give you fairness. Now, I'm going to crush your Scattered Stars Island first. Buzz. More than 20 spikes on the Black Hell Conch King's body drilled through the void, forming black spirals behind him. The Stargate teleportation arrays that Shuaishenqi had broken earlier were activated again. Clatter. Hey! It's just a projection of a king. Do you think I don't exist? Han Guangxu sighed and flipped his right hand, and another golden page floated out. The page flew out and turned into a sword. The sword cut through the air and swept away the seawater, like cutting the sky in half. This casual and elegant attack stunned everyone below. He laughed and jested. While killing a king, this person was simply too strong. However, this was not the end of it. Han Guangxu quickly turned his right hand, and 3 pages were knocked into the air. A page cut through half of the sea, like a mystic light crossing the sea, separating the black evil conch king from the 800,000 half-mermaids that kept surging out. A page cut through the void. The black evil conch king was blocking Han Guangxu with his 6-layered shield armor when suddenly, the surrounding space was sunken, and they left the 10,000 Demon Valley. The last page blasted out a channel, leading straight to the Star Gate. Teleportation arrays. Shueishenqi glanced at Han Guangxu, who nodded slightly. Don't worry. The two exchanged a glance and knew what the other party meant. What Shueishenqi was worried about was that no matter how strong the 3,000 people were, they couldn't be a match for the 800,000 sea demons. Besides, among the 800,000 people, there were not only half-mermaids in the demonization realm, but also thousands of sea demons. This was certainly the work of the Black Evil Conch King. There were also some sea demons who wanted to stay in the Sage realm, too. Continue to become stronger, so they had been suppressing their realm. The strength of these sea demons was extraordinary. In this way, the 3,000 human soldiers were actually nothing. Among the 3,000 people, there were only 6 explorers. Shueishenqi felt a great pressure. Even if they were explorers, they would fight a very difficult battle this time. 800,000 enemies? Even if they stood still and let you kill, it would take a long time to kill them all, right? At this moment, Han Guangxu separated the Black Evil Conch King and the 800,000 strong army. However, before the two sides collided, countless people in the half-mermaid army suddenly went crazy. A half-merman raised his hands. For the glorious return of our king, I am willing to sacrifice my flesh and soul. Such people were everywhere. Among them, some people rapidly increased their strength after using secret methods, and some people, unable to withstand the power, exploded and died. However, their blood was gathering, and the dark green corrosive blood was gathering. In the blink of an eye, one blood-colored mermaid after another appeared. Their strength varied from the sea demon realm to the sea spirit realm. After a while, 2 half-mermen in the Tao-seeking realm appeared. It was possible to increase one's strength to the sea spirit realm with a secret method. After all, the greater the sacrifice, the better the effect. However, you directly transcended the heavenly tribulation and reached the Tao-seeking realm? This doesn't make sense. Can't the heavenly Tao perceive it? The only explanation was that these were all Black Evil Conch Kings. He was a king himself and didn't need to transcend the tribulation. Or rather, the corrosive blood had reached the Tao-seeking realm, which made the heavenly Tao ignore the rise of their power. Meow. Big Yellow panicked. Granny, can I not fight this battle? My children are here. Granny Een heaved a sigh. Han Fei probably won't send 3,000 of us to our deaths. Let's see. Just as everyone cheered for themselves, and some people decided to sacrifice themselves for justice, Jiao Ling stepped in front of them and then stood in Front of the Stargate teleportation arrays through the passage created by Han. Guanchu. Miao. Xiao Jiao. Jiaoer. Jiuyin Ling, are you crazy? He Xiaoyu's head was buzzing. Jiuyin Ling, are you prepared to die? Beside He Xiaoyu, the armorist, sighed. Although we were inexplicably involved. In this battle, we've seen a king and the wonders of the world. The manipulator wondered, doesn't Marshal Han know that Xiaojiao and Xiaoyu are at the Empyrean waterfall? Before they could chat, Jiuyin Ling casually waved her hand, and a fish skin map 5 meters long suddenly unfolded. Ka ka ka. Crack, crack, crack. In the sea, a large circular hole of 300 meters wide appeared. A directional teleportation array drawn by more than 10,000 lines appeared. Instantly. Swish. 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 At this moment, white figures suddenly appeared one after another. A poisonous knife-tongued giant toad appeared and hopped out. White bones stumbled into the battlefield. Countless deformed creatures, monsters with sea spider legs, crab bodies, and fish mouths, monsters with turtle heads, shrimp bodies, and wings, monsters with eyes all over their bodies. Someone exclaimed, F***CK, aren't these the soul eaters from the ancient battlefield? Ning Jingyao shouted in surprise, look, it's the skeleton army of the underground city. Yui was speechless. How can there be a skeleton army in the underground city? As soon as she said so, a crystal-clear skeleton, holding double knives, stood on the head of a sounding snake and flew out. The man glanced at the more than 3,000 human beings indifferently, and then threw out his double knives, leaving 2 white marks. Wherever he went, no one could resist him. With one blow, more than 100 half-mermaids were cut into pieces. Tens of thousands of bow-footed umbrella spiders rushed into the half-mermaid army like predators. Bam! Bam! Everyone was stunned. Damn, how did they get reinforcements? Looking at Jiuyin Ling, everyone immediately understood that this was definitely not brought by Jiuyin Ling. However, they couldn't figure out how. Han Fei had reached an agreement with the one in the underground city to have soul eaters on the ancient battlefield help them. The half-merman army was stunned too. What the hell are these strange creatures? The rolling meat spines, the hopping spiders, the big poisonous toad, the skeleton army with blue eyes, and a bunch of deformed creatures. Du Jianglu laughed. Haha. I was lucky enough to become a sea spirit back then and didn't have the chance to explore the underground city. Today, I've seen all these creatures. Yi Qingfeng chuckled. I can detoxify the poison of the toads. Don't worry. At this moment, the crowd shouted, kill. Someone roared, I won't flinch even if I have to fight 800,000 sea demons alone, not to mention that we have such powerful reinforcements. Now. Someone laughed. Who knows when Han Fei got in touch with the underground city? Sure enough, a man who can become the supreme commander is different. He Xiaoyu shouted, you guys, follow me, to kill the enemies. Remember, keep the formation. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The creatures on the ancient battlefield and the underground city were at least hidden fissures. Especially in the underground city, the weakest ones were at least advanced hidden fissures, and the slightly stronger ones were sea spirits. When such a large army arrived, even if the final number was less than 30,000, it was like 30,000 elite soldiers, almost unstoppable. As for the corpse that had once guarded the boneyard, he held 2 scimitars in his hand and slashed out two curved watermarks as if he were holding two long ribbons at the bottom of the sea. In the void, the black evil conch king had already split out a venerable clone, sacrificed tens of thousands of sea demons, and created dozens of Tao seekers and thousands of sea spirits. It was not that he couldn't continue to create more strong masters, but the more powerhouses he created, the more his consumption would be. At this moment, there was a big battle, and both sides had invested a lot of troops. Once the strong masters on his side were eliminated, it was very likely that the balance of victory would leave him. At this critical moment of the battle, let alone a peak-level venerable, even an additional powerhouse who had just entered the venerable realm could affect the entire battle. After all, the difference between a venerable and an explorer was too great. A venerable could easily kill more than a dozen explorers in a head-on clash. However, a dozen explorers might not be a match for a venerable even if they were all half-venerables. At this moment, the Black Evil Conch King and Han Guanshu were fighting fiercely in the depths of the void. Compared to the Black Evil Conch King, Han Guanshu had only activated his Great Tao and launched various magical attacks. An azure dragon phantom shot across the world. The sword light was so powerful that it reached the sky. There was a rumbling sound as the sound spread thousands of kilometers. Boom, boom, boom. Infinite energy spread out in all directions. The Black Evil Conch King was shocked. He stared at Han Guanshu and gritted his teeth. What you practice is the legendary Great Dream Heavenly Book. You're right. Han Guanshu shrugged. I didn't expect anyone to remember it. How powerful is it? Han Guanshu waved his hand, and the golden page turned into a 10,000-meter-long ribbon, sealing the world and setting up 7 killing arrays. The Black Evil Conch King was horrified. He had underestimated the scattered Stars Island after all. He thought that he could sweep the island with his projection. However, the result was horrifying. The other party had already prepared. However, he had no choice but to take action now. The battle had already reached this point. As long as he increased his strength a little bit more, he might win. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to a fool's dream if the Black Blood Royal City wanted to enter the Yin-Yang world again. In the Sea Demon Sage realm, the Black Evil Conch King didn't want to use up all his trump cards. After all, it hadn't been easy for him to make these preparations. He knew that in the Thousand-Star City, there should be several venerables, or even stronger ones. He knew human beings well. They were always so short-sighted and looked only at temporary benefits. As long as he could get the corpse of the king under the Empyrean waterfall. This time, he could swallow its demonic origin, king's aura, and its Tao runes. At that time, his strength would be greatly improved. Then it would only be a matter of time for him to conquer the Yin-Yang world. Bang! 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 At this moment, all the remaining big conchs in the Sage realm shattered in an instant. Amidst the boundless blood and chi, another figure of the Black Evil Conch King walked out. Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei was fighting fiercely. The battle between the strong was in a subtle balance. The people brought by the Black Evil Conch King were mostly blocked. However, on the frontline battlefield, there were still 31 explorers on the Scattered Stars Island side, including the 7 major sects and the big clans. There were only 59 people in total. As for the sea demons, there were more than 100 of them. Gue Sanqing had overdrawn his strength just now, and was standing under the Empyrean waterfall, pretending to guard the star turtle and that he still had the strength to fight. In fact, he was also recovering quickly. The star turtle was making another breakthrough at an extremely fast speed. He had a massive amount of resources to absorb crazily, but at this speed, it would take him at least half an hour to succeed. It was not the star turtle's fault. He had been accumulating spiritual energy for too long and needed time to digest it. Besides, it was obvious that the star turtle was not good at fighting. A breakthrough in battle was not suitable for him at all. For a moment, the frontline battlefield of the Scattered Stars Island was almost collapsing, even though the human beings were in full swing. 3 million sea demons, taking countless sea creatures, kept attacking the Scattered Stars Island. Among them, those in the sea spirit realm and the Tao-seeking realm were several times more than the human side. It was remarkable that this battle could last for more than 15 minutes. In the void, the Black Evil Conch King, who was fighting Han Fei, said coldly, "Han Fei, you brat, even if you can stop me, so what? The frontal battlefield of the Scattered Stars Island is about to be broken. The millions of soldiers of your human race are about to die here. How can you bear it?" Han Fei glanced at the battlefield on the Scattered Stars Island and shouted again, "Is there anyone else in the Thousand Star City who is here to help? I'll only ask you once. Do you have anyone?" The Black Evil Conch King's heart stirred. What would be the reaction of the Thousand Star City? As he expected, there should still be venerables in the Thousand Star City. However, as long as they weren't half-kings, the outcome of the battle remained to be determined. Originally, if he was given another month, he could send another half-king over. Then even if there was really a half-king in Thousand Star City, he wouldn't be afraid. Now, to prevent any accidents, he had to do it himself. The Black Evil Conch King said, "There's no need to wait. Those who can come have already come. Besides, how do you know if they will be of any use after they come? And how do you know that I don't have any trump cards left?" The Black Evil Conch King's voice resounded. He deliberately let the people of the Thousand Star City hear him. "You, Han Fei, can threaten and hint to the people in the Thousand Star City who hadn't come out, and I can also hint that I still have other trump cards." Han Fei frowned slightly. He knew that some people would not take action in the end. Even the 7 major sects didn't arrange for their students to help. This was because in their opinion, the casualty rate on the frontline battlefield was too high. Those students were their treasures. How could they send them over? The only thing that surprised Han Fei was that he perceived that on the teleportation array of the Scattered Stars Island, with a swish, several figures appeared. He looked at it and it was none other than Tango. Shit. Han Fei cursed secretly and thought to himself, "Tango, what the hell are you doing? I have 1,000,000 soldiers. I don't need you here, okay?" Mu Ling came with Tango, as well as more than 20 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. They should be Tango and Mu Ling's senior brothers and sisters. At this moment, Tango and the others controlled their fishing boats and rushed to the battlefield. Mu Ling said, "You're about to transcend the tribulation. This is not a place for us to participate at all." Tang Ji's eyes were firm. "Although I'm not strong enough now, one more person." Here, one more combat power added. "Father-in-law is here, so is the patriarch. How can we not come?" Mu Ling really wanted to say, "You blockhead? What realm are my father and the patriarch in? They came to contain the enemy, but what about you? You came to fight in the army. On the scattered stars island. In the sky above the outer city, a teleportation array suddenly opened. A man and a woman walked out of the teleportation array. The man said, Xiao Bai, you know the situation in the clan. I can only participate in the battle alone. Let's see if I can become a venerable by the way. It was none other than Luo Xiaobai and her father, Luo Tianhe. In the years since Han Fei left the Thousand-Star City, Luo Xiaobai had been cultivating hard. Her Dao seed had been born, and the Luo family's divine technique was awakened in her. In the past few years, Luo Xiaobai's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. In the entire younger generation of the Thousand-Star City, no one could compare to her except for Cao Qiu. In just 7 years, she had broken through 3 levels in a row and was already at the peak of the law enforcer realm. Luo Xiaobai said coldly, you fight yours, and I fight mine. Buzz. Before Luo Xiaobai and the others left, the void crack opened and 3 men and a woman appeared. Apart from the old man, the other 3 people stunned Luo Tianhe. The 2 men were really too handsome and the woman was gorgeous and attractive. There was even a refreshing fragrance coming from them. At the next moment, Luo Tianhe took a deep breath. The Yi family? Luo Xiaobai's eyes lit up. She tilted her head and looked at the youngest. Zhang Xuanyu. Roar. Zhang Xuanyu screamed and tried to flash out to Luo Xiaobai. However, before he left, the woman grabbed him back and said, Zhang Xuanyu. You're a married man. Don't seduce other girls. Zhang Xuanyu roared, she's Luo Xiaobai. She's my teammate. She grew up with me. She's my family. The man smiled and said, we have to end this battle as soon as possible. In this way, we can let Yan Yan come back and marry this brat. The corners of Luo Xiaobai's mouth twitched. She didn't need to guess to know who these 2 people were. If they weren't Yi Shiyan's parents, who else could they be? She didn't know if Zhang Xuanyu was unlucky or lucky. However, this guy didn't seem to be weak at all. His realm was actually no weaker than hers. Before they talked to each other, another figure flashed in the air, and a fat figure seemed to have been thrown out. The figure was still holding the roasted eel in his hand and muttering, old man, I was just having a meal. Secretly. Is it necessary? Huh, you? Xiaobai? F***ck. Am I dreaming? Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai were also surprised. Quang? Among the 5 of them, except for Xia Xiaochan, who only Han Fei knew where she was, in the following battle, only Lu Renquang was taken away by someone unknown. Also, Lu Renquang didn't seem to know that a war was going on the scattered Stars Island. He seemed to have been thrown here. Roar. Lu Renquang shouted, am I free? Am I back? Have I finished my apprenticeship? Ha ha ha. Looking at Lu Renquang's frantic appearance, Luo Xiaobai shouted in a low voice, idiot, prepare for battle. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. At the moment the space trembled, Han Fei had already perceived it. Of course, the Black Evil Conch King sensed it too. However, what the Black Evil Conch King didn't understand was that, except for the old man who was a junior venerable, the others were all in the half-king realm, and the younger ones were only peak-level sea spirits. It was impossible for anyone below the venerable level to catch the king's attention, so the Black Evil Conch King wasn't worried. Several mere junior venerables couldn't affect the overall situation. When his last projection came, the result would be decided. Venerables? Hanfei was puzzled. Since when were there so many venerables? He had fought so many battles in the past, but he hadn't seen many venerables. In today's battle, even half-kings were so many here. Of course, what really made Hanfei happy was the return of Luo Xiaobai and the others. He hadn't seen them for a long time and really missed them. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to talk to them during this battle. Luo Xiaobai and the others quickly learned of the whole situation and had already rushed to the battlefield. On the east coast of the Scattered Stars Island, on the sea far away, Walala, a ragged super big ship surfaced. Swish! 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 Tens of thousands of faceless black-robed men leaped into the air and charged at the coastline at full speed. A faceless man was standing at the bow of the ship, looking at the sky. There was no telling what he was looking at, but after the tens of thousands of faceless men rushed into the battlefield, the faceless man on the ship gave his middle finger to the sea demons. Then, he stepped into the battlefield, appeared beside a sea spirit half-merman, and killed this sea demon with a slip-slap. Hanfei didn't notify the faceless men of the Thug Academy of the war. This was because Hanfei knew that Old Bai and Old Jiang both knew that something big would happen on the Scattered Stars Island, so they would definitely pay attention to it. This was not Hanfei's last resort. At this moment, with the faceless men joining in, the situation in the battlefield was quickly reversed, especially on the east coast of the Scattered Stars Island, and the humans had already rushed out. On the west coast, Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Tianhe, the Yi family couple, and the old servant were fighting. The old servant grinned, revealing a strange smile. In front of him, there was an armored fish with armored scales all over its body. Its scales trembled and swept out in all directions as if Hanfei was using the million knife art. The humans on the east and west shores were gaining the upper hand, so some soldiers moved to the north and south shores. It was time for a real head-on battle. On this day, Hanfei asked the Thousand-Star City, but no one came to help. Whoever survived this battle would probably immediately change their attitude towards the Thousand-Star City. Jinger was in the void, watching the battle in silence. The two sides forces, plus the sea creatures, numbered in the millions. This battle could indeed be called an unprecedented war. Jinger frowned. The situation on the Yinyang world was tense. Should the Queen arrange for some people to help? In fact, as long as the Waterwood world sent 2 divisions over, the humans on the Scattered Stars Island would completely be able to resist the sea demons. Bang! Hanfei punched away the black evil Conch King and retreated. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. An extremely powerful white pillar of light instantly enveloped the old turtle's body. Hanfei shouted, "You don't have to worry about the Empyrean waterfall. The north and south shores, guard one of them." The old turtle asked in surprise, "What about this star turtle?" Hanfei sneered in his heart. "Keep fishing. Take the star turtle as bait." At this point, the bait is no longer fragrant. It depends on luck whether or not I can catch a fish. At this moment, Hanfei's ambition was already obvious. He aimed at the king and wanted to crush the Thousand-Star City. Although he wasn't strong enough. Now, his aura was already there. In front of so many people, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was inevitably recognized. In an instant, people from the Thousand-Star City, the black evil conch king. And the 7 major sects all secretly exclaimed. Is this the heaven enlightenment divine technique? Huh? The human king's Tao? In the 1,000-star city, a venerable of the Chu sect said, damn it, how can Han Fei's spirit-gathering art reach the level of the heaven enlightenment divine technique? Inside the cloud whale, Tang Yen chuckled. Interesting. The heaven enlightenment divine technique seems to have been completely lost 70,000 years ago, right? The black evil conch king looked at Han Fei in shock. Heaven enlightenment? Buzz. A big hole appeared in the void, and the last big conch came out. The black evil conch king roared, you want to be the king of the yin-yang world? You're just a brat. Don't be too arrogant. What's the use of the heaven enlightenment divine technique if you haven't even become a venerable? I've already got my new body. Let's see how you can defeat me. Hua. The black evil conch king dropped dozens of drops of corrosive blood, and new clones were taking shape. There were a total of 13 clones. Among them, there were 7 junior venerables, 1 advanced venerable, and 1 half-king. This was the ultimate power that the black evil conch king could use. Except for the 7 junior venerable clones, which attacked the 4-sided battlefield, the advanced venerables and the half-king realm powerhouses directly rushed at the Empyrean waterfall. The black evil conch king, who was fighting Han Fei, roared, I want to destroy the Scattered Stars Island. Who can stop him? Without saying a word, Han Fei clenched his fist, and a bloody light burst out. In the blink of an eye, the projection of the black evil conch king reached his hands into the central city. Suddenly, the void collapsed, and a burly old man walked out of the shattered void. The man shouted, the Chu sect is still here. How can I allow you, a mere fake king, to make trouble? The old man punched out with both fists and grabbed at the black evil conch king's half-king projection and advanced venerable projection. Old Monster Chu's voice was also floating above the Scattered Stars Island, claiming that the Chu sect wouldn't let the sea demons in. However, Han Fei's voice followed, Old Demon Chu, if you dare fight outside the void, I'll kill whoever of you I see. Humph. Ignorant brat. Old Chu was full of disdain for Han Fei's warning. He threw out a punch, but the 100-mile radius was immediately enveloped by the void, and the dispersing energy failed to really destroy the Scattered Stars Island. At the same time as Old Chu attacked, there were 5 consecutive hums. From the 1,000-star city, another 5 venerables appeared out of thin air and tried to stop the black evil conch king. Swish. 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 Hundreds of explorers broke through the air from the north and south shores. Someone shouted, the big clans care about human beings. We're here to help. You kill the enemy. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Son of a B***tch, those B** starts from the big clans. I'm halfway through the battle, but now they want to come to pick the peach. Who gave them the courage? The black evil conch king saw that Han Fei's face turned gloomy. All of a sudden, the shadow of a huge wave appeared on the rod in Han Fei's hand. In Han Fei's eyes, a huge array was activated and thousands of arrows burst out. Swish. 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 The 1,000-flow god array was not very strong, but it was an excellent array that could attack a specific area. Faced with a guy who relied on corrosive blood to temporarily maintain his strength, he just needed to consume his strength. Setting up arrays had always consumed energy and spiritual energy. Of course, Demonic energy was the same. Now, Han Fei didn't lack this at all. However, it was clearly impossible to trap a king with an array. Therefore, with a swish, Han Fei turned into a thunder panther and dashed behind the black evil conch king like a bolt of lightning. Roar! A big ape rose from the ground, and Han Fei reached out to hold the conch shell. And Han Fei's body was instantly pierced with countless small holes. The black evil conch king shouted, "I am an ancient ferocious conch. How can your human body resist me?" Han Fei smiled ferociously. "I bet that your shell is not as hard as my bones." Clank, clank, clank. Tens of millions of arrows shot out, and a tremendous amount of demonic energy erupted from Han Fei's body from time to time. Boom! Boom! Billions of points of demonic energy gathered in Han Fei's hands, and he grinned. "Show me how powerful your projection is." Rumble. For thousands of kilometers, the void collapsed, and the sky changed color as if doomsday had arrived. Under this explosion, Han Fei felt dizzy and his body was blown up, but his golden bones, shining dazzlingly, were not damaged at all. "Come back." The illusion of 1,000 kilometers and the fluorescent light spots gathered towards Han Fei, and the big conch was wrapped in a dark green cocoon and seemed to be reborn. Han Fei certainly wouldn't give him a chance. Two masses of demonic energy appeared on the giant hands of the ape. Roar! "You want to be reborn? Do you have any respect for me? Lunatic!" Rumble. The land within thousands of kilometers exploded again. On the scattered stars island, in the surrounding area, Han Fei's voice floated. "King of fish shit. Let's see how much essence blood you have left. Let's see if your shell is harder, or my bones are harder." Rumble. After bombarding it 5 times in a row, the black evil conch king couldn't withstand such a crazy explosion in the end, mainly because he was gathering energy, and Han Fei was also using energy. In the sky curtain, everyone saw a golden skeleton appear. Shwa! A holy pillar of light descended, and golden spots of light returned in all directions. Han Fei's flesh and blood that had been blown up regathered at a visible speed. Seeing this, Lu Renkuang immediately shouted, "Oh, Fei Fei, what is going on?" Zhang Xuanyu was dumbfounded. Is this guy even human? Even Luo Xiaobai was shocked. The waterfall of demonic plants swept dozens of kilometers away, but her heart was dim. Han Fei was ahead of everyone after all. Buzz. Han Fei suddenly disappeared from everyone's vision. On the south coast, in the void, 2 venerables were fighting. One of them was from the Imo family. Han Fei grabbed the Imo family's venerable with the power of a half-king. All laws forbidden in this space. Rumble. Rumble. All of a sudden, a red crack appeared in the sky, and another venerable died, followed by a rain of blood. Because the black evil conch king's original body wasn't here, no matter how many times he died, the weather wouldn't change. Therefore, Han Fei had killed the venerable of the Imo family. Shoal, Han Fei, why did you slaughter a venerable of our human race? Han Fei, are you looking for death? Old Chu's voice exploded. Han Fei, you're ruining the human race. Han Fei's domineering and ruthless voice echoed in the sky. Do you guys really take my words seriously? I've used all my resources to fight the sea demons to the death. But you big clans appeared when the battle was about to end, making no contributions yet trying to reap the fruit of the success. How do you have the cheek to speak to me like this? Han Fei roared, have you forgotten what I said? If you want to enter the Scattered Stars Island, give the resources first. You deserve to die. I could have won this battle without you. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Ordinary people couldn't see the battle between Han Fei and the Black Evil Conch King. However, the venerables who were in the middle of an intense battle saw clearly that Han Fei, this lunatic, had blown himself up into a skeleton. Anyone would be horrified by his brutal fighting style. At this moment, Han Fei had killed the venerable of the Mo family without batting an eye. Chusek's old monster scolded, Han Fei, you brat, this is a war, and you claim to be doing this for the human race? There are many big clans here, helping you block more than 10 venerables. If it weren't for the big clans in Thousand Star City, what can you use to resist the Sea Demon King? Han Fei sneered and said, you want to prove your value? Why don't you kill a few venerables for me to see? Don't just talk nonsense. Also, those explorers of the big clans, under my perception, have nowhere to hide. If you can't kill more than 1,000 enemies, get the hell back to the Thousand Star City. Han Fei stepped out, killed his way into the Empyrean waterfall, and disappeared into the void shadows. At this moment, Gue Sanqing had already escaped because of Han Fei's heaven enlightenment divine technique. At this moment, he was fighting fiercely with one of the clones of the Black Evil Conch King in the southern void of the Scattered Stars Island. Because the Star Turtle was still in the middle of a breakthrough, he couldn't move and was also sucked into the void. Shwa. When Han Fei stepped into the void, an overwhelming power blasted at him. It turned out that all the venerables of the 10,000 Demon Valley, the 7 major sects, and the big clans were fighting here. A large part of the bottom of the Empyrean waterfall had been blasted open. Everyone wanted to enter the bottom of the abyss. Because neither of them was willing to give in, they were fighting fiercely. As soon as Han Fei came in, he felt that the power Tang Yen gave him was almost exhausted. In such a chaotic battle of venerables, he probably couldn't hold on for a moment and would be beaten back to his original form. As soon as Han Fei came in, he heard the old monster of the Chu family shout, Han Fei, the conflict between you and me is an internal matter of the human race. Now, let's work together to destroy the 10,000 Demon Valley. Han Fei didn't speak. He was thinking, why did old Chu come out? From his current performance, old Chu should be the strongest in the Chu sect. Back then, old Han, the master of the heavenly sword, and the sky-dissecting finger, failed to take him down. Why did such a powerful person come over to negotiate with him? Han Fei certainly didn't think that old Chu was being kind to him. What Han Fei could think of was that either this old Chu came for the remains of the cloud whale at the bottom of the lake, or that old Chu wanted to obtain some special improvement in this complicated battle. There was a reason for everything. Those with high statuses would not get into the arena easily. Once they did, something would definitely happen. But no matter what his purpose was, Han Fei would not let him get away with it. Han Fei shouted, okay, if you want me to believe you, kill all the projections of this black evil Conch King first. Then I'll believe you. It's not impossible for you to divide the corpses at the bottom of the lake. However, you have to impress me first. Otherwise, do you think I'll believe you? Han Fei did not continue to attack, but stepped to the Star Turtle and stood on his shell. The Star Turtle almost burst into tears of joy. Too many times, he felt that he was going to be torn up. Now that Han Fei was here, he was relieved. This guy was so powerful that he wasn't like a human being at all. Han Fei stood on the star turtle's back without taking any action. In his opinion, with old Demon Chu here, humans wouldn't lose on the front line battlefield outside. Besides, he had exerted too much strength just now, so he should reserve some strength. If these big clans wanted to seize credit, the dozens of explorers who appeared last had to kill enemies. At present, they didn't lack venerables. And at the level of explorers, the Scattered Stars Island was comparable to the sea demons too. As for law enforcers, with the faceless man joining the battle, it was actually enough at this level too. With the participation of the various parties in this unprecedented battle, it had reached a temporary balance. When would this balance of combat power be broken? Han Fei paid attention at all times. This was what he, as a commander, should do. Han Fei looked cold at the moment. Outside, people were dying every moment. However, Han Fei couldn't do anything at this moment. From the moment old Chu appeared, Han Fei's enemy was no longer only the black evil Conch King, but two. In total, there were 12 venerables from the big clans, including old Chu. After he killed the venerable of the Mo family, there were still 11 venerables left. How could Han Fei not know how terrifying this combat power was? Therefore, Han Fei was trying to consume these people and buy time. If these people could really kill the black evil Conch King, it would be perfect. There were actually 3 parties on the battlefield. Not only Han Fei, but the people of the big clans and the 7 major sects also knew this. Even the low-level officers on the island noticed it. Now, Han Fei was obviously trying to push the big clans to the opposite side of everyone to threaten them to fight the sea demons. After 10 seconds, Han Fei saw that the battle situation still didn't change much. He shouted loudly, "If the big clans can't kill the enemy within 10 minutes, don't blame me for taking action." Everyone was shocked. What Han Fei said was definitely not a lie. Although Han Fei's strength as a half-king was strange, it was real. Now Han Fei was waiting for the big clans to show their sincerity. However, the venerables of the big clans knew that even if they showed their sincerity, Han Fei wouldn't believe them. Therefore, this was equivalent to Han Fei forcing them to kill the enemy. Otherwise, he would treat them as enemies too. Although Han Fei didn't have the strength to fight with the 2 parties, did the people from the big clans dare to leave at this time? If anyone dared to leave, Han Fei would open the sky screen and tell everyone on the Scattered Stars Island that some people from the big clans had run away. The scene would be horrifying. Han Fei was definitely capable of that. All these years, Han Fei's background had long been exposed. Even Han Fei's search for spirit-swallowing soup in the village had been recorded. This was the ability of the big clans. That was why they knew what kind of person Han Fei was. In their investigation, Han Fei was simply a selfish person. Million soldiers? Would this guy care? He was probably just talking. This guy probably didn't care at all. Xue Shenqi had been in power for more than 50 years, but he had never initiated such a big battle. But not even 50 days after Han Fei took office, a full-scale war had broken out between humans and sea demons? Besides, did this guy have nothing better to do than to open a sky screen and perform in front of millions of soldiers? He was already used to putting a show in front of others. In fact, although these big clans knew Han Fei very well, they also knew that in the history of the Scattered Stars Island, every supreme commander seemed to have this habit when they just succeeded the throne. This made them a little puzzled. Could it be that only with this personality could one be a Commander? The black evil conch king was at a loss. The situation didn't seem right. On the scattered stars island side, one strong master appeared after another. How many venerables had appeared? Besides, Han Fei didn't have a good relationship with the big clans in the Thousand Star City at all. But even so, they still beat him. This made him feel that he seemed to have understood something wrong. The black evil conch king had always felt that the Scattered Stars Island was actually not that strong. Even though he knew that the Scattered Stars Island had the Thousand Star City behind it, he was already prepared for it. After all, when Tang Yan was still alive 1800 years ago, both the Scattered Stars Island and the 10,000 Demon Valley suffered heavy losses and lost a lot of powerhouses. The black evil conch king had thought that in just 1,800 years, how many strong masters could be born on the Scattered Stars Island and the Thousand Star City? Including the projection that Han Fei had just destroyed, all his 3 half-king projections had been stopped. At this moment, his projections were all fighting fiercely, yet unable to achieve anything. His advanced venerable projections were in an even more difficult situation. One of them was squeezed to death by Han Fei, and the other one was stopped by an old man who was almost rotten. Since Han Fei was the commander of an island, he couldn't be a short-sighted person. At this moment, with his strength as a half-king, if he could kill 1 or 2 junior venerable sea demons, the scales of victory would tilt toward humanity. But Han Fei didn't do anything? This made the black evil conch king uneasy. Han Fei didn't do anything? What did it mean? It meant that he still reserved some strength. He had already given away the entire Sage Realm and used up all his trump cards. Why did he still have to reserve his strength? Immediately, the black evil conch king couldn't have felt worse. This means that Han Fei is still guarding against the people from the Thousand Star City? From this moment on, Han Fei no longer takes me as his opponent? The black evil conch king realized this and felt terrible. Han Fei didn't seem to take him seriously anymore. He had suffered such a huge loss, but he didn't even have the chance to look at the king's remains. Immediately, the black evil conch king focused his eyes on Han Fei. No, to be precise, he focused his eyes on the star turtle underneath Han Fei. As long as he could obtain the remains of the king, he could quickly seize the power of the king's corpse. Great Tao or not. He would think about it later. He should get the corpse first and replenish his strength. This was the fundamental strategy that placed him in an invincible position. Han Fei. The star turtle shivered and roared. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei held the sky-hanging mirror in his hand and opened the sky curtain, reflecting himself and the star turtle on the sky above the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei's voice echoed, "The star turtle underneath me is suppressing a king's corpse, which has benefited mankind for tens of thousands of years. If the big clans want to prove themselves, and prove that they really fight for mankind, then, kill the black evil conch king in front of me and the million soldiers." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. At the moment the sky curtain bloomed, the people from the big clans were so angry that they almost wanted to tear Han Fei apart. This guy was sitting on the star turtle and blocking the seal, but he was blatantly streaming the battle to the millions of soldiers. At this time, if the black evil conch king approached and forced Han Fei to fight him himself, the big clans would lose all face. Ordinary people didn't know the reason at all. They only knew that the big clans were unwilling to contribute and didn't dare to do anything until Marshal Han forced them. In such a way, many people certainly felt unfair. They were fighting hard on the front line and narrowly escaped death. Okay. The people of the big clans kept saying that they cared for human beings, but in the end they couldn't even kill a venerable? On the front-line battlefield, Zhang Xuanyu launched an attack at the sky. The void cracked, and 3 sea demon realm half-mermaids were penetrated. Activating the tertiary body, Zhang Xuanyu turned into a blood man and looked extremely ferocious. Sky-swallowing technique. Lu Renquang's sky-swallowing technique was even more ferocious. Almost none of the sea demons within 100 meters could escape. Even if a junior explorer came at him, Lu Renquang activated his violent war body, the big shield. Roared, and Lu Renquang forcibly dragged the explorer down, killing him with the quad thunder knife. Luo Xiaobai was good at group battles and didn't target the strong. Anyone below the sea spirit level was her target. Wherever her demonic plants covered, there were no survivors. It could be said that these guys all had the strength to skip levels to kill explorers. However, Han Fei already had such strength when he came out of the ideal palace. Therefore, while others were surprised at the terrifying strength of these people, the 3 of them looked at the sky from time to time. Zhang Xuanyu said, I thought that I had grown fast enough in the past few years and could compete with Fei Fei, but, alas, is this guy growing fast even when he's sleeping? As Lu Renquang stirred the storm of swords and knives, he shook the fat on his face and said, I know. I heard that there is a great Tao called time. Whoever enters this great Tao can change the length of time. He has cultivated for 2 days, but only 1 day has actually passed. Luo Xiaobai said, stop guessing. After he wins this battle, we can ask him. Although the Luo Xiaobai trio also envied Han Fei, they would only secretly give themselves pressure, telling themselves that they had to work harder to catch up with Han Fei. But the others thought differently. They only felt that Marshal Han was too domineering. Perhaps others didn't like this domineering style, but the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island did. They had fought for so many years. Although it was also for their own growth, it was more for the sake of all mankind. This was the idea that had been instilled in them since the moment they stepped onto the Scattered Stars Island. Therefore, they had the same thought as Han Fei. Your big clans have participated in the battle, but haven't done a single thing? This is a problem. Not only did you not make any contributions, but you also told the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island that you cared for human beings the most? You're putting on a show for so many people. Who the F***ck would listen to you? Why were the million soldiers convinced by Han Fei? Because Han Fei had been benefiting the Scattered Stars Island. Besides, Han Fei had slaughtered a few venerables today. Many of them thought that it was Han Fei who killed Ying, because Han Fei was the one who spoke back then. Wasn't such a battle record enough to prove Han Fei? In comparison, the big clans were just here as spectators. Looking at the picture in the sky curtain, many people who were fighting began to curse. Some were ordinary people from the Thousand-Star City and didn't have a good impression of the big clans in the first place. One of them said, "Humph. These guys are just sitting idle and enjoying the fruits of others' work. If it weren't for Marshal Han, would these people have done anything?" Someone scoffed. "They are just putting on a show. Did you see those unusual natural phenomena today? Those venerables were all killed by Marshal Han. These big clans are useless. I even suspect that they are on the sea demons' side. Someone ridiculed, son of a b*tch. Some people have all talks, but no deeds. The big clans are all cowards who are afraid of death. Han Fei quietly watched the performance of the big clans. The venerables of the 7 major sects didn't speak. Han Fei and the big clans were mortal enemies. The 7 major sects didn't want to get involved in this mess. Chi La. Sword waterfall. It was Jian Sanqing who had already lost his temper. At this moment, his life sword erupted as a tide of swords fell like a waterfall, blasting in intermediate venerable to pieces. Seeing this scene, Han Fei suddenly stepped out. With a single step, he flashed 1,000 kilometers away and shouted, "All laws forbidden in this space." While Han Fei sealed the great Dao techniques here, on the other side, dozens of energy fruits smashed at Jian Sanqing. Jian Sanqing's eyes lit up. The sword waterfall tore thousands of tiny cracks and minced the sea demon venerable's flesh. Han Fei scanned with his yin-yang divine eyes and found the sea demon venerable who was hiding in a wisp of soul fragment almost at the same time as the old turtle. He snapped his fingers and slapped the man at Jian Sanqing like slapping a fly. The latter was overjoyed and shouted, "Sword King break soul." Crack. Rumble. At that moment, a red crack appeared in the sky, and a rain of blood poured down, covering the scattered stars island. Han Fei twisted his body and looked at Ye Kai, who seemed to be hit horizontally but appeared in front of the star turtle at a high speed. He sneered. "How dare you, be *starred? Who do you think you are? How dare you come to snatch the king's corpse?" Ye Kai didn't expect Han Fei to return so fast. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei was back. At that moment, Ye Kai activated the star teleportation technique and ran away without hesitation. However, Han Fei followed star teleportation and was even faster than Ye Kai, blocking his way. In an instant, an irregular gravity descended, and Han Fei extended his hand. Bang! Ye Kai, an intermediate venerable, was crushed, and the void lines crazily absorbed Ye Kai's vitality. The old turtle's black fog permeated, and Han Fei added, "All laws forbidden in this space." Rumble. Ye Kai, who charged at the star turtle, died instantly. The sky rumbled again as red cracks appeared. Everyone was shocked. 2 venerables had died in a row? How many venerables died today? Countless people exclaimed. This battle of the strong is really terrifying. The death of a venerable can even shake the world like this, but this power makes countless people yearn for it. Han Fei shouted, "Congratulations, the venerable of the heavenly sword sect in the 1,000-star city killed a sea demon venerable." After a pause, Han Fei continued, "By the way, I killed one too. How dare he covet the king's corpse of the scattered stars island? It just served him right. Good job. Marshal Han is invincible. The heavenly sword sect deserves to be the leader of the 7 major sects. The people from the big clans should take a good look. The 7 major sects can kill a venerable. Why can't they?" Many people from the big clans were speechless when they heard this. Who the f*ck do you think venerables are? Can you slaughter them so easily? Who dared to say that he could easily kill a venerable? Unfortunately, the million soldiers on the scattered stars island didn't understand. Anyway, Marshal Han can do it, the 7 sects can do it, but why can't your big clans do it? In the void, Han Fei was still standing quietly on the star turtle. Ye Kai had died, and his position was taken over by Jian Sanqing, who was in the right place without any delay. Ye Kai had probably forgotten that Han Fei also knew the heavenly void divine technique, which the Yi family was proud of. Han Fei also knew the star teleportation technique. At this moment, with Han Fei's strength as a half king, wouldn't it be easy for him to beat an intermediate venerable? The black evil conch king was dumbfounded. Is Han Fei out of his mind? He killed a human venerable without any hesitation? This guy is simply a bloodthirsty idiot. As for the people from the big clans, except for old Demon Chu, the others were already terrified. They were angry, but didn't dare to say anything. Yi Kai was just testing him out just now, but ended up being killed by Han Fei so easily? How could this be? However, they couldn't say anything. Ye Kai dared to attack, because he was fast, so he was not afraid that others could see him. However, he seemed to have forgotten Han Fei's temper. I'm already giving you face by letting you stay, but instead of fighting the enemies, you came to snatch the king's corpse? Do you want to die? Even though the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island were watching, Han Fei still killed him without hesitation. If anyone didn't listen to Han Fei's command, he would be punished. However, after this attack, Han Fei secretly sighed. The remaining power in the demonic origin was completely not enough for him to attack again. If he attacked again, his strength would be completely exhausted. Then he would have to use his original strength and become a junior venerable again. At that time, he could resist an intermediate venerable at most. At this moment, Han Fei certainly couldn't ask for power from Tang Yen again. It remained to be seen whether Tang Yen would give it to him or not. After all, judging from this situation, the Scattered Stars Island didn't seem to have any reason to lose. Besides, even if Tang Yen gave it to him, it was a critical moment for the Star Turtle to make a breakthrough, so he couldn't leave. It was even more impossible for Tang Yen to come. Otherwise, the secret he had hidden for years would be exposed. At this moment, Han Fei snorted and his voice resounded in the void. Oh. It's been 20 minutes, but I haven't seen anyone from the big clan slaughter a venerable. You're old Demon Chu, right? I know very well how powerful a half king is. Last time when you wanted to kill me, you resisted a few venerables alone, right? Why? Now you can't even kill a venerable? Han Fei raised his eyebrows at those people and counted casually, 10, 9, 8. Instantly, old Demon Chu and the venerables of the big clans all frowned. Han Fei was serious from the beginning. The black evil conch king's heart skipped a beat. These people from the Thousand Star City must have a deep grudge with Han Fei. He wondered if they would really attack him. The black evil conch king was thinking, I can hold on for another 10 seconds. If the big clans took action, he would have to escape. If not, then, he would still have a chance. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The black evil conch king knew that his plan failed. If the big clans of the Thousand Star City teamed up with Han Fei, it would be almost impossible for him to sweep the Scattered Stars Island and snatch the king's corpse. Therefore, the black evil conch king directly spoke to the venerables of the Thousand Star City via voice transmission. Everyone, I only want the king's corpse. However, you have to be careful of this Han Fei. Why don't you Cooperate with me to kill him first and then discuss how to divide the king's corpse? It would be a lie to say that the big clans weren't tempted by the words of the black evil conch king. Although many venerables had died, the overall strength of the black evil conch king was still very strong. Similarly, the strength of the 1,000-star city was extremely strong. Even if there were only 10 venerables left, they were still more than all the venerables of the 7 major sects and the scattered stars island combined. However, old Demon Chu knew very well that the Thug Academy hadn't appeared yet. The appearance of the faceless men was meaningless. Patriarch Thug, Ren Tianfei, Han Guanchu. These people were the real trouble. In the eyes of the strong, the scattered stars island seemed to be weak and lacking strong masters. However, were there really very few strong masters in the entire 1,000-star city or the entire Inyang world? Old Demon Chu probably knew where Han Guanchu went. However, he really didn't know where Ren Tianfei and Patriarch Thug went. Although Patriarch Thug had switched to an undead creature and had just appeared a few years ago, he was only an intermediate venerable. However, from the way he attacked a few years ago, it could be seen that Patriarch Thug's way of growth was rather strange. He seemed to have embarked on an evil path, so he grew extremely fast. There was also Ren Tianfei. This person's strength was the most uncertain. Sometimes, it was said that he was only an advanced venerable, sometimes, it was believed that he was at the peak, and even more sometimes, it was believed that he had the strength of a half-king. Not only was this person's strength a mystery, but his origin was also a mystery. From beginning to end, no one knew. If they attacked Han Fei now, these two people would definitely come out. The others from the Thug Academy were not difficult to deal with. 2 junior venerables could solve all of them. And they weren't afraid of the 7 sects either. Old Demon Chu calculated. In terms of strength, if he really cooperated with the Black Evil Conch King, Han Fei might not be a match for them. However, the price for doing so was to annihilate the million human beings on the Scattered Stars Island at the same time. After killing Han Fei, the big clans would still have to compete with the Black Evil Conch King for the corpse of the king. It didn't seem worthwhile to fight to the end. Even if Han Fei and the people on his side were annihilated, it was difficult for the big clans to gain anything. If they were careless, they would be accused and despised by everyone. Buzz. Old Demon Chu struck out horizontally, and a black hand locked onto the void, locking onto the projection of the advanced venerable projection of the Black Evil Conch King. Like a surging wave, terrifying and pure energy suddenly rioted. Bang! With a violent explosion, another projection of the Black Evil Conch King perished. Han Fei watched everything expressionlessly. He only killed an advanced venerable projection. Was this the result a half-king realm expert should have? Was old Demon Chu trying to fool him? When he had just obtained the power of a half-king, he had easily killed Zi Yuchuan with a single blow. Boom boom boom. At this moment, on the other side, Chao Shuang from the Chao family punched out with lightning speed and a great momentum. As if he had used all his strength. He punched out and punched through the void to reality. A sea demon venerable in the fierce battle was directly shattered. Huff. Chao Shuang activated the swallowing technique and swallowed a large amount of energy from the sea demon venerable. Even the shattered blood and corpse were swallowed by him as energy. But this time, Han Fei didn't help him. But Chao Shuang didn't ask Han Fei to help either. A tentacle extended from between his eyebrows. Chi-la. Tens of thousands of electric currents exploded in the void, and a figure that was only half condensed was exploded out. Chao Shuang took out a pearl and threw it out, causing a black hole in the void. Pfft. The sea demon Venerable was entangled in the pure black cave halfway through his blood rebirth. Rumble. In the sky, a trail of blood was pierced through, and a rain of blood burst out again. After the consecutive bloodbaths, the million soldiers on the scattered stars island were already used to it. Han Fei once said that this was an unprecedented battle. In the past 10,000 years, there would never be such a battle. Most people also realized that the real challenge wasn't the front line battles. The front line battles were just evenly matched and had to rely on numbers, cooperation, battle formations, and command to fight. However, at the level of explorers, they didn't need to rely on these. At this level, they could all fight through the void. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, the big clans bullied the weak and feared the strong. Logically speaking, on his side, at least on the surface, he was definitely the weakest among the three parties. Even with Old Han, Patriarch Thug, and Ren Tianfei, if Old Demon Chu and the Black Evil Conch King were to cooperate, the odds of his winning were still not high. Even if he were to really risk his life, it would clearly be impossible for him to completely wipe out the big clans. But Old Demon Chu didn't choose to attack him. At that time, Han Fei knew that he had made the right bet. But then Han Fei began to worry again. His combat power was too little. If he didn't use Jinger, he might still be in a disadvantageous situation in the battle for the king's corpse. Huh? Wait. Han Fei's heart suddenly stirred. The king's corpse? Yes. Han Fei suddenly seemed to understand something. The king's corpse, the king's corpse. If these people wanted to snatch the king's corpse, let them. It had nothing to do with him. Han Fei immediately shouted, so among the big clans, only the Chao family is tough enough? Old Demon Chu, do you think I don't know how strong a half-king is? Do you think it's a big deal that you can kill an advanced venerable? Are the others faking fighting? Yang Kuan of the Yang family shouted, Han Fei, we are in the middle of a fierce battle. What are you doing? Han Fei immediately roared back, are you qualified to ask me that? There are at least 3 or 5 venerables who died at my hands. Who do you think you are? Have you ever killed a venerable? After yelling at Yang Kuan, Han Fei said casually, I know that you want the king's corpse. If you want it, I can give it to you. I never believed that a corpse could create a king. I, Han Fei, am going to embark on the path of a king. I don't care about the mere king's corpse. You want the king's corpse, right? As the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, I can give you a rule. Whoever kills more enemies will get more of the king's corpses. Whoever kills fewer enemies will get nothing. Seeing that everyone was surprised, Han Fei sneered. I'm a man of my word. If I don't even have this little bit of tolerance, how can I become a king? Oh. Of course, I mean all explorers, law enforcers, and hidden fishers. The eyes of the Yang family's idiot immediately glowed. Han Fei, are you serious? Han Fei sneered. Why should I lie to you? Your big clans aren't more difficult to deal with than sea demons. I swear to the gods, what I said is true, provided that you kill enough enemies first. Buzz, buzz. Before the big clans and the 7 sects could do anything, the Black Evil Conch King intended to quit the battle first. Such a war was meaningless. Judging from the current combat power, he had already used all his trump cards. Although there were still channels that could extend out of the wall of death, the price to take the channels couldn't be small. If he were to use those tunnels, he would at least let some people escape. As soon as the Black Evil Conch King retreated, the remaining sea demon venerables tacitly began to retreat. Han Fei flipped his hand and shot out the sky-hanging mirror, which accurately reflected the scene. The venerable retreated. Han Fei roared and his voice resounded across the entire scattered stars island. All soldiers, the Black Evil Conch King has been defeated, and the sea demon venerables have begun to flee. Everyone, the war lasting 1,000,000 years should be put to an end on this day. Follow me, kill. Splash. Buzz. Instantly, the entire scattered stars island boiled. Someone had just been replaced and was about to take a break before going to the battlefield again. Seeing the scene on the Empyrean waterfall, he immediately roared, "We've won! We've won! Kill!" Someone was overjoyed and his face was full of madness. Ha ha ha, I can't believe it. I can't believe the sea demons have such a day. Swish. Since they had already begun to escape, it meant that it was a decision made by the Black Evil Conch King after much deliberation. The Black Evil Conch King also knew that after this battle, the strength of the 10,000 Demon Valley would plummet to the bottom. However, he had to leave. If he left, he could at least preserve a portion of his combat power. But if he didn't leave, he would be as good as waiting for death. It wasn't until this moment that the Black Evil Conch King realized that neither the Scattered Stars Island under Han Fei's command nor the big clans that represented the strongest combat power of the 1,000-star city had ever regarded him as their ultimate opponent. This made the Black Evil Conch King feel terrible. He, a king, had been tricked? He had always believed that the sea demon army he led was the strongest. Withdraw. The Black Evil Conch King's voice echoed in the sky. The sea demon army, which had been beaten up, immediately ran out when they heard it. Han Fei's voice followed, "My fellow soldiers, don't let the enemy escape. Kill." Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei was looking down at everyone as a half-king. After all, Han Fei had killed several venerables in a short period of time. This strength didn't allow them to doubt him at all. In fact, many venerables believed that this power must be left to Han Fei by Han Guanchu, Ren Tianfei, or someone else. Because Han Fei's strength had reached the level of a half-king and he was extremely domineering, no one dared to approach the passage under the star turtle guarded by Han Fei. Suddenly, in the middle of this life-and-death chase, old Demon Chu took action. The huge hand that blotted out the sky crossed the void and shattered the 3 junior venerable projections of the Black Evil Conch King. However, this action set the half-king projection of the Black Evil Conch King free. Seeing old Demon Chu's reaction, the others also jumped up. Someone held back the enemy, waiting for allies to attack together and then use arrays to kill many sea demons. But even if they had tried their best, they had only killed 2 projections of the Black Evil Conch King. Why were these projections killed? Han Fei even suspected that it was purposely left behind by the Black Evil Conch King. Compared to a true junior venerable, a projection was just a special energy, which would be consumed sooner or later and couldn't be cultivated. Therefore, a projection wasn't very valuable. Even though this battle was already one-sided, the following chase lasted for more than 4 hours. Seeing that the opponent's venerable had fewer injuries, Han Fei had a vague understanding. It seemed that the higher the realm was, the smaller the gap between people. There were very few people like him who could skip levels to challenge. Of course, it couldn't be said that there was no gap between others. After all, a heavenly talent had to be stronger. However, in the venerable realm, the gap between ordinary people and top heavenly talents was no longer obvious. Han Fei thought to himself, this probably has something to do with the fact that heavenly talents didn't have any good techniques. Otherwise, shouldn't the heavenly talents be much stronger than others? In the weak stages, talent abilities could play an important role. However, when one reached the venerable realm, talent was almost all exhausted. After this, without the top techniques, the former heavenly talents were reduced to commoners. In fact, Han Fei didn't think he had any problem either. Just now, Tang Yen had given him great strength. However, when facing the Black Evil Conch King, with his talent, he didn't seem to be stronger than others. Of course, it was also possible that it wasn't his own power, so he couldn't fully tap into his potential. All in all, Han Fei was secretly relieved. He had won this battle. Along with the half-king projection of the Black Evil Conch King, a total of 6 demon venerables ran out. This battle seemed to have killed many venerables. However, in fact, excluding the 2 venerables of the Thousand-Star City, most of the venerables killed on the sea demon's side were the projections of the Black Evil Conch King. It could be said that this unprecedented battle only ruined the Black Evil Conch King scheme. When the opponent's venerables completely fled, Han Fei's voice shook the scattered stars island. The sea demons have been defeated. My dear soldiers, quickly kill the Tao Seekers among the sea demons. Then Han Fei shouted again, soldiers, the scattered stars island is about to welcome a golden age of 1,000 years. The sea demons have suffered a great defeat, and human beings are in power. From now on, this vast sea is the land of human beings. There is no 10,000 Demon Valley. There is only the Scattered Stars Island. Oh. Kill. Did we win? Did we finally win? Brothers, after this battle, we don't have to fight anymore. Damn, Marshal Han is awesome. Little fish, don't run. Let me kill 2 more. As the saying went, a rout was like a landslide. The escape of the top powerhouses, like the Black Evil Conch King, made the sea demon army completely lose confidence. Even their king had run away. Could they take down the Scattered Stars Island? In fact, even the Black Evil Conch King couldn't take them away. After all, an army of millions was not a small number. On the vast sea, fighting was going on. Some sea demons, who couldn't escape, were being cleared up. Although the battle had only lasted for 2 hours, 300 kilometers beyond the coast of the Scattered Stars Island was almost destroyed, and more than a million sea demons and soldiers had been killed. Han Fei couldn't bear to watch the brutal battle. He didn't want to see the sacrifices of these people. He wanted to purge more sea demons. Crack. After winning the battle for only a little more than 5 minutes, the star turtle made a breakthrough again, steadily upgrading from a junior venerable to an intermediate one. Rumble. The mountain of the Empyrean waterfall had long collapsed, and the rock wall under the star turtle was completely shattered. Instantly, everyone looked over. Han Fei said to all the venerables of the 7 major sects and the big clans. You want the king's corpse? I'll see you in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Crack. 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 Holding Snowhorn, Han Fei cut open the 300 kilometers around the star. Turtle. The seal had been broken, and Han Fei was carrying an island of 300 kilometers on his shoulder, rampaging in the sky. The star turtle had just broken through. Although most of the seal had been opened and the power of the great Tao gushed out, it hadn't been completely removed. At this moment, it was chasing Han Fei closely. This scene was reflected in the sky curtain, making countless people who were hunting sea demons dumbfounded. Is this guy really a human? Someone asked solemnly, what is Marshal Han doing? Why is he carrying a mountain? Someone exclaimed, he's walking with a mountain on his shoulder. That's King awesome. Someone complained, CK, which I of yours saw that it was a mountain. It was clearly an island, carried on Marshal Han's shoulder. Someone rolled his eyes. Come on. Open your eyes and see which shoulder Marshal Han used to carry it. Someone exclaimed, look, is that turtle the one who said he would become a venerable? Yes, it's him. Just now, when the sky curtain swept over the Empyrean waterfall, I saw him. Lu Renquang asked, his face shaking, where is this guy going? Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, if Han Fei wins the battle, he will definitely claim credit in front of others. However, he hasn't, which means that the battle is not over yet. Boom. Boom. The void exploded as Luo Tianhe's figure appeared and landed in front of him. You don't have to chase where he goes. The battle for those below the venerable realm is basically over. However, the second battle above the venerable realm has just begun. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, second battle? What's the second battle? Luo Tianhe said, the big clans and all the factions on Han Fei's side are incompatible in the end. Do you really think that Han Fei summoned the people from the 1,000-star city to ask for reinforcements? Hiss. Instantly, everyone was horrified. What did he mean? If they wanted to win such a big battle with just the scattered stars island and the 7 major sects, it shouldn't be possible, right? Although the big clans didn't have any achievements, they at least blocked some enemies. Luo Xiaobai was the first to react. The 1,000-star city isn't really trying to stop the sea demons, so Han Fei doesn't owe them a favor. The two parties have different purposes to resist the sea demons, but they both have a premise, which is to exclude the sea demons, so they are barely united. At this time, the sea demons have been defeated, and there is still a battle between Han Fei and the big clans of the 1,000-star city. Luo Tianhe shrugged slightly. Fight or not? I don't know. Whether or not they will fight, no one knows. The Thug Academy hasn't appeared since the beginning, and less than half of all the venerables in the 1,000-star city have come. There are still more people, especially those who aren't on the surface, who haven't appeared at all. Lu Renquang couldn't help but scratch his head. So, in fact, neither side has ever regarded sea demons as a real enemy, right? Luo Tianhe nodded slightly. It's not that the 1,000-star city doesn't understand how troublesome the sea demons are. However, in their eyes, this is not a big problem. The Scattered Stars Island, in their eyes, is more like a training ground, not a real dangerous place. Luo Xiaobai frowned. Where is he going now? Luo Tianhe looked at Han Fei, who disappeared in the sky, and said lightly, "The 10,000 Demon Valley." At the moment when the Scattered Stars Island won the battle, people in the 10,000 Demon Valley had also fought for nearly 4 hours. Facing the 800,000-strong Sea Demon Army, the 40,000-strong allied forces of human beings, and the underground city had only less than 20,000 people left. However, it was different from the situation on the Scattered Stars Island. The combat power of the 10,000 Demon Valley was far above that of the Scattered Stars Island. Here, even the weakest was a peak-level hidden fisher. And the one with the worst aptitude was He Xiaoyu's team, who was accidentally left behind. Even such a team was enscathed under the care of Jiuyin Ling. The army of human beings and the underground city were extremely powerful. This battle killed more than 200,000 sea demons. After all, most sea demons were still too weak. They didn't even reach the sea demon realm and could only be slaughtered. However, the corrosive blood in the bodies of these dead sea demons was continuously sucked into the void, becoming nutrition for the black evil Conch King. If it weren't for the fact that these lives were supporting the black evil Conch King in battle, he would have been crushed by Han Guanqiu. On Shui Shenqi's side, he was caught in the same strange circle as Han Guanqiu. This was because the projection of the black evil Conch King had been replenished with the power of corrosive blood, so no matter how he fought, the battle wouldn't end. Of course, the black evil Conch King consumed the lives of his 800,000 half-mermaids, which was why the human coalition army could kill more than 200,000 sea demons in 2 hours. Buzz. Suddenly, their hearts stirred. Han Guanqiu grinned. "Oh. You lost?" The black evil Conch King's expression turned extremely ugly. The sea demon army was defeated in the end. He wanted to resist the entire human race with only a portion of his strength? Clearly, he was still a little powerless. The black evil Conch King roared, "Even if I lose, so what? Even if I lose, my 2 remaining half-king projections are not something the Scattered Stars Island can deal with easily." However, Han Guanqiu suddenly smiled. "Do you really think you can leave?" Buzz. In Han Guanqiu's hand, lightning from the 9th heaven poured out of the great Tao book and shook the sky. Lightning deity slaying array. He. A huge amount of lightning blocked the void. A dry bone hand extended from the void and grabbed at the sea demon army. Boom. The shocking fist mark was like a huge star exploding, and the starry river trembled. A terrifying and domineering force rushed down from above, straight at the black evil Conch King. Bang! 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 Tens of thousands of half-mermaids suddenly collapsed, and the corrosive blood quickly flew towards the black evil Conch King. As the black evil Conch King flipped his hand, a sun-moon shell in his body exploded. A large amount of corrosive blood enveloped him, trying to block Han Guanqiu and this terrifying fist mark. Qi Lu. However, the corrosive blood from the outside world couldn't break through the lightning deity slaying array at all. The massive amount of corrosive blood in the black evil Conch King's body was mostly vaporized by the punch. Ren Tianfei's figure appeared, and his fist mark shot out again. The great Tao book shone again. A white bone hand, using the hand as a knife, stabbed straight in, not giving the black evil Conch King any chance to survive. Puff. Hum. The black evil Conch King's body exploded, and the projection was destroyed. Translator *Henyi Translations Editor *Henyi Translations. Little did black evil Conch King know that the real big shots weren't even on The Scattered Stars Island. If anyone else were here, such as old Demon Chu, they would definitely recognize that it was Ren Tianfei and Patriarch Thug. The white bone slapped down, and in an instant, tens of thousands of sea demons died. These tens of thousands of sea demons were no longer themselves. Their consciousness had been controlled by the Black Evil Conch King, so they could be seen as small clones of the Black Evil Conch King. Patriarch Thug didn't think he was strong and directly killed these hundreds of thousands of half-mermen. Perhaps as the old turtle said, you can kill, but you can't kill for the sake of killing. It was not that they couldn't, but that it was taboo. Usually, the strong disdained doing so. The attack of Patriarch Thug only balanced the battle between these juniors. As soon as the projection of the Black Evil Conch King was destroyed, his junior venerable projection naturally had no chance of survival. The bones of Patriarch Thug disappeared in the void. In the end, he asked, "Have I been discovered?" Ren Tianfei's voice sounded, "Your breath is too unique. The chances of being discovered are high. I only punched twice. They shouldn't be able to notice me." Han Guanchu said, "Okay, there's still a half-king projection. It can't cause much harm. You can go back now. Don't lose your card." Buzz. Buzz. In the void, the Thug ancestor and Han Guanchu vanished as if they had never appeared. At this moment, Shueishenqi had no opponent. He looked at Han Guanchu and said, "I thought this battle would be difficult to fight. With the big clans involved, it should be extremely difficult for us to win. I didn't expect that you would tacitly destroy the 10,000 Demon Valley first." Han Guanchu smiled. Although the big clans didn't contribute, they managed to block a lot of sea demons. They still have some credit. However, this kind of credit is not valuable. If it weren't for them, the Scattered Stars Island wouldn't have been defeated either. Therefore, their credit is meaningless. Shueishenqi asked, "There's still a battle today?" The sea demons were the first to lose in the great battle between humans and sea demons. However, the big clans probably wouldn't let go this time. At least, the Chu sect and the Chao family wouldn't. If these two super families didn't give up, the other families wouldn't either. Originally, Han Fei had no good feelings for the big clans. Now, as the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, he certainly wouldn't give up. In Shueishenqi's opinion, the war between Han Fei's forces and the Thousand Star City wouldn't be much smaller than the war between humans and the sea Demon Royal City. At present, the only thing worth celebrating was that these two parties would only fight with peak-level combat power, and their ordinary combat power wouldn't be involved. Since there were no casualties of ordinary people, it was easy to fight. If one party won, the other would lose. Take Shueishenqi, for example, since he had already stood on the side, he wouldn't be swayed. Compared to the people from the big clans, Han Fei was young and could be molded. His talent, luck, background, and other things weren't weak. The decaying vibe of the big clans was too strong. The internals of the big clans were too orderly. Such a place might be able to produce powerhouses in bulk, but Shueishenqi didn't believe they could produce any king. To be honest, Shueishenqi believed that Han Fei could win. After all, he had been the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island for 50 years and knew the importance of the power of will. It was a power that could promote Han Fei's rapid growth. He had been holding himself back because of the agreement between him and Han Guanchu. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be a junior peak-level venerable now. He would at least be an intermediate peak-level venerable or even an advanced one. At this moment, there were only more than 500,000 sea demons left in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Although they still had corrosive blood in their bodies, all the sea demons that had been defeated were not enough for the Black Evil Conch King to fight another battle of the century. If the Black Evil Conch King wanted to start another war, it would take at least 100 years. In these 100 years, sea demons would lie low, and humans would enter a rapid growth period. At least, that was Shuaishenqi's opinion. In Han Fei's view, in the next few years, he only had one goal, which was to overthrow the big clans and completely defeat these people. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly had an epiphany. For some reason, he understood a principle that he was very familiar with but didn't like most of the time. That was, those who obey me will prosper, and those who defy me will die. A king? At this moment, Han Fei looked at the entire island, which was more than 200,000 kilometers large. For some reason, he thought to himself, what is a king? A king can be merciful. He can be brave, good at fighting, or even stupid. A king can even be ruthless and cruel. Han Fei immediately realized something. Becoming a king probably wasn't just about strength and realm, but also about personal comprehension. What did the sea establisher establish exactly? To establish a space, or a path of kings? Unfortunately, Han Fei knew that his current strength was still weak. He still had a long way to go to learn more about the king. As long as he was given time, he would definitely succeed. He didn't know anything else, but at least he had to eliminate the big clans first. If he couldn't kill these people, he wouldn't be able to become a king for the rest of his life. Buzz. Suddenly, Han Fei perceived that someone was coming. The people from the big clans and the 7 major sects had all arrived. During this period of time, there were no heavenly phenoms of venerable death, which meant that none of them had caught up. The Star Turtle asked telepathically, Han Fei, what should I do now? Han Fei's strength was already showing signs of instability. After all, this was borrowed, not his own. In the big clans, many people noticed it. Therefore, when Han Fei's strength began to become chaotic, many people surrounded him. Expressionlessly, Han Fei scolded, why? Do you think you can claim the king's corpse with such little combat power? How can I not know how many enemies you've killed? Instantly, old Demon Chu stood right in front of Han Fei and smiled coldly. Han Fei, I didn't hold it against you in the face of the sea demon army. Why? Do you really think you're something? Without your father, without Ren Tianfei and Li Daxian, who do you think you are? Before reaching the 10,000 Demon Valley, old Demon Chu had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Han Fei couldn't help sneering. He waved his hand and threw the island-like land more than 300 kilometers large into the waves. Bang! Tides were surging and tsunamis were rising. However, in the deep sea, this was not a big problem. It basically had no effect on the scattered stars. Island. Han Fei smiled coldly. Oh. Old thief of the Chu family, what's the matter? Now, you dared to offend me, before the enemy is eliminated? You're really confident. The Star Turtle was dumbfounded. He knew that the people in the 1,000-star city were not good. The former supreme commanders of the scattered stars Island had all said that the position of commander shall never fall into the hands of the big clans. Every commander had to go through multiple inspections and secret verifications to make sure they had no problem before they could be chosen. In the past, the Star Turtle just thought that the Thousand-Star City was selfish and unrighteous at most. But now it seemed that something was wrong. They were not only at odds with Han Fei, but were also about to start a war. Old Chu sneered. Han Guanchu, your son is already in the limelight. Now, his strength is about to disperse. Do you really dare to let him stay with me? Oh. Old Demon Chu, in the past 1,000 years, you haven't left Chu sect once. Why? You don't even want Chu sect anymore? As he spoke, a golden path appeared. Han Guanchu held a book in his hand and walked over leisurely. Old Demon Chu's pupils were constricted slightly. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but Han Guanchu seemed to be stronger than before. However, after being stuck at the Half-King realm for so many years, Old Demon Chu was no longer afraid of anyone. He believed that if a king didn't come, he would be invincible. Old Demon Chu said, "Where are Ren Tianfei and Great Immortal Li? Since you are allies, why don't I see them?" Han Guanchu smiled. "What do you think?" Old Chu snorted. "Since I'm already here, there's no reason for me to return empty-handed. Show me the king's corpse. It's been hidden for so long, and the black evil conch king has been driven away. Come on, show it now." Heh. Han Fei sneered. "Do you want the king's corpse? Fine. The three families present, fight first, and then I'll hand over the corpse." At this moment, the mountain had been enshrouded by the Dao runes, and the spirit awakening fluid was seeping out. The king's white mist pressure had begun to appear, and the power of the great Dao was infiltrating. The Star Turtle could no longer seal it. Old Demon Chu looked at Han Guanchu. "Just now, I gave you a face, but now you don't want it?" Han Fei stood above the white mist and sneered. "Old man, to tell you the truth, I will uproot the Chu sect. The people of the Chu sect have enjoyed thousands of years of glory. Now you should also feel the filth and darkness at the bottom of this world. Since you've made it clear today, come on. Let me see how many trump cards the big clans of the Thousand-Star City have." Han Fei had always been tough. Why didn't he fight since he had a powerful father behind him? If the other party was fair to him, he could fight them alone in the same realm. But the other party definitely wouldn't agree. At this moment, Han Fei looked in the direction of the Heavenly Sword Master with a smile and said, "Senior Sword Master, this is a choice for you. From tonight on, the big clans in the Thousand-Star City and I, Han Fei, one party, will decline. Are the 7 sects prepared to bet?" Han Guanchu glanced at his cocky son and thought, "Are you so confident about us?" However, Han Guanchu didn't panic. He also wanted to challenge the true strength of the big clans. The master of the Heavenly Sword looked at Han Fei with a smile, and his old voice sounded, "Who do you think I will choose?" Han Fei grinned. "You have no choice. From what I know of the big clans, since you have repeatedly gone against them, I'm afraid they will take revenge on you sooner or later. Why don't you follow me to wipe out those big clans?" The master of the Heavenly Sword smiled. "How bold of you. Let's see how many people both parties can summon today first." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei knew that from the beginning, he was not alone. He had a lot of strength to count on. However, these powers were different from the big clans. The big clans were for their own ruling status and class interests. However, the powers around Han Fei were gathered together by various coincidences. Perhaps they had been planning for a long time. However, their purpose for gathering was different. As it happened, Han Fei was pushed to his current position. Although Han Fei was still not the best combat power here, he had indeed changed from a chess piece to a chess player. The outbreak of a war involved the life and death of millions of people. How could Han Fei be reckless? Even if he became a venerable, he wouldn't act rashly without absolute confidence. Before planning this battle, when he returned from the Sage Realm to the 10,000 Demon Valley, Han Fei had already planned everything. In the Sage Realm, a large number of sea demons didn't have a chance to return and died. Han Fei had seen the huge teleportation arrays. He could build one too, because he only wanted to teleport a few people. However, the sea demon army that the other party was going to send out had hundreds of thousands of people, which was completely different. Once they succeeded, the Sage Realm would inevitably become the reserve force of the 10,000 Demon Valley. In the Sage Realm, there were millions of conchs. With the ability of the Black Evil Conch King, he could send over many projections. Therefore, the power to stop the 10,000 Demon Valley couldn't be weak, although there were not many people. If it weren't for the fact that the Scattered Stars Island really didn't have high-level combat power, he would have arranged for Ning Jing to go there. She was a true half-king. Why didn't he use her when necessary? In order to make the 10,000 Demon Valley play a role, the Scattered Stars Island needed to have enough power to compete with the sea demons first. There were very few known powers or people who could be used. Han Fei didn't want the people of the Thug Academy to help him in a critical moment. In that case, it was very likely to expose the trump card of the Thug Academy. But in the end, a ghost boat came with tens of thousands of faceless men. At this moment, the battle seemed to have come to an end, but a smokeless battlefield was rekindled. Because Han Fei knew that this battle would definitely come. In order to become a king, the strong masters of the big families in the Thousand-Star City had thought hard for thousands of years, but got nothing. Now, a king's corpse was placed in front of them. How could they give it up? It was impossible. Even if it was to obtain the great Tao of the king's corpse, they would choose to snatch it. Once they became a king, they could enter the heavenly palace and rule the entire Inyang world. At that time, they wouldn't need to worry about sea monsters. Han Fei could keenly grasp the thinking of the big clans. In the past, Shiman Linglan had told him a lot. The big clan's way of thinking and doing things was different from ordinary people. This had long been engraved in their bones. Even at this moment, Han Fei was still gambling. Han Fei didn't like old Han and the big clans to really start an ultimate battle. But Han Fei still attracted them over, because Han Fei was sure that the big clans didn't have the courage to start a war. How was it possible for them to risk the future of their families and fight against people like them who didn't have any background? Since it was a bet, he had to have enough chips. Otherwise, the other party would have eaten him up easily. Although the people on Han Fei's side weren't many, it didn't mean he had no bargaining chips. Just like old Demon Chu, although he had 10 venerables around him, Han Fei wasn't afraid of him at all. Even if old Han couldn't deal with the 10 venerables, Ning Jing could. Even If he didn't let Ning Jing take action and let old Demon Chu snatch the cloud whale, would Tang Yen let him? At this moment, Han Fei looked at the master of the heavenly sword. Seeing that the 7 major sects didn't take any action, he turned his eyes to Shui Shenqi. On the Scattered Stars Island there were Shui Shenqi, Chen Sanbai, the Star Turtle, and him. His combat power was equivalent to that of an advanced Venerable. The Star Turtle was an intermediate Venerable, and 2 junior peak level Venerables combined equaled an intermediate Venerable. There were not enough of them, but the big clans didn't have advanced Venerables. Han Fei suddenly looked into the distant void and said indifferently, "The E family has a child who has entered our Thug Academy. Senior, why do you hide so far away from us? Alas, our family has few people. We can't afford losing anyone." An old voice sounded as the old servant of the E family walked out of the distant void. Compared to others, the E family was the one Han Fei wasn't familiar with the most. He didn't even know any of them. However, Han Fei and this family had one thing in common. That was, they were both enemies of the big clans in Thousand Star City. The E family's bloodline destined them to live a life of exile. Therefore, they were natural allies. The E family would help themselves if they helped Han Fei. This was why they had to throw Yi Xian into the Thug Academy. In the blink of an eye, there were as many as 6 venerables on Han Fei's side. Among them, Han Guanchu's strength was uncertain. When Han Guanchu was fighting the half-king clone of the Black Evil Conch King, others might not be able to notice it, but old Demon Chu could. Even if there were 4 more venerables on his side, there were a total of 5 venerables from the 7 major sects here. Especially the master of the heavenly sword, this guy who was at the peak of the advanced level had the combat power of a peak-level venerable. His strength was so rich that he was no weaker than ordinary peak-level venerables. Their combat power had surpassed that of the big clans. In fact, Old Chu discovered that Patriarch Thug had appeared here and was probably still nearby. As for Ren Tianfei, he didn't find any traces of him. This person was best at sneak attacks, so he had to be careful. Old Chu looked at the Heavenly Sword sect's side. Heavenly Sword, you have to know that if you stand on their side today, your 7 sects will completely be enemies of the big clans. It doesn't matter if they hide or not. But your foundation is in Thousand Star City. The Sky Sword Master smiled disdainfully. Old Demon Chu, you don't have to threaten me. If it's so easy for you to destroy the 7 major sects, your big clan would have long done it. To injure 1,000 enemy soldiers, you'll have to lose 800 soldiers. Don't you understand this truth? If you have the ability, then crush them. Don't I our 7 major sections? Old Demon Chu sneered. Well, even if you really cooperate, so what? Ren Tianfei and Patriarch Thug can't be here. If my guess is correct, one of them has to guard the level 3 fishery, and the other has to wander the Thousand Star City in an attempt to cause chaos. Humph, Chao Tianji, aren't you coming out? The reason why old Demon Chu dared to fight was that these 2 people would definitely be restrained. Once Patriarch Thug and Ren Tianfei appeared, the big clans would use all their strength to lock them outside the Scattered Stars Island and kill them together. Old Demon Chu's cry made Han Fei's eyelids twitch. Old Han had also shouted this name in the battle in the Thousand Star City. Today, it was old Demon Chu who shouted it. Among the people who came to the Scattered Stars Island this time, there was Chao Shuang from the Chao family. Han Fei already felt it a little strange. Even the Chen family didn't come. Why did the Chao family, a super family that was comparable to Chu sect, send someone over? Since they had come, it meant that they had a purpose and also wanted the king's remains. Han Fei had thought that a family like the Chao family wouldn't believe these pathways could help them become a king. But now it seemed that it wasn't so. Even Han Guangxu raised his head and looked into the void. After a few seconds, a burly man walked out of the void indifferently. The man glanced at Han Guangxu casually and then looked at old Demon Chu. In the end, he turned his eyes to Han Fei. Now that things have come to this point, you'd better show us the king's corpse. Han Fei stared at him. Even if I show it, so what? Chao Tianji said, if it's useful, the Chao family wants a large bone. Then we won't participate in the competition here. Han Fei chuckled. You're simply birds of a feather. Your Chao family people are body refiners. And a king's bones are the essence of his strength. What makes you think you can get a big bone so easily? Aren't you even more domineering than old Demon Chu? Old Chu laughed. Chao Tianji, what Han Fei said is true. You don't do anything but ask for a big bone? That's outrageous. Chao Tianji ignored old Demon Chu and looked at Han Fei. The Chao family has 3 venerables here, we want a king-level bone. Is there a problem? As soon as he said so, another figure walked out of the void. His fists glowed green, and his hair was all silver. This guy looked very strong too. Upon seeing this, Han Fei was shocked again. Damn it! How many venerables did these big clans hide? Why did another advanced venerable pop up? Han Fei's face kept changing for a long time before he finally said, You want to see the king's bones? Okay. Now, there are a few more people. You know the rules of the Scattered Stars Island. Firstly, you have to give us the resources. As I said before, whoever kills the most enemies will get the most of the king's corpse. Seeing Han Fei flinch, old Demon Chu couldn't help but show a hint of disdain. However, he also sighed. If it weren't for Chao Tianji, Han Fei probably wouldn't have loosened his bite. Many people thought that Han Fei was just trying to save some face and give himself a way out. In the 7 major sects team, the Master of the Heavenly Sword and the others frowned slightly. Did Han Fei just give in so easily? But it made sense. No matter how strong Han Guangxu was, there was a limit. The big clans would definitely send people to the level 3 fishery to disperse the combat. Power of the venerables on Han Fei's side. As for the 1,000-star city, since old Demon Chu dared to come, he must have made corresponding preparations. If Ren Tianfei didn't sneak attack the 1,000-star city, but came here, then there must be other people coming. Then it might be impossible for him to leave. The Master of the Heavenly Sword sect was thinking, even if I participate in the battle, the other party still has a half-king more. Han Fei's side is still not strong enough. Seeming to have made a major decision, Han Fei looked at the star turtle. Open the array. The star turtle trembled, and the seal on its body that looked like millions of small hands began to shrink. Gradually, a white mist filled with the suppressing power of a king emerged. Huh? Chao Tianji said lightly, it's the mist of the great Tao. You can't see it through from the outside. We have to go in. Han Fei immediately said, You want to go in? I should go in first. Old Demon Chu frowned slightly. Humph, don't talk nonsense. Let's go in. Together. At this point, I don't want anything to happen again. Chao Tianjin nodded. I have no objection. Han Guanchu looked at Han Fei. Son, what do you think? Han Fei's face was gloomy, and he said indifferently, okay, let's enter. Together. The Sky Sword Master nodded slightly. Although he knew that Han Fei was looking for reinforcements, he also wanted to see the king's corpse. Since Han Fei had agreed, how could he not agree? At that moment, everyone walked into the mist of the Great Tao. As for Han Fei, a gleam flashed in his eyes. Last time he came in, there was no mist of the Great Tao here at all, only the mist barrier of the kings. Pressure. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The moment he entered the mist of the Great Tao, Han Fei knew that this was no longer the place he had entered before. Last time he came in, the old turtle had discussed with him why the power of the Great Tao of the Cloud Whale's corpse seemed weak. But this time, as soon as he entered, a terrifying king pressure descended. Ka ka ka. Han Fei clearly sensed that all the junior venerables had their flesh torn and their bones broken. Han Fei, on the other hand, looked calm. It seemed that he had already adapted to the king's pressure, so it was nothing to him now. However, although the pressure was powerful, it wasn't enough to kill a venerable. 3 seconds later, banging sounds were heard. Old Chu, Chao Tianji, Han Guanchu, Chao Meng, the master of the heavenly sword, and Han Fei had almost passed through the mist of the Great Tao at the same time. However, the moment they appeared behind the mist, they saw a skinny man in a dark blue battle suit with a hint of mockery on his face. He carried an irregular black iron saber on his shoulder and was looking at them with a faint smile. Phew! Long time no see. When Old Demon Chu and Chao Tianji saw this person, their expressions changed drastically. Tang Yan? Old Demon Chu immediately pushed the Great Tao mist behind him and shouted. All of you, retreat. Chao Tianji extended his hand and punched the air, trying to escape. The young man said leisurely, you come and go as you please? That's not what a visitor should do, is it? Buzz. As Tang Yan finished speaking, the mist of the Great Tao shook. Those who were still in the mist of the Great Tao and hadn't seen this scene didn't know what they had encountered. But at this moment, Han Guanchu held the Great Tao book in his hand, its pages flying, and a sky-splitting sword ray slashed at Old Demon Chu. Chao Tianji punched out with both fists, and a huge figure appeared behind him, wearing golden armor, looking like a god of war. And at the place where the two fists collided, a black long saber cut out a void wave shadow. Han Fei exclaimed when he saw the attack. Was this Tang Yan? Why was he so crazy? He launched a void turbulence with a single slash. The void collapsed. This slash was much stronger than his draw technique. Han Fei was stunned. It was time to upgrade the draw technique. Oh, no. In fact, Han Fei felt that he had to study all his combat skills carefully. Logically speaking, in the venerable realm, it wasn't strange what kind of power he could unleash. The use of skills was no longer enough to make up for the difference in realms. Tang Yan's blow was full of strange charm. It seemed that he had already melted his knife into the void and slashed out Dao runes. Yes, in combat with the Black Evil Conch King, the Black Evil Conch Kings. Great Dao had 3 usages. One was the various usage of gravity, one was to attack with gravity, and the other was the protection of himself with the Tao runes. However, there didn't seem to be anyone like Tang Yan's. As Han Fei continued to watch, he saw that Chao Tianji's fist shadows were cut into pieces in an instant. Tang Yan yelled, "Slaughter storm!" Bang! There was an explosion. There were full of void turbulences around Tang Yan, but none of them fell on him. A large amount of void turbulence enveloped Chao Tianji. Seeing this, Chao Meng shouted and was about to attack when Chao Tianji shouted, "Go! Hey! I haven't fought in a long time. Someone seems to have forgotten. I, Tang Yan, am still in this world." Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, tens of thousands of spatial turbulences cut Chao Tianji's huge phantom of the god of war into pieces, and thousands of knife marks appeared on his body. Humph! Invincible. On the surface of Chao Tian's body, energy was shrinking and swelling. One of his arms dazzled like the sun. As he punched out, the void turbulences in front of him were all shattered. Clang! Tang Yan chuckled and broke his arms with a crack. He put his hands together and held his black saber, which turned into 3 knives. Clatter! The entire mountain that Han Fei moved over was instantly shattered into pieces. A dazzling silver light illuminated the entire world. Fist sea. Han Fei only had time to see a surging sea. It seemed to be a sea, but also like countless fist marks. In the end, Han Fei saw a big whale appear. Hiss! With a single breath, the entire mist of the Great Tao disappeared in an instant. Everybody's eyes lit up, and Han Fei saw that blood was dripping in the mist. Far away, the star turtle trembled in its shell. Han Fei reached out, grabbed the star turtle, and flew out of the sea. Crack! In the sky, dark red cracks extended across the sky, which was the sign of the death of venerables. Han Fei hurriedly scanned with his perception, only to see that at the same time, 3 venerables were reviving with blood. The 3 people were Chu Qing, Chao Shuang, and Zhang Jihua. Wait. Han Fei scanned with his perception and didn't find Sun Baixing and Yang Kuan. Fuse. Activating the yin-yang divine eyes, Han Fei still didn't find these 2 people. When Han Fei looked at the sky, his heart trembled. Wow, the rain seems to be a bit heavy. Did 2 of them die? A few more people from the big clans came. They were the last to enter the mist of the Great Tao and didn't enter the depths, so they luckily escaped the disaster. Hey! Sun-Moon Twin Killing Array. An array map 30,000 feet long connected the sky and the ground, directly enveloping Chu Qing and the other 2 who were reviving with blood. At this time, Han Fei saw old Jiang appear out of nowhere. He chuckled. 2. Come early is not as good as to come in time. Old Bai, watch me slaughter 3 venerables with an array. Idiot. Be careful. While Han Fei was surprised, he smelled the breath of undead creatures. Was Patriarch Thug here? If Patriarch Thug didn't come, with old Jiang and old Bai's capabilities, even if they had become venerables, they wouldn't have been able to make it in time for such a critical situation. The sun essence fire roared in the array, and the moonlight like knife cut out thousands of knife shadows. Obviously, old Jiang had drawn this array in advance. The terrifying energy in the Sun-Moon Twin Killing Array couldn't be injected into it in a day or 2. By old Jiang. Ah. Among the 3 of them, Zhang Jihua was the weakest. However, Zhang Jihua was the one who controlled fire and was the easiest to break the array. Chao Shuang punched. The moon will swept out, leaving hundreds of knife marks on his body, but it couldn't kill him at all. As for Chu Qing, his combat power might not be weak, but his physique was not as good as Chao Shuang's, and his Dao was not as powerful as Zhang Jihua's. At this moment, his body was burned to a blur. Old Bai curled his fingers as a claw and cooperated with Old Jiang to grab Chu Qing, who was most unaccustomed to the array. Bang! Chu Qing, who had just been reborn, was immediately crushed by Old Bai. At this time, 3 venerable from the Thousand-Star City came close. One of them attacked the array, and the other 2 attacked Old Bai and Old Jiang, respectively. Swish! Chen Sanbai's speed was so fast that he chuckled and turned his sword into 3,000 swords, stabbing at the 3 of them. Han Fei's speed was not slow either. With a star teleportation, he held Snowmorn in his hand and activated the draw technique. Roar! The 100-beast soul subduing roar rumbled. This battle was already in chaos. Taking advantage of the opportunity created by Old Jiang, Han Fei struck like an eagle and roared thunderously. His target was not the person who attacked Old Jiang, but Chu Qing, who was recovering in the array. Although Old Bai and Old Jiang had become venerables, Chu Qing was still an intermediate venerable. No matter how prepared the 2 of them were, Chu Qing could be reborn with blood twice. With the Chu sect's strength and heritage, this bit of damage was nothing. Therefore, Han Fei personally took action. A wisp of soul was frozen by Han Fei's knife. Hiss! When infinite energy gathered, Han Fei's swallowing technique appeared. Chao Shuang frowned and subconsciously looked at Han Fei. Han Fei's strength had already returned. Otherwise, he would have already killed these 3 people. However, if Han Fei had to choose one, it must be Chu Qing. Although the Chao family had come this time, he would take revenge on them later, and the Chu family was his biggest enemy now. Zhang Jihua could be killed, but the Zhang family had already lost a venerables. In case the Zhang family decided to completely fall out with him and shake the economy of the Yinyang world, he decided to kill Chu Qing first. He extended the void lines and grabbed Chu Qing. It would only take him a moment. Sacrificing punch. Chu Qing's third attempt at blood rebirth was blocked by Han Fei's void lines. As a result, Han Fei was so shocked that blood oozed out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. However, Han Fei was already used to being injured. At this moment, he simply punched out, crushing all the energy here. Crack! Rumble! In the sky, a red mark appeared again, and in a short moment, another venerable died. Bang! The array map shattered, and Chao Shuang and Zhang Jihua hurriedly escaped. Old Jiang was sent flying by a punch. Fortunately, he had a big shield protecting him, so he only vomited blood. Old Jiang shouted, "Han Fei, if you hadn't done anything just now, I would have killed them." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Look at the blood you vomited. You've just become a venerable, so don't join in on the fun. Look, as long as the one who attacked you is an intermediate venerable, you will definitely have to escape." Old Bai grunted. "Damn it. 2 venerables died, but neither of them was killed by me." Han Fei was puzzled. "Wait, 2 venerables died? Isn't it 3? Han Fei wondered. He didn't see either Yang Kuan or Sun Baixing. Was one of them still alive? Pfft. Suddenly, Han Fei had a bad feeling. A presentiment of danger seized me. The people from the Yang family shouldn't have that kind of intelligence. But the Sun family. They were not stupid. At this moment, Han Fei felt that he was in a life-and-death crisis. So, too. Golden fist marks burst out and blasted at Old Bai and Old Jiang. It was impossible for the two old men to expect Han Fei to attack them. Therefore, they were sent flying and looked surprised. In the next moment, a sword light slashed down. Han Fei turned into two masses of mist. Even so, golden blood was dripping. Obviously, he had been seriously injured by the sword. Han Fei. Brat. Old Bai and Old Jiang were shocked and tore the void. Everyone looked over. Han Guanshu shouted, "Sun Shao Tian, you're quite bold." Chen Sambai was the closest to Han Fei, but he didn't have the time to do anything just now either. He said, "Sun Shao Tian, the oldest of the three patriarchs of the Sun family. 1,000 years ago, you were already in advanced level venerable. Let me see if you have reached the peak level now." Bang! Before Chen Sambai took action, with a bang, Sun Shao Tian was slapped to death. A girl's voice said angrily, "You cunning bee ****, you pretended to be weak. And deceived me? You deserve to die." Old Demon Chu was shocked. Blow Sun Shao Tian up with one slap? This person must be at least a half-king. Cough, cough. At this moment, a cloud of white mist gathered into a person. It was none other than Han Fei. Huff. Han Fei opened his mouth and sucked, and the golden blood flew back. Han Fei's face was gloomy. Interesting. I wasn't killed by a half-king, but I was almost killed by you, you insidious old bee ****. What? Have you used up all your trump cards? Do you still have any left? If you can't kill me today, you won't have a chance in the future. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The advantage of the twin divine techniques was that ordinary people couldn't distinguish the existence of the black fog. Jing'er was indeed annoyed. Because this guy surnamed Sun was too cunning, pretending to be weak. In fact, this guy was not Sun Baixing at all. What was hateful was that Jing'er was actually deceived. This could only mean that Sun Shaoyan's ability was indeed not small. With this method of impersonating others, he might even be comparable to Han Fei. Of course, one of the reasons why Jing'er took action was that she was tricked. She didn't need to do anything except keep Han Fei safe, but he was still killed by this cunning old guy. How could Jing'er's pride withstand this blow? Besides, if she didn't do anything, Han Fei's black mist body would probably be exposed under everyone's gaze. The star turtle, which was not far away from Han Fei, trembled when it saw that Han Fei had been slashed. F***ck, are even venerables so weak now? Even Han Fei was killed so easily? Fortunately, the star turtle knew that Han Fei had the mysterious technique of the twin divine techniques. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago. Oh? Tang Yan's voice sounded. Because even he didn't know of Jing'er's existence. Or rather, they were all in the half-king realm, so neither of them was stronger than the other. Otherwise, if Tang Yan attacked, Chao Tianji would have been killed, and Han Guanshu wouldn't have dared to challenge Old Chu. Besides, Jing'er was the one who followed a king the longest. Her daily life in the heavenly palace was very boring. She wasn't allowed to disturb the king. Therefore, she always pretended to be invisible and tried her best not to let the king notice her existence. Therefore, Jing'er's hiding ability was never weak. Now, having no choice, Jing'er appeared. The moment Jing'er appeared, old Demon Chu's heart turned cold. F***ck, where did this half-king come from? Is this endless? Chao Tianji shattered his arms, and the waves of his fists shook thousands of kilometers. Withstanding the power of Tang Yan's slash, he dragged Chao Shuang and Chao Meng away with a big void hand. Buzz. He didn't say anything else. The moment Jing'er appeared, Chao Tianji knew that this battle was over. Tang Yan alone had already made everyone so panicked. At this moment, another unfamiliar half-king had come? Even if the Black Evil Conch King came back and joined forces with them, they would at most tie. Let's go. Old Demon Chu and Jing'er collided and reached out to grab the reborn sun. Xiao Tian. Immediately afterward, Old Chu escaped into the void and his voice resounded from afar. You're very good. You tricked the entire 1,000-star city. This time, I admit defeat. Han Fei, brat, I'm waiting for you in the 1,000-star city. Buzz. Too many venerables died today. They had already won fighting the battle to this point. Chu Qing, Yi Kai, and Yang Kuan, who must have been randomly killed by Tang Yan, as well as the two venerables Han Fei had killed earlier. Just the big clans had lost 5 venerables. Among them, 4 were killed by Han Fei. As for the other venerables killed, they were all sea demons. In one day, 10 venerables had died, not including the Black Evil Conch King's projections. Just now, although Jing'er smashed Sun Xiao Tian with a slap, she didn't kill him. Jing'er winked at Han Fei. I'll leave this person to you. Han Fei nodded slightly. This couldn't be counted as Jing'er helping him. However, Jing'er's appearance did scare them away. At this moment, the Yinyang world had a total of 3 major powers. From the looks of it, Han Fei's side was undoubtedly the strongest, because the 7 major sects had already taken sides. Especially after this battle, Han Fei's side had proven that they had the strength to compete with the big clans. The 7 major sects were happy to see that. However, they weren't quite happy about the King's Corpse scam. In their opinion, Han Fei definitely knew about it. After all, it was Han Fei who led them into the mist. Who gave Han Fei strength in the battle with the sea demons? All of this indicated that Han Fei had long known of the scheme. However, did Han Fei really know? At this moment, Han Fei was quite stunned. He had expected Tang Yan to take action, but he didn't expect Tang Yan to come out. Obviously, Tang Yan knew Old Demon Chu and the others. He was waiting for Old Demon Chu and the others to come. Wow. This move was really smart. However, this scam also deceived the 7 major sects. The people of the 7 major sects were greatly disappointed. It seemed that using these opportunities to find a way to become a king was still not very reliable. The master of the heavenly sword, let's go. Swish. As soon as the sword master left, Jian Sanqing and the others, naturally, followed him. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the sky. Since Old Demon Chu and the others had returned, they had to return too. For strong masters, what was the bottom line? It was hard to say. What if these people took revenge on the 7 major sects after being defeated on the Scattered Stars Island? Huff. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Fortunately, his acting was good. If he hadn't demanded Old Demon Chu and the others to hand out resources, they probably wouldn't have believed him and directly entered the mist of the Great Tao. However, Han Fei still grinned. He sensed tremendous power of will entering His body. Jing'er stepped out and disappeared into the void. Shueishenqi glanced at Han Fei, and then turned his eyes to Elder Chen and the Star Turtle. Let's go back and clean up the mess. The Star Turtle was still hesitating whether to leave or not. Now it seemed that staying beside Han Fei was the safest. Shueishenqi knew what it was thinking and said, "It's the least safe around him. What if he goes to fight again? Are you going too?" The Star Turtle thought that what he said made sense. Therefore, the Star Turtle immediately said, "I've just made a breakthrough. And haven't consolidated my strength yet. Otherwise, I would have been able to kill one venerable in this battle." As he talked, the Star Turtle crawled to Shueishenqi and glanced at him. "Let's go." The Yi family's old servant secretly heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands at Han Fei. "Farewell." The old servant of the Yi family was the most relaxed and most worried one. He was relaxed because he didn't have a strong sense of presence. He was the last to come to the Scattered Stars Island battle, and he was invited by Han Fei. If Han Fei didn't call him, he wouldn't have come over. In an instant, only Han Fei, Bai Kongyi, Jiang Daqian, Han Guanshu, and Tang Yan, who walked over carrying the saber on his shoulder and looked extremely cocky, were left. This was completely different from the Tang Yan in Han Fei's heart. Han Fei thought that a person who could stay in the body of the cloud whale for 1,800 years should be an extremely calm person. He should have the same temper as old Han. But this didn't seem right at all. Tang Yan smiled and said arrogantly, "Han Fei, is the power of a half-king useful or not?" Han Fei smiled. "Of course it's useful. Unfortunately, it doesn't last long." Tang Yan laughed and scolded, "If it lasts long, wouldn't you have killed all these people? After all, it's not your own power. It's fine if you use it temporarily to deal with sea monsters, but you'd better cultivate yourself in the future." After that, Tang Yan glanced in the direction of the Scattered Stars Island. And then looked at Han Guanshu, cursing, "You took advantage of me, you be asterisk starred." Han Guanshu chuckled. "Anyway, this road is quite different. What do you think?" Tang Yan snorted. "Not bad." For some reason, Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat. Old Han and Tang Yan looked very familiar with each other. Han Fei had suspected that old Han and Tang Yan knew each other. Otherwise, why would Tang Yan lend him the power of a half-king? However, Tang Yan's look just now made him a little panicked. Han Fei seemed to notice it and immediately said, "Well, wait a moment, Tang Gu." Han Fei suddenly thought that apart from him, old Han's son, Tang Gu, was old Han's foster son. Then where did Tang Gu come from? He was so talented and cultivated extremely fast. What he awakened was a legend spiritual beast, the dragon feather lobster. Did this make sense? At this moment, Han Fei frowned and looked at Tang Yan. Tang Yan chuckled. "I am me, and he is him. You have your father planning for you, but now it's my turn to make some plan." In the direction of the Sea of Pearls, Tang Gu and Mu Ling were fighting the enemy when the void suddenly collapsed and the two of them were sucked in. Han Fei seemed to understand and looked at these people with a complex look. Each of them was messing around just to walk a unique path. It turned out that Tang Gu was actually Tang Yan's reincarnation. However, Tang Yan was still there. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "What about the corpse of the cloud whale? Are you the cloud whale or what?" Tang Yan laughed. "I am me. The cloud whale is my spiritual beast. Han Fei didn't believe him. That cloud whale's corpse is real. Han Fei believed that it was definitely the real cloud whale. He had clearly felt the great Tao and obtained a large amount of spirit awakening fluid and ultra-quality demonic stones from there. Tang Yen told her everything he knew. He didn't seem to have anything to hide. Nor did he bother to. He said, the king's corpse under the Empyrean waterfall was used by me 1,800 years ago. You should know where the cloud whale's corpse is. However, it is indeed not a king's corpse, but a body that failed to transcend the king's tribulation. That opportunity is not yours, so don't covet it. He had made it so clear. Han Fei had more or less figured it out. Tang Yen was Tang Yen. This time, he might be helping, but he wasn't on his side. Tang Yen smiled and looked at Han Guangqiu. In this battle, I killed a brat from the Yang family and cut off half of Chao Tianji's flesh and blood. I guarantee that he won't be able to recover within 10 years. I've repaid the favor about Tengu. Now I gotta go. Keep my secret for me. If you want to attack the 1,000-star city again, remember not to tell me. Tang Yen left casually. Han Fei estimated that this guy must go to the cloud whale's stomach again. Rip. At this moment, a pair of white bone hands tore the void and came out with a strong aura of death. Patriarch Thug said, "You're making a big commotion here." Unfortunately, I was entangled by the Chu sect king. If it weren't for Ren Tianfei leaving a fist mark, I would have been killed. Han Guangqiu smiled. Didn't you take your body back? Patriarch Thug said, after all, time is too short. If I'm given another 30 or 50 years, I will smash the 1,000-star city again. Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. Hearing the conversation between Patriarch Thug and Han Guangqiu, Han Fei couldn't help but scratch his head. When he stood as the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, he suddenly discovered that there were many strong masters in the 1,000-star city. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, "Well, your path is really smooth." Han Fei rolled his eyes. What? My sense of achievement has been ruined by these people. Patriarch Thug glanced at Han Fei. Han Fei, although you seem to have won a complete victory in today's battle, in fact, that's not the case. The sea demons haven't been annihilated, which is one of the reasons. Secondly, the waters of the 1,000-star city are deeper than you think. The big clans have existed for millions of years, so they won't decline because of just a few battles. Han Fei said indifferently, the mystery at the Empyrean waterfall has been unveiled. The Black Evil Conch King is not a fool. He should already know the situation here. Without any benefits, he doesn't have to fight humans to the death now. Therefore, he won't come anytime soon. No matter how many venerables there are in the 1,000-star city, can they stand it if a few of them die every few years? Besides, with the 7 sects restraining them, they won't be able to cause any trouble in a short period of time even if they want to. Suddenly, Han Fei looked around. Where is Ren Tianfei? Han Guangqiu said lightly, his original body didn't come, so he drove 2 clones to come with the power of 2 punches of his. Han Fei was puzzled. He can't come over? Han Guangqiu said, his situation is relatively complicated. You'll know when you see him in the future. Patriarch Thug chuckled. Boy, just become a king soon. I'll guard the level. 3 Fishery and wait for the day you become a king. Then, Patriarch Thug looked at the void where Ningjing was. With a rip, he tore the void and left. As for Old Bai and Old Jiang, seeing that everyone had left, they were about to leave too. Old Jiang patted Han Fei on the shoulder. Brat, the Thug Academy is about to be rebuilt. Where do you think it should be? Han Fei grinned. The Blue Sea Town. Has our land been occupied? Old Jiang glared at him. Who dares to occupy it? Han Fei said, that's it. In the future, the 36 towns won't be any weaker than the 1,000-star city. The big clans rule the 1,000-star city, and we'll rule the 36 towns. Only then can we challenge them. Old Bai nodded slightly. That's good. Go back to the Blue Sea Town to visit us when you have time. He didn't say much to Han Fei, nor did Old Jiang. After all, Han Fei and his father must have something to say. Such a victory seemed to be a matter of course, but in fact, there were too many secrets. As for Han Fei, he had just participated in the game and made a move. However, it was this move that made everyone realize that they had to take Han Fei's energy seriously. After Old Bai and Old Jiang left, there were only Han Fei and Han Guanqiu left. Han Fei had always felt that the way he interacted with Old Han was a bit strange. It turned out that he didn't show him any fatherly love, but only taught him schemes. Han Guanqiu smiled. You've gained a lot this time, haven't you? Han Fei nodded. Yes. I can surely become a half-venerable, but it's hard to say if I can become a venerable or not. Han Guanqiu nodded slightly. Yes. After you become a venerable, you will also be one of the top experts in the Yinyang world. To be honest, I don't want you to become a venerable. However, I still have many things to do, so you have to become a venerable. At least, you still need to fetch your sister. Han Fei was a little confused. Many things? Han Guanqiu smiled. Become a venerable first. I'm still very free for the time being. Han Fei didn't think much. It must be the matter of finding his mother. The problem wasn't it better for old Han to do it after he became a king? After he entered the 9th heavenly palace and got to know more, it would be much easier. Han Fei looked at old Han with a weird look. Old Han. Tengu. Han Guanqiu said lightly, you just need to treat him as before. However, you probably won't be able to see him anytime soon. After chatting for a while, the two had nothing to talk about. Han Fei immediately changed the topic. Old Han, what realm are you in? Han Guanqiu smiled. It's quite high. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. How high is it? Han Guanqiu casually glanced at Han Fei's chest. I don't want to scare you, so I won't tell you. By the way, the turtle inside, although I don't know how you got here, don't take advantage of my son for not understanding the world of the strong. When my son becomes a king, you'll be a servant and sign a master-servant contract with my son. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Han Fei? The old turtle? After that, Han Guanqiu swooshed into the void and disappeared. Han Fei was stunned for a long time, before he asked, casually, Old Yuan. What's a master-servant contract? The old turtle roared, he must be kidding. I'm an emperor. How can I? The old turtle, who was cursing angrily, suddenly trembled and said in a hurry, your father caught Gue Sanqing. He set up a life-death restriction on me. Roar. Han Fei was at a loss and didn't understand. However, it sounded very powerful. Ignoring the roaring old turtle, Han Fei looked down, only to see that the place had been reduced to ruins. Here, the sword chi was rampant, and the fist auras were shocking. All kinds of big techniques almost crushed dozens of kilometers underground. Up to now, the remaining power here wasn't something anyone below the explorer level could touch. Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head. However, with a thought, Han Fei suddenly grabbed a giant iron from the bottom of the sea. He refined it with spiritual fire, and inforged the universe. Large bones and strange iron with strange auras were melted into the giant iron. Han Fei used his finger as a knife, and one strange array after another appeared on the huge iron. Half an hour later, as Han Fei blasted out the 12 rounds of 100 War Divine Hammer, a huge pillar was forged. Bang! As soon as this pillar appeared, all the power released by all the great techniques within a radius of 10,000 kilometers was sucked over and gathered on the pillar. Of course, even if the power here was reduced by 90% in an instant, it was still not a place ordinary people could come. The cursing old turtle was surprised to see that. You seal this place within ultra-quality divine weapon? Aren't you afraid that someone will pull it away? Han Fei thought for a moment. This place is only 300,000 kilometers from the Scattered Stars Island. In the future, the sea will open. If we don't seal this place now, it will become a forbidden place. However, what you said makes sense. Only human beings can use it. After fiddling for a while, Han Fei finally finished modifying the giant rod. In the end, Han Fei stood above the sea and looked at the sea abyss that had been formed here. He thought to himself, this place is too dangerous. Therefore, I'd better set up hundreds of arrays to reduce the vortex. In the future, humans can explore this place too. After everything was done, Han Fei grinned and carved the words "Sea Quelling Needle" on the rod with snowhorn. He didn't use the word "compliant golden rod" or engrave any weight on it. Han Fei suddenly realized that the Monkey King's compliant golden rod might be an array. Otherwise, why would the sea be turbulent after the Monkey King pulled it away? After doing all this, Han Fei drew an array with one hand, which was a directional teleportation array leading to the Marshal's mansion. Shwa. As soon as he entered the Marshal's mansion, Han Fei immediately activated the seal. Power of will was surging at him frantically. He knew that the Scattered Stars Island should be in an uproar at this moment. Han Fei activated his Dao Seed, and the white mist bridge appeared again. Huff. With a thought, the surging power of will was quickly blending into the white mist, which was dwindling at a visible speed. 20 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. 1 hour passed. After an hour, the white mist had become a shallow layer, not even 1/10 as thick as before. And Han Fei felt that the power of will seemed to be halved. After another half an hour, Han Fei finally saw the body of this bridge. It was a green jade bridge, not white jade bridge, nor other colors, but an emerald-like jade bridge, which looked a bit strange. When the white mist completely dissipated, the power of will was no longer consumed. The old turtle asked in surprise, "What kind of great Tao is this?" Han Fei smiled. "Let me walk over and find out." This time, Han Fei stepped onto the green jade bridge without hesitation. Just like last time, as soon as he stepped on it, he lost contact with the old turtle and seemed to have lost contact with the outside world. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the door from the bridge. Suddenly, he found that time had stopped. Hiss. Han Fei secretly took a breath. Yes, the time outside was frozen. Oh, no, the time on the Green Jade Bridge was frozen. In other words, there was no concept of time on this bridge. This also meant that if he had to fight with others and needed to use this bridge, others might not be able to see it. Click. Han Fei climbed to the 7th level of the bridge with ease. Going down to the 8th level of the bridge, Han Fei paused for a moment. When he walked past this place before, he felt that his body was suppressed by a terrifying force, and it was difficult for him to stand still. He wondered what would happen when the Green Jade Stone Bridge was completely revealed. Bam! Han Fei stepped out. After this step, Han Fei found that there was still gravity. The gravity was only about 1,000 times. This little gravity naturally couldn't suppress Han Fei. Han Fei was overjoyed. This gravity was not even 1/100th as heavy as before. The second step, Han Fei frowned. The gravity seemed to have doubled. After the third step, Han Fei confirmed that the gravity doubled again. Han Fei gasped hard. In other words, he had to shoulder more than 100,000 times the gravity below the 8 levels of stairs. Was his great Tao so tricky? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The Black Evil Conch King could reach 10,000 times the gravity with a flip of its hand. Even so, Han Fei was not afraid at all. Gravity was not just about weight, but also about its irregular changes. Even if you could resist gravity, if the gravity was fluctuating, you couldn't move precisely, which was most fatal. This directional pressure was the least fatal. Therefore, even if Han Fei estimated that he would have to withstand nearly 130,000 times the gravity in the end, he didn't panic. Han Fei didn't panic at all. Instead, he was surprised and delighted. Although he didn't feel much about his golden body, in fact, nobody would be able to carry him up. It could be said that when Han Fei was walking and sitting, he had to exert a fine control on his body. Only in this way could he appear no different from ordinary people. In other words, at this point, no matter Han Fei was walking, sitting, or even sleeping, he was cultivating. If he didn't cultivate and lay straight on the bed would definitely collapse. Wasn't this the trouble of cultivators? At this moment, on the bridge, on the 1st floor, the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, on the 8th floor, Han Fei felt that his legs were trembling. After all, he was heavier now. Fortunately, he had tempered his golden body. Therefore, Han Fei just shook slightly before he completely stood still. Every time Han Fei took a step down, he could see that there were 3 roads ahead, but they were blurred. It seemed that he could only see them clearly after he got off the stone bridge. This time, he succeeded. When Han Fei walked down the Green Jade Bridge, his mind was refreshed. It was as if a power was transmitting to him in his subconscious, telling him that the roads in front of him could change at any time. It didn't specify which road he could take, but that he could take all 3 roads. There were even other roads that he could take. Hiss. Han Fei gasped hard. From the beginning to the end, everyone had given him the same answer: walk one road and choose it as his great Tao. Great Taos could be absorbed. If you walk on the path of others, you might be harvested by others. But now, he was told that he could switch his great Tao. Didn't it mean that if someone wanted to harvest his great Tao, he could take a different great Tao? With this in mind, Han Fei was very excited. It was said that there were Millions of great Daos to choose one, but he could choose three. Huh. Wait. What Han Fei understood was that on the left was the great Tao of heaven, enlightenment, and on the right was the path of invincibility. However, it seemed that the two paths could be replaced, or they could be switched. A horrible and weird idea popped up in Han Fei's head again. He seemed to be able to copy other people's great Tao through this Tao. Yes. Han Fei looked at the great Tao of the heaven enlightenment and silently recited. The holy light on that road faded and it turned into a flat ground, covered by an invisible force. The great Tao of gravity of the black evil conch king? Han Fei felt that as long as he stood on this road, he could use the great Tao of gravity. However, Han Fei still got it back. Han Fei was relieved when the holy light reappeared. The great Tao of gravity couldn't compare to the great Tao of the heaven enlightenment. With this road, as long as ordinary venerables weren't crushed to pieces, even if they didn't have a chance to revive, he should be able to save them. Of course, this was just Han Fei's current feeling. After all, the great Tao of heaven enlightenment was only a great Tao. In this world, there was no great Tao of absolute invincibility. Even if there was, it should be his path of invincibility, not the great Tao of heaven enlightenment. As for the path of invincibility on the right, Han Fei thought to himself, this is a path that I must take. After all, this path is too strong. The reason why I have always been able to win against the strong as the weak and sweep through all my peers is because of the great Tao of invincibility. In Han Fei's current situation, he could actually use the power of the great Tao of heaven enlightenment and the path of invincibility. However, what Han Fei was using now was the most basic one and didn't go deeper. To go deeper? He probably had to completely embark on these two paths. In the end, Han Fei focused all his attention on the middle road. Before, every time he came to this bridge, Han Fei would see an identical him on the middle road. Now, when Han Fei walked down, he found that his identical self had disappeared. Neither of the two paths had changed. Why did the one in the middle change? Han Fei suddenly had an absurd understanding. All these years, Han Fei had always thought that he could create something out of nothing. That was the power of imagination. He imagined that he had some kind of power. However, at this moment, when Han Fei suddenly turned around, a scene that sent a chill down his spine appeared. He found that on the green jade bridge, he was walking down the bridge. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. What kind of weird great Tao was this? Was he himself on the bridge, or was he himself under the bridge? So, every time he looked down from the bridge, he could see himself? Little did he know when he looked up at the bridge from below, he could also see himself. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. This matter was a bit weird, so weird that Han Fei even suspected if he was himself. Feeling that his heart suddenly stopped for 3 or 5 seconds, Han Fei suddenly shivered. No, the self on the bridge I saw has no feelings. It's just like a robot instead of a real me. Han Fei even stuck out his tongue and shook his butt at the self on the bridge, almost dancing at that self. Feeling that he was like an idiot, Han Fei stopped, turned back, and looked at the road in the middle again with a smile. Just now, he scared himself. In fact, there were no two of him. Why could he see another him on the bridge and under the bridge? This wasn't incomprehensible. Perhaps it was because he was walking towards a self who was walking to another possibility. Or it could be said that he was walking towards his future self. There was a gap of 7 or 8 steps between the two of him. Therefore, there was a variable in between, a variable that might influence the great Tao. On these 8 steps, he might walk any kind of great Tao, which gave him a million possibilities. Then, according to this logic, he could also walk countless great Taos. Phew. Han Fei's chest heaved, and he didn't calm down until a minute later. The temptation was too great. Originally, Han Fei felt that 3 great Taos were already very impressive. The other 2 could be changed, which already allowed him to have many great Taos. Huh? No. If the road in the middle may be all the great Taos, then its existence, and the 2 great Taos on the left and right, are actually somewhat overlapping. Han Fei frowned and tried to sort out his thoughts again. First of all, the road in the middle is my real road. There's no doubt about that. The roads on the left and right can be changed, but not the one in the middle. Secondly, if I have the power of 3 great Taos at the same time, the middle path will definitely be different from the left and right. It needs to be stronger than the left and right paths. Stronger than the path of invincibility. It's either a secret technique or my future self. This does match the characteristics of this path. I can steal a certain amount of power at random in the unpredictable future. However, this kind of power has limits. Where are the limits? Soon, Han Fei was no longer confused. After all, the green jade stone bridge had been cleared. Now, he should be able to use all 3 of these great Taos. However, the one in the middle was special. He needed to find the limits of this power. Immediately, Han Fei issued an order in his heart. He wanted to give himself the power of a venerable. This was a terrifying power that transcended realms. The moment Han Fei thought of this, he felt the weight on his shoulders suddenly become heavy, and his body went limp. Originally, there was only less than 130,000 caddies of gravity, but now he felt that it had suddenly increased by more than 3 times. Immediately, Han Fei staggered under the pressure. However, Han Fei managed to hold on. However, when he took a closer look, he found that he was no longer on the green jade bridge. The scene in the road suddenly disappeared, and he was standing in the marshal's mansion, feeling that his strength had expanded by 3 times. Sweet Mother of God! Fortunately, my strength is real. I can really gain strength by imagining. Since Han Fei's strength had rapidly increased to the level of an advanced explorer, the power of secret techniques had almost been useless unless it was a secret technique at the level of the Demon King contract, but that kind of secret technique wasn't obtained randomly, and the side effects were definitely not small. Even the power provided by the Beast King technique was less than doubled. However, what he had now couldn't be considered a secret technique, right? This was his F*King Great Tao. It had nothing to do with secret techniques. Even if he reached the venerable realm, his Great Tao might continue to strengthen. Hiss. Han Fei seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. His Great Tao seemed to be getting more and more unbelievable. It was like a growth type. Secret method. The moment Han Fei appeared, the old turtle asked, "What's going on? Have you made a breakthrough? But why did you become so strong all of a sudden? Why do I feel that you've become a venerable?" Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei immediately issued an order in his heart, and the power of the Great Tao immediately dissipated. Although Han Fei really wanted to find someone to fight and feel it out, it was unnecessary. because a venerable level fight would be too loud. After the power dissipated, Han Fei felt that his body was slightly weak, and his energy and spiritual energy seemed to be lacking. He immediately swallowed a mouthful from Forge the Universe. Huh? This consumption seems a bit large. What if it's only doubled? As Han Fei issued an order in his heart again, he felt his strength skyrocket. Again. However, it was much weaker than before. However, it was twice as strong as before. F***CK. So simple? Is this the power of my great Tao? This is F***King useful.